I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 701 to 701 Breakthrough, Part 2. The opportunity to break through had suddenly appeared. They could finally take the step that they had never been able to take before. Boom! Giant Chaos God's massive body was wrapped in the supreme laws and was in the midst of a rapid transformation. Supreme power began to emerge from his body. It was the same for the monster ancestor, Ancient God Void / and Ancient God Void Destruction. At this moment, Ju's gaze was cold as he snorted. His other hand suddenly struck toward the four experts. The moment he attacked, the few ancient chaos gods who had not hidden themselves exploded, dying on the spot, creating bloody marks. Roar! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Giant Chaos God roared, and his body became even larger. A giant hammer appeared in front of him. Supreme power wrapped itself around the hammer as it struck out. You dare to stop me? The enmity of blocking my breakthrough must be avenged. Boom! The hammer shattered. The monster ancestor turned into a humongous monster, and behind him were countless illusory images of monsters, as he blocked this attack. Ancient God Void / and Ancient God Void Destruction also used their own techniques to block this attack. We will definitely take revenge. At this moment, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. There was no need to hide it. Either they would successfully break through, or they would die. At this moment, the entire chaos began to shake. Countless experts were shocked at this moment. What? It turned out that the path to the Chaos Supreme Realm had already been cut off by someone? Humph! Ju snorted coldly. How could he allow his enemies to break through? He attacked again, trying to interrupt their breakthroughs. At the same time, he used the supreme law of extinction in an attempt to block the path to the breakthrough once again. Chu Xian sighed. Since he had already made a move in secret, if he did not do something now, it would be difficult for these four to break through successfully. The power of the supreme laws emerged again, and his supreme power swept out and blocked Ju's supreme law of extinction. Pfft! Giant Chaos God vomited blood as his powerful physical body cracked. However, he still managed to block the second attack. He was only a little bit away from completing the transformation process. Ancient God Void Destruction's body exploded, but he instantly recovered. His face was pale, but he still persevered. One treasure after another appeared. Ancient God Void / and the monster ancestor were the same, both heavily injured. However, they still managed to block the second attack. Seniors of the Chaos, are you just going to watch? The monster ancestor roared. If we fail, you will never be able to break through. An old voice suddenly emerged from the chaos. How can you block the path to the Chaos Supreme Realm? A wave of power was transmitted over. After the first one made his move, the other powerful existences followed suit. Their power spread out. It was all to help the four experts withstand the attacks and complete the final breakthrough. Helping others was also helping oneself. Ju temporarily withdrew his hand from the heavenly Dao. His eyes were extremely cold. Today, the chaos and order shall be rebuilt. At the same time, he raised his head to look at the supreme primal chaos space and said, "You guys are still watching? Make your move." In the supreme primal chaos space, an imposing figure appeared and looked down. However, he did not make a move. After a long while, an ancient existence said, "The heavenly Dao is unusual. Do we need to make a move? Ju should be able to handle it." They were all silent and continued to watch. Ju was powerful and could control the power of the supreme laws. How could he not deal with it? How could it be so easy to break through? Ju did not receive any response, but he did not care. He raised his hand again. His supreme power appeared, spreading throughout the entire chaos. At this moment, many experts seemed to see a broken future. It was as if everything was about to be cut off. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow as Ju withdrew his hand from the heavenly Dao. The four experts were about to fail their breakthrough. They would not be able to resist Ju's supreme law of extinction. The time they had bought was still not enough. If Chu Xian took a step further, he would definitely be noticed. However, if he did not interfere, the moment Giant Chaos God and the other three failed, Ju would definitely use an even more heavy-handed method to invade the Heavenly Dao. At that time, he would be forced to expose himself. He had to stop them a little more and buy more time. As long as one of the four experts succeeded in breaking through, they would be able to buy more time. That being said, the other Chaos Supreme Realm experts did not interfere, which was unexpected. As Ju made his move, the power that was helping the four experts crumbled instantly. The experts who had made their move were also severely injured by the backlash. As Giant Chaos God and the other three, they had yet to complete their breakthrough even after giving it their all. It looked like their breakthrough was about to be interrupted, cutting off their path forward. At this moment, Time Power suddenly emerged, as a jade-white dragon made his appearance. The Time Power was like a wave, rippling as the giant dragon circled the chaos. The four of them were surrounded by the waves of Time Power, which kept resisting Ju's power of extinction. Huang Long's weak voice entered the four experts' ears. "Hurry up and break through. I can't hold on for long." He was helpless and could only use the Time Power with Chu Xian's help to resist for a while. After all, he was not a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. Even though he could use the Time Power augmented by the Supreme Laws for a short time due to his special abilities, he was not strong enough and could only resist Ju's power temporarily. Moreover, after the event, he would become weakened and would have to enter a period of dormancy to recover. Impudent! Ju was furious. Boom! As the huge hand struck, cracks appeared on Huang Long's body. Even with Time Power, he could not offset the attack. He was still too weak. However, he still managed to stall Ju. Boom! At this moment, when the waves of Time Power crumbled and Huang Long returned to the Heavenly Dao, Giant Chaos God roared and instantly completed his transformation. He did not need to stabilize his breakthrough. His body was like a mountain and his eyes were blood red. His huge fist was aimed at Ju. Boom! Even though he was not as powerful as Ju, he could still hold him off for a while. Should we make a move? In the Supreme Primal Chaos space, a Chaos Supreme Realm expert spoke in a deep voice. There was silence. No one answered. Ju was furious. Those people were actually ignoring him. He knew that he would become the enemy of these new Chaos Supreme Realm experts, as he had been the one to block the path. They were deliberately allowing this to happen to restrain him. After Giant Chaos God successfully broke through, the Demon Ancestor and the other two also completed their breakthroughs one after another. The moment the three of them broke through, a giant hand descended. A Chaos Supreme Realm expert had made his move. At the same time, another giant hand reached out toward the Heavenly Dao. Stop! Ancient God Void Slash used all his strength to block the massive hand. Since he had already broken through, he naturally had to repay the senior who had helped him. They had to help him buy time. It was also at this moment, the 100-year milestone arrived. You remained in seclusion for 100 years and set a new record, nurturing disciples with monstrous levels of talent. You ended the Dayuan calamity in advance, ended the Great Dao calamity before it began, started the Abyssal calamity, created the Heavenly Dao, and devoured the Great Dao of the 9 zones. You formed the Divine World, and created the 3 realms, as well as the Buddhist world and the Monster world. You altered the course of the chaos, and caused it to enter a new era. You remained hidden and secretly helped the 4 experts break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. You have been rewarded with the Creation Chaos Scripture and Supreme Invincibility. 100 years had passed, and the system issued a series of notifications. Chu Xian could not help but sigh. He had actually done so many things from the comfort of his courtyard. The entire chaos changed because of him. Excited, he checked his reward. The creation chaos scripture of creation was a cultivation method to transcend the chaos, which perfectly matched his 3,000 chaos bodies of creation. His wish had finally come true. He had obtained the cultivation method to transcend the chaos. The other reward was supreme invincibility. He was invincible. He was invincible within the chaos. Chu Xian did not choose to receive the creation chaos scripture immediately. After all, it would take some time to comprehend the cultivation method. Instead, he chose to receive the supreme invincibility reward. In an instant, the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in his body underwent a transformation. The embryonic supreme laws were the same. His strength had undergone a huge transformation. However, he was still very far away from transcending the chaos. Even so, within the chaos supreme realm, he was already invincible. The supreme invincibility reward from the system not only increased his strength, but it also gave him the ability to ignore the restraints of the supreme powers and laws of others. They would not be able to cause him any harm, and he now had the ability to kill them. 702 Going Out, Part 1. Chaos Supreme Realm experts were basically immortal. If he wanted to kill a Chaos Supreme Realm expert, he would have to destroy their corresponding supreme law and cause it to change. Even a Chaos Supreme Realm expert could not change the supreme laws of the chaos. This also meant that, under normal circumstances, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to kill a Chaos Supreme Real expert, even if the latter was weaker than he was. He could suppress and seal them, but could not kill them. This was the uniqueness of the Chaos Supreme Realm. Only those who transcended the chaos would be able to do so. However, those who had transcended the chaos would have already left the chaos, and would have no reason to interfere with the matters of the chaos. Therefore, unless the chaos was destroyed, or the supreme laws of the chaos were changed or destroyed, Chaos Supreme Realm experts were immortal. Other than these two circumstances, the only time a Chaos Supreme Realm expert would die would be when they encountered a great tribulation when attempting to transcend the chaos, like Lord of Chaos had. Chu Xian had the ability to kill Chaos Supreme Realm experts, even without changing the supreme laws of the chaos. This was the benefit of the supreme invincibility that the system had given him. Chu Xian was the only Chaos Supreme Realm expert who could kill other Chaos Supreme Realm experts. This singular ability was enough to make him invincible within the chaos. At this moment, another system notification rang out. You have completed the first stay-at-home stage with flying colors. The system will now enter a dormancy for an update and restart. Chu Xian was startled. The system was undergoing an update process and restarting? This was something he had not expected. At that moment, the system panel displayed updating. Fortunately, he could still collect his previous reward despite this. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Then, he was overjoyed. The system was being updated, and he was already invincible within the chaos, so he could go out. After 100 years, he could finally go out. Boom! At this moment that ancient god Void Slash was suppressed by a massive hand, and smashed into the heavenly Dao. In that instant, the entire heavenly Dao and divine world was shaking. Were it not for the fact that ancient god Void Slash was doing his best to resist the attacks and constantly dissipate their power, the attacks would have already landed on the heavenly Dao and divine world. That would have been a disaster. In the distance, giant chaos god spat out mouthfuls of blood. His massive and powerful body shattered and reformed again and again. He had just broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, after all, so he was no match for Zhu. Even if Zhu could not kill him, he could still suppress and seal him. The monster ancestor and ancient god Void Destruction were doing their utmost to resist the suppression of another giant hand. Ancient god Void Slash was standing in front of the heavenly Dao, but he was already finding it very difficult to defend. Were it not for the fact that the Chaos Supreme Realm expert did not want to completely destroy the heavenly Dao and divine world, he would not have been able to hold on for this long. Zhu's expression was cold. The two of them waited for these four experts to break through before making a move. He could take advantage of the fact that these four had yet to become strong and had just broken through to suppress and seal them. However, it also meant that he had more potential enemies. He had to be careful. In the event of any major changes in the chaos, the suppressed experts would break out of the seal and be a potential source of danger to him. This was probably the result that the others wanted to see. These four could distract him and even hold him back when major changes occurred in the chaos. He suppressed Giant Chaos God with one hand and then suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Ancient God Void Slash. So what if you broke through? Today, I'll suppress all of you. Ancient God Void Slash was smashed into the heavenly Dao. At this moment, all of the living beings in the divine world were in a panic. The experts' avatars all paled. In the courtyard, the expressions of Heiyu and the others also changed. Humph! Chu Xian's cold snort entered the ears of everyone in the battle. The heavenly Dao is the center of the chaos, bearing the fate of the chaos. The direction and future of chaos are not something you can be presumptuous about. After Chu Xian spoke, Zhu paused. Immediately after, a few illusory figures descended from the supreme primal chaos space. They all looked at the heavenly Dao in shock. Another chaos supreme expert? How was that possible? They were well aware of how many chaos supreme realm experts there were in the chaos. If someone had broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, how could they not know? They were all looking toward the heavenly Dao with puzzled looks. Controlling the chaos? How dare you? Where did you come from? You want to overturn the order of my chaos? Zhu shouted coldly. Immediately after, a giant hand pressed down on the heavenly Dao. This time, he did not hold back, and exerted the full power of his supreme power of extinction, seemingly wanting to cut off the heavenly Dao from the divine world. You must die for blocking the path to the Chaos Supreme Realm for all living beings of chaos and weakening the growth of the chaos. A mysterious force appeared and blocked Zhu's hand. Chu Xian took a step forward, and activated his divine might ancient form. A long river paved with stars spread out from the world into the chaos. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, the four divine beasts, protected the four spirits' star chariot and displayed their powerful might. 703 Going Out, Part 2. The might of the four divine beasts shook the chaos. Chu Xian sat in the chariot, bathed in the majestic aura of his divine might ancient form. Heiyu and the others were dumbfounded. This was their master? Chu Xian was also super excited. He could finally go out and show off. The four spirits' stars chariot would finally be put to good use. The four divine beasts protected each corner of the chariot, and each one of them had transcended the world creator realm. He had no idea how the system had managed to get these four to become the guardians of the chariot, but it did not matter. After being momentarily stunned, Su Xian regained her senses and excitedly stepped onto the star path and boarded the chariot. She stood beside Chu Xian obediently. After all, she was his maidservant, so she was duty-bound to follow her master on his trips. In the next moment, Chu Yun also rushed into the chariot. Chu Xian's disciples all quickly stepped on the star path behind the chariot. They were extremely excited. Today, I will kill a Chaos Supreme Realm expert and start a new era in the chaos, Chu Xian said indifferently. It was also good for his disciples to see the world. At the same time, he would tell the experts in the chaos that these were his disciples to intimidate those experts and prevent his disciples from being bullied when they ventured out into the chaos. Outside the divine world, the four experts were covered in blood, and their auras were in disarray as they gathered together. They were extremely excited. It seemed that they had been successful in buying time for the senior. That senior was about to make a move. Zhu's expression turned grave. The rest of the Chaos Supreme Realm experts also descended. However, they were all quite far away. Especially two of them, who were the more ancient ones. Those two looked at the heavenly Dao, and no one knew what they were thinking. The star path spread into the chaos, dazzling those who saw it, and the roars of the four divine beasts rang out. Which Chaos Supreme Realm expert had this kind of prestige and aura? Ju looked at the others. An unknown Chaos Supreme Realm expert, and you all want to indulge him. An old voice rang out. Uncontrollable variables can be suppressed. Don't worry, we will not sit by and watch. Ju snorted coldly in his heart. These guys were simply letting him test the other party's strength. Ju knew that these people were all afraid of his growth and potential, as well as of his supreme law of extinction. They were afraid that once he reached a certain level, he would be able to block them from improving further. However, what did it matter if he had one more powerful enemy? Ju was confident that he would eventually become the #1 Chaos Supreme Realm expert. A chariot charged up from the divine world, traversing a star path that seemed to materialize under its wheels. On the chariot sat a majestic existence that could not be looked at directly. Even the Chaos Supreme Realm experts could sense the majesty and might of that mysterious Chaos Supreme Realm expert. Although his face could not be seen clearly, he looked like a god that had descended from the heavens. At this moment, they were all shocked, including the 4 experts who had just broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. Was this that mysterious senior? He was too majestic and imposing. Compared to the other Chaos Supreme Realm experts, the difference was like night and day. Furthermore, were those the 4 divine beasts? It was no wonder the 4 divine beasts had disappeared. It turned out that they had submitted to such a terrifying existence. Then, they looked at the people on the star path. Were those not the most outstanding cultivators on the Heavenly Deo arena earlier? So this senior was the one who trained them? No wonder they were so freakish and managed to defeat their avatars. When Chu Xian appeared, countless experts who were paying attention to the Heavenly Deo were shocked. The 3 ancestors could not help but also emerge from their hiding places in shock, as did many other ancient chaos gods. What kind of terrifying existence was this? This person was so majestic that they could not even look at him directly. Chu Xian was very happy. The star path spread toward the chaos, and as the chariot traversed the star path, the divine might ancient form exuded supreme majesty. He was looking down upon the other Chaos Supreme experts from above. Excluding the 4 experts who had just broken through, there were a total of 7 Chaos Supreme experts, which was not a large number. Chu Xian guessed that it had something to do with the path to the Chaos Supreme Realm being blocked. He looked at the chaos. This was Chu Xian's first time observing chaos from outside the Heavenly Deo. It was as if he could see the entire expanse of the chaos in his field of vision. However, it was only an illusion. Even with his strength as a Chaos Supreme Realm, he could not see the edges of the chaos from here. His gaze looked into the distance. There was a terrifying chaos abyss with old laws of the chaos entwined around it. Furthermore, there seemed to be something hidden beneath the abyss. He saw 2 other smaller abysses, which were not surrounded by the power of the old laws. Rather, there was a suppressive power that clearly contained the supreme law of extinction. There were actually 2 Chaos Supreme experts who were suppressed there. As for the person who suppressed them, it was obviously Ju. This person was really not a good person. He was also extremely powerful due to the overbearing power of his supreme law of extinction. Ju's eyes flashed with cold light as he said, "In the chaos, there is no Chaos Supreme Realm expert like you. Where did you come from? You have changed the great Deo of the 9 zones and disrupted the order of the chaos. You must provide an explanation for your actions." Chu Xian looked down at him. "You blocked the path of all living beings to the Chaos Supreme Realm and weakened the growth of chaos. What punishment do you deserve? Today, I will remove you on behalf of all of the living beings in the chaos." Ju's aura burst forth. The chaos trembled, and layers of space shattered. In an instant, the supreme primal chaos space was revealed. The supreme laws wrapped around the surroundings, protecting the supreme primal chaos space. The experts of the chaos all fled and left this place. It was a battle between Chaos Supreme Realm experts. Even a small shockwave was enough to turn them into ashes. I have suppressed more than one Chaos Supreme Realm expert ever since I broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. I'm afraid another one will be added to that number today. Chu Xian's appearance was shocking, but Zhu felt that it was just a flashy show of power and that there was no reason to be afraid. Giant Chaos God and the others also released their auras and locked onto Zhu. This was their hated enemy. You have just broken through and have not stabilized your cultivation yet. Don't get involved, an ancient voice rang out. An aura suppressed the 4 experts. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, but he was not in a hurry to attack. He looked at the other 6 Chaos Supreme Realm experts. What are your thoughts? He was considering whether he should kill all 6 of them if they attacked. After that, he would release the 2 that had been suppressed. Then, all of the Supreme Realm experts in the chaos would be indebted to him and would listen to his instructions. In a sense, he would have unified the chaos. You have to give us an explanation. Why did the Heavenly Dao come about? What are your intentions? A Chaos Supreme Realm said. Explanation? Are you even worthy? Chu Xian laughed in disdain. He stood up and alighted the chariot onto the star path. His unparalleled majestic figure almost made him seem like the master of this chaos. At a certain moment, the heart of that Chaos Supreme Realm expert trembled slightly. His expression changed slightly. The words he was about to say were immediately swallowed back. The aura on his body was also slightly restrained. Without saying a word, he backed away a little. His movements were concealed. The rest of the Chaos Supreme Realm experts' attention was focused on Chu Xian, so they did not notice this. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. This was getting interesting. Was that an ancient Chaos Supreme Realm expert? He actually noticed that something was wrong and immediately backed out to avoid being caught up in the forthcoming. This person's sense of danger must be extraordinary. It was likely that he had relied on this ability to avoid danger time and time again before finally ascending to the Chaos Supreme Realm. I won't kill this one. He decided that it would be boring if all of the Chaos Supreme Realm experts in the entire chaos were his people. There always had to be some competition. As for the other 5, it would depend on whether they could figure out the situation in time. That being said, Zhu had to be killed. Otherwise, once Chu Xian transcended the chaos, this person would definitely repeat his actions again and block the path to the Chaos Supreme Realm, which would threaten the growth of the Heavenly Dao. Arrogant! Zhu said angrily. The other 5 Chaos Supreme Realm experts were also furious. They were not worthy. They were all Chaos Supreme experts and the mightiest beings in the chaos, yet this person had judged them to be unworthy. How could they bear to be looked down upon like this? In an instant, 5 auras surged and locked onto Chu Xian. It looked like they would attack at any moment. Giant Chaos God and the other 3 immediately roared and exploded with their own auras after being released from the aura from that ancient Chaos Supreme Realm expert that had backed off. Each of them locked onto one person. It should not be a problem for them to buy some time. Then, the remaining ancient Chaos Supreme Realm expert suddenly retracted his aura and turned to suppress the 4 experts. Juniors, don't interfere. At the same time, he retreated a little. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. This old man was cunning as well. It was no wonder they had lived such long lives. Chu Xian could tell that these 2 old men had long lost their drive. Back then, when they broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, it was probably because of some opportunities and fortunes. Of the 7 Chaos Supreme Realm experts, Zhu had the most potential and ambition. The 2 old men seemed to be slightly stronger, but that was the end of it. Zhu would definitely catch up eventually. The other 4 were not as ambitious as Zhu, but they at least still had the drive to push forward. Arrogant! Chu Xian chuckled. I've always kept a low profile and have never been arrogant. He looked at Zhu and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Bow your head and become my charioteer. You dare to insult me? Zhu was furious. Die! Layers of chaotic space crumbled, and the star path trembled, slowly collapsing inch by inch. The supreme laws appeared, unceasingly maintaining the supreme primal chaos space. At this moment, the heavenly Dao was affected by the surging aura and also shuddered. Countless experts were shocked. Was this the power of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert? Even the 4 experts felt pressured. The difference was too great. They had just broken through to Chaos Supreme Realm, and had yet to master the use of supreme power. It was true that it was almost impossible to kill them now that they were Chaos Supreme Realm experts. However, Ju could definitely suppress them. Without Senior's help, even if they had broken through, they would still be suppressed in the end. Ju attacked in anger, displaying his terrifying power. Please visit panda1.com. It was as if the chaos was about to be reduced to nothingness. The expressions of the experts who were watching all changed greatly. They felt as if their divine souls were about to be torn apart. As for Su Xianer, Chu Yun, and Chu Xian's disciples, they were shielded from Ju's terrifying aura. However, they could see its effects, as spatial cracks appeared everywhere, and even the chaos itself seemed to tremble. It was too terrifying. Was this how powerful Chaos Supreme Realm experts were? However, when they saw Chu Xian's unfathomable figure standing on the star path, unfazed, they remembered that despite what was going on, they were safe. They heaved a collective sigh of relief. Humph! Chu Xian snorted. Then, a mysterious power descended upon the chaos, completely shattering Ju's aura, as it was as fragile as paper. Every living being in the chaos heard that snort, and could sense that mysterious power. At this moment, they all felt like ants, and could only marvel at Chu Xian's power. Chu Xian's eyes shone with divine light, as he took a step forward. He looked like a god looking down upon mere mortals. Since you're seeking your own death, I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Xian's majestic voice resounded. He raised a hand and pressed it down upon Ju. Ju's expression changed. The other party was unexpectedly powerful. Attack! He turned around and looked at the other 6 Chaos Supreme Realm experts. He roused his supreme power to its limits and went all out, unleashing a tremendous attack toward Chu Xian's descending palm. The 2 ancient Chaos Supreme Realm experts retreated even further away silently. The other 4 were shocked, hesitating about whether they should attack. Boom! Chu Xian's terrifying palm was surrounded by the supreme laws. His supreme power was beyond imagination. Ju's supreme power paled in comparison. P alpha D alpha nu boom! Ju's supreme power crumbled inch by inch. He roared, but he could not escape his fate. As the palm pressed down, the expressions of the 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts who were hesitating changed again. Ju could not even withstand a single blow and was suppressed just like that. How could this mysterious Chaos Supreme Realm expert be so powerful? Could it be that he existed before the chaos, and was an extremely ancient existence? Then, something terrifying happened. The 9 supreme laws appeared, and a portion of one of the laws separated itself from the group. Then, it shattered. At this moment, Ju shrieked in pain and his body turned into nothingness. His supreme law of extinction also began to crack apart at this moment, fusing into the supreme primal chaos space. Boom! The chaos began to shake. Everyone could vaguely hear a sorrowful cry that resounded throughout the chaos. Chapter 705 Ju's Death. The sorrowful cry grew louder and louder. All of the living beings in the chaos could hear it, and could feel the slight trembling of the chaos. The sorrowful cry and a cold wind gently swept through the entire chaos. Confusion filled the minds of the living beings of the chaos. What was going on? What was that sorrowful cry and cold wind? Those who had transcended the world creator realm were shocked, as an indescribable feeling filled their hearts. They realized that something terrible had happened in the chaos. The experts watching what was going on around the heavenly Dao all tensed up and held their breaths, not daring to make a single sound. Their hearts were trembling. Their divine souls were trembling. It was too terrifying. A Chaos Supreme Realm expert had fallen. It was rumored that a Chaos Supreme Realm expert, who had never been defeated, had fallen today. Were Chaos Supreme Realm experts not supposed to be immortal? Furthermore, he was killed by a terrifying existence with a single palm strike. The 4 experts were also drenched in cold sweat. Ju's death had been a huge blow to them. They realized that even as Chaos Supreme Realm, they could still die. However, they were also relieved. Their breakthrough was all thanks to this senior, so they could be considered his followers. From now on, they had an incomparably powerful backer. The other 6 Chaos Supreme Realm experts were terrified. This was the first time they had felt fear ever since they broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. A Chaos Supreme Realm expert had actually fallen. Furthermore, Ju was the one of the strongest among them, and would have eventually surpassed all of them. However, he had been killed in a single blow. How could a Chaos Supreme Realm expert die? They were connected to the Supreme Laws. The Supreme Laws of the Chaos only appeared for a moment before a portion of its laws broke. However, it did not take long for it to restore itself after Ju died. Honestly, if Ju had been killed after a bitter and brutal battle, they would not have been so frightened. They would definitely have rushed forward immediately and suppressed and sealed this fellow who had the ability to kill Chaos Supreme Realm experts. Furthermore, they would guard the seal at all times to prevent any accidents. They did not dare to move. What had happened to Ju could befall them in an instant as well. It had happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react or make a move. In a sense, this was a blessing. Otherwise, they would have offended this mysterious expert. That being said, although they had not attacked, they were also involved in the schemes against the heavenly Dao. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. They were all racking their brains on how they could escape this calamity. Su Xian'er and the others looked at Chu Xian with admiration. Such a terrifying expert had been killed with a single attack. As expected, Master is invincible, Ding Yu said in shock. The sorrowful cry and cold wind lasted for half an hour before disappearing. The chaos then returned to its peaceful state. However, the experts did not share that same peace, and were unable to calm down. Many ancient chaos gods were filled with indescribable emotions. They remembered that there had once been a similar sorrowful cry and cold wind in the past. Furthermore, it was even louder and lasted longer than this time. Back then, they did not know what this phenomenon had meant. P Alpha D Alpha knew, however, today, they had personally witnessed the fall of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert, and understood what that phenomenon back then meant. Furthermore, the severity of the phenomenon back then could only mean that the Chaos Supreme Realm expert who had fallen back then was much more powerful than Ju. How did someone like that die? Please visit panda1.com. Could it be that he was also killed by this terrifying existence? Chu Xian looked at the other 6. The 2 old men had already retreated further away, clearly expressing their stance to not participate in this matter. The corners of his mouth twitched. These 2 really knew how to judge the situation. When they saw Chu Xian's gaze, the 2 old men immediately became nervous. "My lord, I have nothing to do with Ju. I tried to persuade him, but he was too strong. I couldn't do anything. My lord killed Ju and maintained the order of the chaos. I am in full support of your actions." One of them quickly expressed his stances, going so far as to call him lord. They were clearly willing to become his pawns and subordinates. "My lord, I've never been on good terms with Ju, and have always been critical of his actions. Thankfully, you have upheld justice for the living beings of the chaos today by killing him. My lord is truly righteous." The other old man quickly followed suit. The other 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts looked at the 2 old men in disbelief. Before this, the 2 of them had always maintained an air of superiority as seniors, and they had not dared to offend these 2 ancient Chaos Supreme Realm experts. Even Giant Chaos God and the other 3 were stunned by their words. How shameless and thick-skinned! Chu Xian's eyes passed over the 2 old men. The 2 old men heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were spared. Dignity could be lost, but not one's life. Chu Xian looked at the remaining 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts, who trembled nervously. However, they could not bring themselves to be as shameless as the old men. After a long while, one of them said, "This matter is our fault. How does Senior wish to punish us? Where did you go wrong?" Chu Xian's voice was emotionless. "We shouldn't have interfered with the Heavenly Dao," the Chaos Supreme Realm expert replied nervously. Resist? It was useless even if he risked his life. As for groveling like those old men, he could not do it either. After all, he still wanted to protect his dignity. What else? There was more? The 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts looked at each other. Other than interfering with the Heavenly Dao and coveting it, what else had they done wrong? After a long while, another Chaos Supreme Realm said, "We shouldn't have allowed Zhu to mess with the order of the chaos." Chu Xian did not comment. He looked at the 4 of them and remained silent for a long time. The 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts felt as if a huge rock was weighing down on their hearts. The pressure was mounting with every passing moment. They wondered how this terrifying existence would deal with them, and felt despair. They were Chaos Supreme Realm experts, yet were still unable to control their own fates, like ants. "Since you know that you've done wrong, how should you be punished?" Finally, Chu Xian spoke. How should they be punished? The 4 of them looked at each other. At that moment, they did not know how to answer Chu Xian. Who would be willing to die after cultivating to their level? Chu Xian's gaze gradually turned sharp, seemingly indicating impatience. Chapter 706 Punishment. The hearts of the 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts trembled, and they broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, one of them had a flash of inspiration. He bowed and said, "Senior, we are the later generation of Chaos Supreme Realm experts. Those 2 are our seniors. Compared to them, we don't know much about the order of the chaos. Their understanding of chaos and order is far beyond our level. Since we've made a mistake, we naturally have to be punished. The 4 of us are lacking and don't know what kind of punishment we should receive. I think we should ask the 2 seniors how we should be punished." The 2 old men cursed inwardly. ****, you actually dragged us into this. That makes sense, Chu Xian nodded. He looked at the 2 old men. "What do you 2 say?" The 2 old men looked at each other with heavy expressions. If they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. One of them carefully said, "My lord, we have indeed made a mistake, which disrupted the order of the chaos. Naturally, we have to accept our punishment for this, and will do whatever you say without complaint." The old man knew what needed to be said. Chu Xian was in a good mood and looked at the 2 old men with satisfaction. People who could read the room and adapt accordingly would definitely be very efficient in doing things on his behalf in the future. As for the other 4, they were slightly lacking. Since that's the case, from today onward, the 2 of you will be responsible for maintaining the order of the chaos so that the geniuses can grow without being suppressed and the chaos will prosper. This was not really a punishment. Of course, he could be considered one as they would have to manage things on his behalf. "Yes, my lord." The 2 old men heaved a sigh of relief and quickly replied affirmatively. Chu Xian's eyes turned to the other 4 Chaos Supreme Realm experts, who could barely restrain their nervousness. "The 4 of you will reflect on your mistakes in seclusion for 1,000,000,000 years." The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. This punishment could be treated as an extended closed-door cultivation session. Without waiting for them to reply, Chu Xian continued, "In addition, I'll strip half of your supreme powers and inject it into the Heavenly Dao as punishment." Their expressions changed. This punishment was too much. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, what could they do? "Are you unsatisfied?" Chu Xian's majestic voice resounded. "No." The 4 of them hurriedly replied. Resistance would probably be met with death, which was a far worse alternative. "Do you want me to do it?" or will you do it yourselves? We won't trouble Senior regarding this matter. We'll do it ourselves. They hurriedly took action themselves and extracted half of their supreme powers and threw it into the heavenly Dao. They were worried that if Chu Xian was the one to act, it would not be half of their supreme power that was stripped away, but all of it. Please visit panda1.com. It was wiser to do it themselves. In any case, a temporary drop in strength was far better than the alternative. By the time they were done with their 1 billion-year seclusion, they would probably have already recovered their strength. Senior, do you have any other instructions? If not, we'll return and reflect on our mistakes. Go ahead. Chu Xian waved his hand. Yes. The four of them left in a hurry and returned to the supreme primal chaos space to cultivate in seclusion. It was too terrifying. They were finally safe, and had survived a trip into the depths of hell. Greetings, my lord. Giant Chaos God and the other three hurriedly bowed reverentially. Were it not for this powerful senior, they would never have been able to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. Chu Xian glanced at the four and said, cultivate well and strengthen yourselves. If you're willing, you can spare some time to maintain the order of the Heavenly Dao and its development. Yes, my lord. The four of them hurriedly agreed. In fact, even without Chu Xian's instructions, they would also protect the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao changed again, and expanded to the point where it enveloped the ancient chaos world. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu, M, the supreme power of the four Chaos Supreme experts had nourished and strengthened the Heavenly Dao, and it once again entered a period of rapid improvement. Within the Heavenly Dao, Qin was overjoyed. He had become stronger. He felt that his current strength was no weaker than the demon ancestors. Chu Xian looked at the two old men. Go do what you need to do. Yes, my lord. The two old men heaved a sigh of relief and instantly disappeared from where they were. Giant Chaos God and the other three also left one after another and entered the supreme primal chaos space to familiarize themselves with their supreme powers. However, they stuck together so that they would be able to help each other. All four of them had avatars in the Heavenly Dao, so they could detect any abnormalities there almost instantly and act accordingly. Chu Xian returned to the Four Spirits Stars chariot, and the star path disappeared into the chaos. His voice reverberated in the chaos. All living beings below that 100,000 mile mark can enter the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao was officially open to the public. Of course, it also limited the strength of those who could enter. With Qin and Feng Ying, the two divine beings of the Heavenly Dao, the order of the Heavenly Dao would not be disrupted from within. The only threats were from outside the Heavenly Dao. In the future, the Heavenly Dao would definitely be the center of the chaos, and a holy land in the hearts of all living beings. Chapter 707 Chu Kai Oluo, Part 1. In fact, if it continued to grow, the Heavenly Dao would eventually replace the chaos. At that time, how powerful would the Heavenly Dao be? Chu Xian returned to the small courtyard. He looked at Ding Yu and the other disciples. You've all finished your discipleship under me. If you feel that it's time for you to venture into the chaos, then do so. Your future path will be up to you. If you have any doubts, you can contact me through the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, Ding Yu and the others were extremely excited. Their master was too powerful. Yes, master. Chu Xian nodded and waved his hand and allowed them to leave. 13th brother, are you leaving? Chu Yun asked. The chaos is so big, so I also want to take a look, Chu Xian smiled. Yuner, you can come with me. Chu Yun shook her head. It's fine. I have to continue teaching the humans in the new world. I still have to protect the Chu family as well. After all, Grandpa really loves me. Chu Xian nodded. He was not surprised by Chu Yun's choice. He raised his hand and pointed, transmitting a stream of fate energy into Chu Yun, giving her the same level of authority within the Heavenly Dao as Qin and Feng Ying did. In essence, Chu Yun was also now a divine being of the heavenly Dao, but without the responsibilities. Furthermore, the southern region where the Chu family was located had become a unique small area. People from the outside world were unable to enter. That being said, there were no restrictions on leaving the southern region. Chu Xian suddenly thought of Chu Tianming and chuckled. Chu Tianming had already broken through to the heaven realm, and felt that there was no one who could oppose him in the southern region, which made him somewhat smug and arrogant. He then left the southern region to fight someone, and was promptly defeated. He had just returned to the Chu family's ancestral residence a few days ago and was sulking like a child. Then, Chu Xian thought about his father and mother. There were no traces of them in the 9 zones. It was as if they had never existed in this world. Did he really die in an unknown mystic realm without a trace? Even though Chu Xian was the master of the heavenly Dao, he still could not find any traces of his parents. It was as if these two were not living beings of the 9 zones to begin with. Something was very wrong. Why was this so? He looked at Chu. Could it be that his father had something to do with Chu? However, if there really was a connection with Chu Xian's current strength, he should have been able to see it. Chu Xian felt that he should ask Chu Tianming about his parents. He glanced at Su Xianer, who promptly said, "Of course I'll follow you. I'm your maidservant." Chu Xian nodded. Then, he released the 4 spirit stars chariots and placed the 4 divine beasts into the pocket dimension to give them a level of freedom. Moreover, Chu Xian also felt that the 4 divine beasts were too weak. At the very least, they had to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. The 4 divine beasts were all creatures blessed by fate. With Chu Xian's guidance, it would not be difficult for them to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. The current pocket dimension was completely different, and the origin Great Dao had grown significantly. It was not any weaker than the heavenly Dao. Chu Yun left and returned to the new world to continue teaching the new humans. Su Xianer, on the other hand, stayed with him. Chu Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he chose to receive the remaining 100-year milestone reward, the Creation Chaos Scripture. Currently, the system was in the process of updating and restarting. He did not know when the process would be completed, but in the meantime, Chu Xian was free and unrestricted. He could use this time to explore the chaos and perhaps find a new base of operations if the system wanted him to remain in one place again after it updated. The growth of the heavenly Dao was already on the right track. With Chaos Supreme Realm experts protecting it, it was unlikely that anything could threaten it. Moreover, the heavenly Dao talisman was in his possession. Even if there was a problem with the heavenly Dao, he could still intervene immediately. After he received the Creation Chaos Scripture, a large amount of insights filled his mind. The Creation Chaos Scripture was very special. There was no specific cultivation method, only insights regarding creation. How to create chaos, the Great Dao, and living beings. Chu Xian then entered a state of enlightenment. When he was comprehending, his entire being seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as if he did not exist in the current timeline. Su Xianer entered the pocket dimension and began her daily cultivation and preparation of food. She was determined to be a good maidservant. Please visit palpha1.com. A long time passed before Chu Xian finally woke up from his state of enlightenment. When he did, he discovered that the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in his body had more than doubled in size. The supreme laws within his body had also grown a great deal. P-alpha and D-alpha no 10 his strength had increased greatly again. Those 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation had formed their own chaos, and even their own great Dao within his body, which had surpassed the great Dao of the 9 zones and the heavenly Dao. Chu Xian was enlightened. This might be the true great Dao. Although the great Dao of the 9 zones was called a great Dao, it actually had its limitations. Were the supreme laws of the chaos actually a form of the great Dao? Chu Xian believed that it was so. Chu Xian then thought of his 3,000 chaos bodies of creation and the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation. Would there eventually be 3,000 chaoses in his body? What was beyond the chaos? To understand the situation outside the chaos, one had to transcend the chaos. Chu Xian let out a sigh. He still had a long way to go before he could do that, even if he now had a cultivation method that would allow him to transcend the chaos. Chu Xian looked at the system. It was still in the process of updating and restarting. He looked at the time and realized that it had been 3 years since he had begun his state of enlightenment. It was time to leave the divine world. He would go to the chaos to travel and explore. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xian retrieved the pocket dimension and disconnected it from the divine world. As for the nether world, the Buddhist world, and the monster world, these would remain in the divine world and heavenly Dao. When Su Xianer left the pocket dimension, her face was filled with joy. "Sir, are we leaving?" She was very excited that she could finally explore the chaos. In a bit. Before he left, Chu Xian had one more thing to deal with, which was regarding the matter of his parents. He stepped forward, and his figure disappeared. Moments later, he appeared outside Chu Tianming's cultivation room. After this old man lost, he had entered a period of bitter cultivation to get stronger to get revenge. Chu Xian felt that it was fine as long as the old man was happy. He did not barge in directly, for fear of scaring the old man. He knocked on the door. "I've already said that other than Yuner, no one else is to bother me." Chu Tianming's furious voice came from the cultivation room. Chu Xian was speechless. In the entire Chu family, Chu Yun was the only exception when it came to Chu Tianming's anger and behavior. The other members of the Chu family were already used to this. "It's Chu Xian." The voice on the other side fell silent. After a while, the door opened. "You're finally willing to leave the small courtyard." Chu Tianming snorted. Chu Xian strode in and looked at his grandpa. His hair was a mess, and he was obviously scratching his head in frustration. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Chu Tianming sighed and his tone softened. Perhaps he was missing his genius third son, Chu Kaioluo, again. "I want to ask about my father. Is there anything special regarding his situation?" Chu Xian asked. Chu Tianming looked at him in confusion. Even though he was a heaven realm expert, this grandson of his still seemed as weak as ever. It did however seem like he had broken through a major realm, which was probably due to Yuner's efforts. There was a moment of silence. "It's time to tell you something," Chu Tianming finally spoke. "Before your father was born, your grandmother told me that she dreamed of a purple light that fell from the chaos." Chu Xian listened quietly. "Kaioluo was born in a secret place, and I was the only other person present there. At that time, we heard a sound from the Great Dao, and the purple light filled the surroundings." Chu Xian listened quietly. Chu Tianming looked at him and said with some anger, "Do you think that I'm making things up? After all, Chu Kaioluo's birth was too bizarre. No one would believe it. How could that be?" "I definitely believe you," Chu Xian said solemnly. He began to wonder if his father was the reincarnation of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. However, that did not seem right either. How could the reincarnation of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert enter the mortal body? They would all choose to reincarnate in a similar manner as the Lord of Chaos. Chapter 708 Chu Kaioluo, Part 2. Chu Tianming stared at Chu Xian for a long time, trying to confirm if the latter was being serious. "I only figured out that it was the sound of the Great Dao after I broke through to the heaven realm," he continued. Chu Xian nodded. Chu Tianming had not been particularly powerful when Chu Kaioluo was born, so he naturally would not recognize the sound of the Great Dao. "When your father was born, there were many strange phenomena and the sound of the Great Dao, but..." Chu Tianming hesitated for a moment before he continued, "I believed that it was a good thing, and was overjoyed. I was convinced that the Chu family would rise under Kaioluo's leadership. However, back then, there were some special circumstances that caused your grandmother to pass away within a few years of his birth. It's all my fault for being too weak back then. I didn't even know what happened, Chu Tianming sighed. Your father is a genius. In fact, he had already reached the Void Realm when he was 3 years old. Thanks to Kai Luo's existence, the Chu family suppressed the younger generation of the Qin Empire, and he even became a famous genius within the southern region. However, once he reached the Void Realm at the age of 3, his cultivation had stopped advancing. Actually, I think that Kai Luo had already surpassed the Void Realm, but did not want to display it openly. I had high hopes for your father, but I also knew that the Qin Empire, and even the southern region, would not be able to hold him back, and that he would leave for greater things one day. I just wanted Kai Luo to leave a son or a daughter behind before he left, so that that child could continue to lead the Chu family to prosperity. Chu Tianming suddenly became angry as he spoke. But I never expected that your mother, a wild woman from God knows where, would capture Kai Luo's heart and give birth to you. Chu Xian understood. If she had not given birth to such a useless child, Chu Tianming would not have been so angry with his mother, and he would not have constantly borne the brunt of his grandfather's anger. Chu Tianming probably thought that his mother had ruined his father's monstrous bloodline. So, my father is probably not dead. I don't know, Chu Tianming replied dejectedly. Chu Xian's eyes glowed as he looked at Chu Tianming. He could vaguely sense a special Dao aura in Chu Tianming's soul. It was obvious that Chu Tianming did not cultivate it himself. It had to have been left to him by his father. Was it to repay the kindness of raising him? Chu Xian was silent for a moment. This father of his was actually quite mysterious. Of course, his mother was not much different. There was a special Dao aura in Chu Tianming's soul that even Chu Xian could not probe the origins of, despite being a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. This was a testament to how extraordinary it was. You want to look for your father? Chu Tianming looked at Chu Xian and sneered. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu don't even think about it, kid. With your strength, you'll just die out there in no time at all. I don't expect you to be successful anymore, he said with a sigh. You'd better stay in the Chu family's territory. I'll arrange a marriage for you one day so that Kai Luo's bloodline can be continued. Chu Xian glanced at the old man and did not bother to say anything. Please visit p-alpha-1.com. However, it was clear that Chu Tianming really doted on his father. It was also evident that this father of his was rather mysterious. He was not in the 9 zones, and perhaps not even in the chaos. Had he transcended the chaos? How could that be possible? Chu Xian was in disbelief. From Chu Tianming's description, he could tell that Chu Kai Luo's birth was unusual. However, Chu Tianming was too weak back then, so he had no idea what had happened. Chu Xian did not delve into his father's background. He just felt that something was off and was curious. He did not even know if he would be able to see his father again. In any case, Chu Xian did not take the old man's words to heart. Old man, it's better for you to continue your closed-door cultivation. I won't disturb you any longer. Chu Xian turned around and left. Chu Tianming looked at his back as he left, his expression complicated. In the end, he sighed. Kai Luo. As his own strength increased and he comprehended more things, Chu Tianming naturally understood that Chu Kai Luo's background was extraordinary. He took out a jade talisman. Protect Chu Xian, he instructed. Yes. No matter what, Chu Xian was Chu Kai Luo's only son. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Back then, he was too annoyed and frustrated, so he expelled Chu Xian. It was not that he did not care about his grandson. Chu Xian returned to the small courtyard. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with Su Xianer. In the boundless chaos, Chu Xian took his time to wander about. Su Xianer was excited as she followed Chu Xian. After coming to the chaos, Chu Xian did not show off and kept a low profile as usual. He saw many living beings of the chaos heading toward the heavenly Dao, probably to enter the heavenly Dao. Not long after Chu Xian left, Chu Tianming received the news that Chu Xian had disappeared. He suddenly felt a sense of loss as he sat in the cultivation room in silence for a long time. After a long while, he sent a message with a hoarse voice: "No one is allowed to get close to the small courtyard, and no one is allowed to touch a single blade of grass or tree inside." Of course, that did not include Chu Yun. In the heaven realm, Ding Yu and the others gathered together. It's time to leave this world and explore the chaos. Chapter 709. Moving forward. Master has already left, He Yu said. I must become a Chaos Supreme Realm expert, Qian Ming said firmly. Senior brother, can't you be a little more ambitious? What's the big deal about becoming a Chaos Supreme Realm expert? Master killed one with a single blow. My goal is to surpass the Chaos Supreme Realm, Chu Yi said. Right. We should surpass the Chaos Supreme Realm. Qian Ming nodded. Don't get carried away. Let's talk about it after we transcend the World Creator Realm, Xiao Yang said in an annoyed tone. Amitabha. It's not difficult to transcend the World Creator Realm, Demon Buddha put his palms together and said. I don't even need to create a world, Hu Tianya said with a smug expression. Qin Ying, Ren Changhe, and Du Yuan, who were standing by the side, felt that they were in the wrong place. These personal disciples were too monstrous. If I hadn't met Master, I probably would never have known that the chaos existed beyond the 9 zones, and that the chaos contained countless worlds and realms. These must be the myriad realms that Master was talking about, Ren Changhe said with a sigh. I think the myriad realms that Master mentioned might be outside of the chaos, He Yu said. Ren Changhe was stunned. He felt that the myriad realms that Chu Xian had mentioned were not outside the chaos, but outside the world. It's because Master was afraid that you wouldn't be able to bear it if he spoke the truth. That's why he only spoke so vaguely about it, Ding Yu said with a smile. Ren Changhe came to a realization. So it was like this. Where did that King Slayer guy go? Wang Luo asked as he looked around. I'm here, King Slayer shouted as he rushed over. Feng Kong was beside him. Since everyone is here, let's go, Ding Yu waved his hand and said. Take care of yourselves in the chaos. We'll meet again in a million years. All right, see you in a million years. The group left the heavenly Dao and arrived in the chaos. They all split up and went to explore the chaos. Hong Yuanchu's sighed. He did not leave. He was too weak. Moreover, the human race needed to have some experts present in the divine world. Somewhere in the heaven realm, Chu stood up, and Xian, Shuilian, and Xi followed beside him. Ancestor Qin, I'm going to leave, Chu said. Qin nodded. We'll meet again if we're fated to. Perhaps we'll meet again after I break through to the Chaos Supreme Chaos Realm. Ji also cupped his hands and left. The human race's future development will depend on the human race itself. It's time for me to find my own path of cultivation. After Xia cupped his fists, he also left. Yun has been reborn. Do you want to go and see her? Qin asked Mei. Mei fell silent. Yun was her sister, but she was no longer the same person as before. In the end, Yun was no longer in this world. However, she has a new life. The past is the past, Qin continued. Then, can I accompany Qian? Mei asked hesitantly. You can, but you must seal your strength. Then I'm willing to accompany Qian. Mei nodded. With a wave of her hand, she sealed her strength, limiting it to the 100,000 mile mark. Then, Qin waved his hand and sent her away. The Wu person you mentioned has been resurrected, and he has received a great opportunity, Qin continued. That's great. Please send my regards to Wu, Chu said with cupped hands. I won't meet him. I'm a divine being of the heavenly Dao, and have to maintain my distance. I'll say hello to Wu on your behalf, Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Thank you. Chu laughed. Ji's avatar was in charge of the reincarnation cycle. With a wave of his hand, Qin sent the three of them away from the divine world and out into the chaos. He still had to return and make arrangements for the human race's Dayuan realm cultivators. Qin then briefly stood still, and suddenly laughed. Perhaps, this was the best ending for him. Back then, he had planned for a long time in order to control the great Dao of the 9 zones. He had wanted to rely on this to reach a higher level. Now, he had become a divine being of the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao was not destroyed, he would not die. Please visit palpha1.com. Furthermore, the potential of the heavenly Dao was boundless, so he would eventually be able to reach the Chaos Supreme Realm. His figure dispersed and returned to the heavenly Dao. It was his duty to maintain the order of the heavenly Dao. As for the heavenly spirit cat, the spirit-devouring flower, and the sky-shaking golden rock, they were all creatures of the heavenly Dao, but would not interfere with the heavenly Dao or his responsibilities. Perhaps, they would only take action when the heavenly Dao was truly facing a crisis. However, would the heavenly Dao still face a crisis at this point? It was very unlikely. Furthermore, he was not the only divine being of the heavenly Dao, there was also Feng Ying, who had once been an ancient chaos god. Qin appeared in front of a large tortoise and chatted with it. However, this large tortoise liked to sleep. Then, his consciousness arrived at the river of time, where Huanglong was. After the heavenly Dao grew stronger, so did Huanglong. To some extent, Huanglong already possessed the power of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. Qin chatted with him and told him about his adventures in the chaos. As expected, Huanglong was very interested. At the same time, in the chaos, ancient god Pan Mang was exploring the chaos. He was Huanglong's pawn and was playing about in the chaos on behalf of Huanglong. Every time Qin spoke of a new event in the chaos, ancient god Pan Mang would excitedly run over to witness it. In terms of status, Huanglong definitely occupied the highest position in the entire heavenly Dao. Therefore, it was a wise choice to build a good relationship with Huanglong. Qin inwardly looked down on Feng Ying. He was a blockhead who only knew how to maintain the order of the heavenly Dao. Feng Ying had been neighbors with his incarnation for a long time, and they were old acquaintances, but the former still maintained his muddle-headed ways. With the opening of the heavenly Dao, quite a few living beings from the chaos had come to the heavenly Dao. Many forces also wanted to pass down their own legacies within the heavenly Dao. Anyone with eyes could all see that the heavenly Dao would become the center of chaos, and that it had endless potential. Many experts entered, so it was inevitable that fights would break out. The experts from the ancient chaos world who had originally left returned one after another. After all, the ancient chaos world had already been incorporated into the heavenly Dao. They naturally saw the ancient chaos world as their own territory, and fought several battles with the forces from the chaos. Qin and Feng Ying did not interfere. As long as it did not affect the heavenly Dao or cause any of the races to be exterminated, they would not interfere. In the new world, in a human city, a 3-year-old boy was holding a bead in his hand. The bead seemed to contain endless malice. One could vaguely sense a ferocious and terrifying figure inside the bead. However, the little boy was not afraid at all. Instead, he poked the figure in the bead with his finger. Every time he poked the bead, he would hear a faint scream and angry roar from it. For some reason, every time the little boy heard this voice, he would laugh very happily. No matter how bad his mood was, it would become better. Moreover, even though he was only 3 years old, he was already a first-level Dao realm cultivator. A graceful figure walked out of the small courtyard. "Little Qian, it's time to eat." "All right," he said. The boy stood up and ran towards the graceful figure. She smiled very gently and very happily. The boy looked at his beautiful and gentle sister, and then at the burly man who was walking over from a distance. He asked, "Is she really my bride?" Wu's face twitched as he looked at Mei. When Mei glared at him sharply, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, she's your bride." Qian scratched his head and patted the bead with his palm. He muttered, "But I'm only 3 years old. She's already so old." Mo Yao's consciousness let out a series of screams. Why? Why did Qian reincarnate? Furthermore, why was he still being subjected to this torture? Mei hugged him in her arms and smiled like a flower. Her eyes were full of gentleness. "You can't escape me in this life." Wu sighed and turned to leave. What an ill-fated relationship. Forget it, so be it. Perhaps Ancestor Qian would accept it if he regained his memories of his previous life. As for Mo Yao, he had brought endless pain and torture to Qian, so it was time for him to suffer. Mei smiled happily and hugged Qian, kissing his tender face. P alpha and D alpha no 10. He then took out a small needle and handed it to little Qian. "If you use this to poke the bead, the demon inside will scream even louder." Mo Yao's screams indeed became louder after a while. Chapter 710 Touring the Chaos. Chu Xian brought Su Xianer along as he toured the chaos. He saw many forces of the chaos as well as chaotic beings. After passing through many worlds created by experts, some of them were extremely powerful, he came to the conclusion that they were not as complete as the divine world. Many of them were worlds created by ancient chaos gods, and some of them were created and sustained using supreme treasures. A number of the worlds were already ownerless. Their creators had either given up on them, or had died. Some of these worlds were then occupied by other experts or forces, who occasionally managed to obtain the inheritances left behind by the creators of these worlds. Some worlds had not been discovered yet. Chu Xian also explored many chaos abysses. Some were used to deprecate the old laws of the chaos, while others were used to suppress enemies of certain experts. As he toured the chaos, he saw all sorts of things. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The system was still in the process of updating and restarting. Chu Xian even suspected that the system had crashed. As such, it was obviously unrealistic to rely on the system to quickly increase his strength and transcend the chaos. He could only rely on himself. For the rest of the journey, Chu Xian explored the chaos while cultivating. His strength was increasing at every moment. However, he was still a good distance from transcending the chaos. This year, he and Su Xianer arrived at a huge chaos abyss. This chaos abyss was like a huge black hole with a terrifying suction force. Even those who had transcended the world creator realm would be sucked in, unable to escape. Only those who had reached the limits of that realm would be able to escape its clutches, but not without encountering dangers. Su Xianer looked at this terrifying chaos abyss and exclaimed, "This is too terrifying." Chu Xian looked down at the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, he could see a powerful figure being suppressed. Although the power of suppression had gradually weakened after Ju's death, it was still in effect. The person inside clearly wanted to break out of the seal, but it would take them at least 100,000 years to do so. This Chaos Abyss was suppressing an expert who had just broken through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. This person was probably the last person to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm before Ju blocked the path. Unfortunately, he was not lucky, and had been suppressed by Ju. Chu Xian raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A giant hand was condensed from his supreme power, which passed through layers of seals and barriers within the Chaos Abyss, and grabbed that person and yanked him out. The other party was in a daze. Rho Alpha D Alpha N knew it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Then, he was shocked. Please visit P Alpha Alpha 1.com. He had actually been saved? Senior, many thanks for rescuing me. Do your best to maintain the order of the chaos. Ju is no more, Chu Xian said indifferently. Yes, I will definitely heed Senior's words. After being suppressed for countless years, it was easy to imagine how excited he was to be free. Moreover, his enemy, Ju, had already died. He was greatly shocked. Such a powerful Chaos Supreme Realm expert had actually died? Were Chaos Supreme Realm experts not supposed to be immortal? After Chu Xian rescued the person, his figure flashed and disappeared. The Chaos Supreme Realm expert also disappeared and stepped into the Supreme Primal Chaos space. Time passed by quickly. 1,000 years passed, yet the system was still in the processing of updating and restarting. Chu Xian did not continue his tour of the chaos, but instead traveled to a place near the edge of the chaos. Looking from afar, he could see the supreme laws of the chaos. They were constantly rolling, like waves, expanding outwards. Previously, when the system allowed him to see the supreme laws of the chaos, Chu Xian saw two chaoses getting closer and closer, almost touching each other. The clash between chaoses would eventually come. No one knew what was going on inside the other chaos. The fusion of the two chaoses would definitely result in conflicts between the inhabitants of both sides. Moreover, the chaos would collide and fuse with each other, which would definitely cause a tremendous calamity. A large number of the weaker living beings would die. The Chaos Calamity. When Chu Xian looked at the supreme laws, which were constantly expanding outward, some special insights appeared in his mind. At this point, he had already felt an inexplicable resistance pulling him back, and keeping him from leaving the chaos. Only those who had transcended the chaos could break away from it. Weaker Chaos Supreme Realm experts would not even be able to see the edge of the chaos and would be blocked, unable to move forward. Chu Xian was sure that he was the only one in the chaos who could see the edge of the chaos. Back then, the Lord of Chaos had wanted to transcend the chaos, but he had incurred a great tribulation, and failed and died. Chu Xian suspected that the reason why there were so few Chaos Supreme Realm experts in the chaos was most likely due to many having perished like the Lord of Chaos as they attempted to transcend the chaos. Chapter 711 New Era, Part 1. There was a small residence in the chaos, which housed a miniature world. It was floating in the chaos. As the boundaries of the chaos expanded outward, it continued to advance. Chu Xian was used to staying at home, so after touring the chaos, that was exactly what he did again. However, unlike when he had the system, he was now in secluded cultivation, striving to transcend the chaos as soon as possible. P Alpha Alpha No 10 Susiener would often sit at the entrance of the residence, looking at the vast chaos, sinking into an inexplicable state. She could not see the edge of the chaos. However, she could sense that this place was somewhat special. Here, she almost seemed to be able to comprehend the true meaning of the chaos. She often came here to cultivate, and her strength increased by leaps and bounds because of this. Furthermore, if there was anything she did not understand, Chu Xian would also explain it to her. Only she and Chu Xian lived here. Was it boring? Su Xiener did not think so. As long as she stayed by Chu Xian's side, she was very satisfied. This was the first time Chu Xian had truly gone into closed-door cultivation. The chaotic energy of creation in his body continued to surge out. His strength was constantly increasing. The cultivation method to transcend the chaos was truly a wonderful thing. After Chu Xian's departure, the heavenly Dao continued to develop, fueled by the addition of half of the supreme powers of those four punished Chaos Supreme Realm experts. Within a short 1,000 years, 1/3 of the heavenly Dao laws had already encroached into one of the supreme laws. The heavenly Dao had expanded more than 100 times outward into the chaos. The divine world had expanded by more than 10 times. It had truly become the center of the chaos, and many living beings of the chaos continued to flock there. Some defeated and dying forces and cultivators fled to the divine world to avoid their enemies and preserve their legacy. Those who had surpassed the 100,000 mile mark would not be able to enter the heavenly Dao. This made it somewhat of a safe haven. Furthermore, if it was a new race, it would receive special protection from the heavenly Dao when it was on the verge of extinction. This was in order to preserve the diversity of races within the heavenly Dao. It was an era where all of the races coexisted. Furthermore, the divine world was vast and still expanding. Despite the influx of living beings, there was still plenty of room in the divine world. In this era, the human race had displayed great tenacity and drive. Among all the races in the divine world, the human race occupied the most territory and was also the richest. Furthermore, they were the strongest. After them, were the monsters and the Buddhists. The ghost race was not weak either. The new world had already been connected to the divine world, and the living beings there possessed more of the heavenly Tao's fate energy. The heavenly Tao was developing and thriving, constantly expanding. 1,000 years passed. Some of the experts of the chaos who did not know what had happened back then were naturally tempted and attempted to sneak into the heavenly Tao or plot against it. Feng Ying ignored them and simply watched the situation develop. They were destined for failure even if he did not intervene. There was a new person who had transcended the world creator realm who tried to force his way into the heavenly Tao. Qin did not know where the other party got his courage from, but was also not bothered to intervene. That person who had forcefully barged into the heavenly Tao was ultimately punished by the heavenly Tao laws and suppressed within the heavenly Tao, becoming nourishment for the heavenly Tao and its living beings. The suppression would last for 1,000 years. The chaos was very lively. It was as if they had entered a new era. Geniuses appeared in large numbers. The Chaos Supreme Realm experts maintained the order of the chaos and protected the growth of the geniuses of the chaos. In a short 1,000 years, many geniuses had become famous throughout the chaos. Somewhere in the chaos, in front of a huge mountain that was like an unsheathed sword, a Dao path was faintly visible. The Dao path was like a long sword. Please visit palpha1.com. This was the residence of a certain expert of the sword Dao in the chaos. In this chaotic region, he was also very famous. The founder was a sword Dao expert who had transcended the world creator realm. It was rumored that he had killed an ancient chaos god and obtained an opportunity to break through. He could be considered a veteran expert among those who had transcended the world creator realm. On this day, a young man with a long sword in his arms came to the foot of the Sword Mountain. I've heard that the Sword Mountain's Zhujian has extraordinary talent and unparalleled sword Dao. As a fellow genius of the younger generation, I'm here to challenge you. From the Sword Mountain, a sword beam flashed. Sword maniac Ding Yu? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Cut the crap, let's talk with our swords. Ding Yu then attacked. Zhujian was a disciple of the founder, and a world creator realm expert. Despite this, Ding Yu was still not afraid. He was already on the verge of reaching the world creator realm, and needed an impetus to break through. However, he would not create a world. He wanted to walk an entirely different path, just like Ji. Sword beams flashed, and the battle was extremely intense. In an instant, the nearby experts all rushed over to watch the battle. The sword maniac Ding Yu was rumored to be a genius from the heavenly Dao, an invincible existence among his peers. This time, he had actually challenged Zhujian from Sword Mountain, a world creator realm expert, and a genius in his own right. The founder of Sword Mountain watched the battle silently. Ding Yu was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation level was not as high as Zhujian's, he was not at a disadvantage. Instead, his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The expression of the founder of Sword Mountain was cold. Sword Mountain could not lose. However, all of a sudden, an illusory but majestic figure appeared in the vicinity, shocking him. He sat upright and did not dare to move. The shadow of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. It was here to protect the geniuses. No expert was allowed to bully the weak. There was once an expert who tried to kill a genius, but he was killed by the shadow of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. It was an unwritten rule in the chaos that the older generation experts were not allowed to interfere in the battles between geniuses. They could save their own disciples and juniors. But he could not attack the other party. Otherwise, death was certain. This was a rule that was set by the Chaos Supreme Realm experts, so no one dared to disobey it. The battle continued for a day. In the end, Ding Yu broke through to the World Creator realm and defeated Zhu Jian with a single sword strike. After defeating Zhu Jian, Ding Yu turned around and left. Outside a certain realm, a huge white tiger was crouching outside the boundary. "Hey you, come out and fight." There was no response from within the realm. Outside another realm, Xiao Yang wielded his spear and fought 18 geniuses in a row. No one below the World Creator realm could withstand the power of his spear. In the end, it was the master of the realm, a World Creator realm expert, who was forced to fight him. The two sides fought for a day and a night, before Xiao Yang finally nailed the other party to the ground with his spear. Even the master of a realm was defeated. After this battle, Xiao Yang had also stepped into the ranks of World Creator realm experts. Somewhere in the chaos, a terrifying flame furnace was constantly devouring and refining everything. A dangerous land was collapsing continuously. Bits and pieces of it were swept into the furnace and refined into a unique big pill. Wang Luo was panting slightly. "It's still a little too big. I have to continue refining it. I have to make it the size of a normal pill." Terrifying flames filled a certain realm, as Yang Xing's consciousness emerged within the flames. Refining a realm is a little difficult. It will take more than 100 years to refine it into a powerful supreme treasure. He sighed and continued refining. Chapter 712 New Era, Part 2. He Yu had a transcendent aura as she traveled through a chaos abyss. She was holding a person in her palm. It was a rock, which had managed to give birth to a wisp of consciousness. "I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me," Panchi begged. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He Yu's tone was calm, as usual, without any emotional fluctuations. A certain place in the chaos was currently experiencing a calamity. Terrifying bolts of lightning continued to strike the area. Countless living beings howled miserably as they scattered in all directions. Most of them were turned to dust by the lightning. The owner of the place was extremely pale. He watched as the youth left the place calmly. The lightning bolts seemed to avoid him. He wanted to attack and kill this young man. However, his spirit was shaken. A powerful bolt of lightning had already locked onto him and was about to descend the very next moment. His heart was filled with regret. He should not have ended up like this because of his greed. Recalling the words of that youth, he felt even more terrified. "You dare to covet my treasure? Don't you know that any living being that covets my treasures and has ill intentions towards me will be plagued by calamities? You, including your city, will definitely suffer a great calamity." At that time, he had scoffed and locked the young man up. In the end, the great calamity had really arrived. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning descended. The owner tried his best, but it was to no avail. He was reduced to ashes by the lightning. The city had also collapsed. Chu Yi looked back and shook his head. He had already warned them that it would be troublesome if they provoked him, but they did not believe it. He sighed inwardly. He had never fought to his heart's content ever since he had ventured out into the chaos. It was common for his enemies to encounter all sorts of misfortunes and calamities after offending him. How tragic! Even if an expert attacked him, it would be the same. Once, he was injured by an expert. While he was escaping, the expert who chased him suffered one calamity after another. In the end, he was even devoured by a giant chaotic being. There were not many chaotic beings in the entire chaos, and it was extremely rare to come across one. It just so happened that he had encountered it when the other party was chasing after Chu Yi. Moreover, the giant chaotic being seemed to be displeased with that expert and swallowed him directly. Please visit palpha1.com. Was it a coincidence? It was difficult to believe. Chu Yi shook his head helplessly and continued exploring the chaos. He was afraid that it would be impossible for him to have a proper battle. He had once encountered an expert who had transcended the World Creator realm. This expert did not dare to kill him due to the rules, so he only taught him a lesson and injured him. However, after that, the expert would be struck by lightning every few days. In the end, he even fell into a dangerous place and lost an arm. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu From then on, calamities struck one after another, and that expert was now in a half-crippled state. It was too tragic. After this news spread, those who could recognize Chui ran away whenever they saw him, terrified that calamity would befall them as well. The only ones who dared to provoke him were those who had never heard of his name or those who had heard of him but could not recognize him. Chui was in a melancholic mood. He decided to change his identity and continue exploring the chaos to make a few friends. If he did not hide his identity, no one would dare to be friends with him for fear of attracting trouble. In fact, as long as there was no malice toward him, there would not be any disaster. Why did each and every one of them have bad intentions towards him? Within a certain place in the chaos, Demon Buddha was dressed in snow-white clothes and sitting upright on the lotus platform. The Buddhist light around him was dense, and the sound of chanting echoed in the surroundings. He was giving a lecture. Below him were many living beings who were all immersed in the Buddhist Dharma, even the leader of this particular force, who was a world creator realm expert. At this moment, they were all sitting down with their hands clasped together, their heads lowered, looking extremely pious. From now on, this force would become part of the Buddhist sect. Qianming was currently engaged in an intense battle with a few geniuses of the chaos. King Slayer was being pursued, and Chu Pingfen had killed a chaotic being with his saber. Ever since they left the Heavenly Dao to venture into the chaos, Ding Yu and the others had made quite a name for themselves, and were known to be invincible within the same level. There were naturally many geniuses who wanted to fight with them. However, they had never been defeated. The chaos was very lively. Geniuses rose and roamed the chaos, and order was maintained. All of the top powers in the chaos abided by the same rule to allow geniuses to grow and develop. Time passed by quickly. Chu Xian's small residence was still moving forward in tandem with the expansion of the chaos. They were already 1 trillion miles away from their original position. On this day, under Chu Xian's guidance, Su Xianer had finally broken through to become a world creator realm expert. Chu Xian looked at the system. It was still in the midst of a new update, and seemed to be completely stuck. He could not count on the system. He could only rely on his own cultivation to transcend the chaos as soon as possible. Perhaps, the system would only complete its update and restart after he transcended the chaos. Chapter 713 New Era, Part 3. He looked at the supreme laws of the chaos, which had already been infiltrated by the Heavenly Dao laws. The current Heavenly Dao could already accommodate Chaos Supreme Realm existences, so Huanglong and the other two had already reached that realm. Qin and Feng Ying were still a bit lacking in comparison. The development of the Heavenly Dao was all on the right path, and did not require Chu Xian's attention. He believed that the next time he came out of secluded cultivation, the Heavenly Dao laws would have already occupied one of the supreme laws of the chaos. He entered secluded cultivation once again, and Su Xianer followed suit. Chu Xian did not know when he would be able to transcend the chaos. It seemed to be out of reach, but he did not stop cultivation. The chaotic energy of creation continued to surge within his body. He cultivated for a long time, for 100,000 years. Chu Xian woke up from his cultivation session and sighed. It felt like he was just taking a nap, yet 100,000 years had already passed. He was also old. When he looked at the system again, it was still in the process of updating and restarting. With this, he was basically almost certain that the system would only complete the update process after he transcended the chaos. Sir. Su Xianer appeared in front of him with a smile. She had been cultivating for 100,000 years, and she had woken up twice. This was the third time. Even to a world creator realm cultivator, 100,000 years was not a long time. During this time, only those who had reached a certain level could live for this long, and many things had changed within the chaos. Chu Xian raised his head and looked outside. A giant chaotic being appeared outside the residence. It was extremely huge, and not much smaller than the 9 territories. It had the body of an elephant and the head of a bull. Its nostrils spewed out chaotic energy that looked like 2 small tornadoes. This was not the first time Chu Xian had seen a chaotic being. When he had first arrived at the edge of chaos, he had some as well. These chaotic beings were not particularly intelligent and relied on their powerful bodies to roam the chaos. This one seemed to be feeding on the chaotic energy remnants that leaked out when the supreme laws expanded further outward. It was no weaker than an expert who had transcended the world creator realm. Chu Xian waved his hand and a piece of meat appeared. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu It was dug out from the body of that chaotic being. A piece of meat that was much bigger than Chu Xian's entire body was no different from being bitten by a mosquito for that chaotic being, so it did not react at all. Xiener, try cooking this meat and see if it's delicious. Su Xiener was momentarily stunned. He had dug out a piece of meat just like that. She herself had tried to do the same earlier. However, with her strength, her attacks could not even leave a mark on the body of the chaotic being. She could not even get its attention. I'll go prepare the condiments now. Su Xiener was extremely excited. Such a terrifying chaotic being should have delicious meat, right? Given its powerful physical body, would eating it also improve one's physical body? Su Xiener prepared the ingredients, then she threw the meat into a large cauldron. After adding in the seasonings, she used her fire Dao principle to cook it. The spices she used were all top-grade treasures. The cauldron was an ultimate chaos supreme treasure. However, the meat of this chaotic being was extraordinary. It would take a long time to cook it even with these tools. The longer it was stewed, the more flavorful it would become. The small residence seemed insignificant in front of the chaotic being, and it was completely ignored by it. The chaotic being then yawned and laid down in the chaos, actually dozing off. Please visit palpha1.com. Its massive body was floating in the chaos. With a thought, the small residence suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the residence appeared on the back of the chaotic being. Chu Xian checked the heavenly Dao. 100,000 years had passed, and the heavenly Dao laws had now occupied one of the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. Now, it was encroaching on the other 8 supreme laws. Given enough time, the heavenly Dao laws would completely replace the supreme laws of the chaos. Chu Xian was very pleased with the rapid development of the heavenly Dao. Chu Xian checked the Great Dao Communication Group. It had been a long time since he had paid attention to it. Hong Yuanchuo and the others were still active in the group. After so many years, Hong Yuanchuo had finally reached the 100,000 mile mark. The Dao realm cultivators in the group had all broken through to the Daiyuan realm. Mo2's strength had also reached the 100,000 mile mark. After Demon Buddha left the Heavenly Dao, Buddha Nanwu and Mo2 became the leaders of the Buddhist sect within the Heavenly Dao. Today, Buddhism was flourishing. The ghost race had also become stronger. Uer and Longteng had both reached the 100,000 mile mark. It was worth mentioning that the demonic Dao had also started to become active in the divine world. The demon race had already become history, but the demonic Dao was open to all. The human race was still the most powerful race in the divine world. There were countless geniuses. Chu Xian thought for a moment and opened up a new group using the Origin Dao ring. He injected the auras of Ding Yu and the other disciples into the group. They could contact each other through this group. Chu Yun was also added to the group by Chu Xian. In addition to his 9 disciples, a few people who were more fated were also pulled into this group. Qin and Feng Ying were among them. Ji, Hong Yuanchu, Mo2, and Longteng, as well as a few existences who had reached the Daiyuan realm together with them, were also pulled in. These people could be considered his followers. Chu Xian simply mentioned the purpose of this group and no longer cared about it. King Slayer was unusually active and began to show off his strength. He even secretly expressed that he would return to the divine world to beat up Hong Yuanchu. He had finally surpassed Hong Yuanchu, the great ancestor, and his ego was inflated. Hong Yuanchu's face darkened. However, he was helpless. This fellow, King Slayer, had actually caught up. He sighed and decided to venture out into the chaos. The group started to get lively. They were all talking about their own experiences in the chaos. I don't even have a single friend, Chu Yi said with a bitter expression. The group fell silent for a moment. Ding Yu and the others had all heard about Chu Yi's feats. It was simply terrifying. Junior brother, the strong are all lonely. You only need us, Ding Yu consoled him. Chapter 714 Millions of Years, Part 1. Chu Xian stood on the back of the chaotic being and observed the expansion of the chaos. Compared to the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in his body, the chaos was more powerful. The more he observed the edges of the chaos, the more he gained insights. He finally felt that he could reach the boundaries of transcending the chaos. It was no longer out of reach. The meat of the chaotic being took 10 years to stew before it was ready to eat. Su Xianer only ate a small piece, but soon felt that her Dao path had become more solid, and her physical body continued to strengthen. She could not eat any more. Chu Xian divided the remaining meat into portions and sent it to Ding Yu and his other disciples. He ate the rest by himself. It had to be said that the meat of the chaotic being could greatly strengthen one's physical body, and also stabilize the Dao paths of those who had reached the world creator realm. Of course, it was also very tasty. The small residents stayed on the back of the chaotic being and followed it around. These chaotic beings would always stay around the edges of the chaos. From time to time, Chu Xian would cut off some meat from it. A portion of it was refined into medicinal pills. Another portion was used by Su Xianer to make various kinds of dried meat items. The remaining portion was naturally stored for cooking. Chu Xian did not limit himself to just this chaotic being. Whenever the residents passed by any chaotic being, he would cut off a little bit of its meat. The effects of the different meats were also different. Some could even strengthen one's soul. There was a type of chaotic being whose meat could actually strengthen one's soul. After 100 years of relaxation, Chu Xian once again entered secluded cultivation. Despite now feeling that transcending the chaos was within reach, he still needed a long period of time to achieve it. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. To most living beings, it was an extremely long time. Many changes had taken place in the divine world, and many geniuses had risen up, especially within the human race. The human race had reached its most prosperous period in history, as they were united by a particularly dazzling human genius. The other powerful races paled in comparison to the human race. Demonic cultivators had also appeared in the human race. However, it was different from the demon race cultivators. The demonic Dao had already gone through several changes. However, after the unification of the human race by that genius, the suppression of the demonic Dao intensified. In the divine world, there were 3 alliances, which existed to keep each other in check. The divine world continued to expand. Please visit palpha1.com. It seemed to be boundless. Even after 1,000,000 years of development, it had yet to be fully explored or populated. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu This was especially true for the heaven realm, as there were not that many Dayuan realm cultivators. The vast and boundless heaven realm almost seemed empty, partly due to the fact that most of the Dayuan realm cultivators were in secluded cultivation. In fact, no one knew where in the heaven realm where they might stumble upon someone who was cultivating in seclusion. The netherworld was getting stronger. The reincarnation cycle was also more complete and stronger. There were also geniuses who managed to comprehend the true essence of reincarnation and even used it to escape from their enemies. After reincarnating with their memories intact, they rose up once more and successfully took revenge. Ding Yu and the others eventually returned to the divine world. After spending a few years together, they once more ventured out into the chaos. All of them had reached the world creator realm. However, he still had no idea how to break through and transcend the world creator realm, as it required the right opportunity and diligent cultivation. Of course, breaking through was not a problem at all. It was just a matter of time. When Hong Yuanche was venturing through the chaos, he met his ancestor. Hong had already transcended the world creator realm. The human race was no longer considered weak. Even though its foundation could not be compared to the ancient chaos gods, they had 4 experts who had transcended the world creator realm, who were Chu, Xia, Ji, and Hong. Among them, Chu was the strongest. Furthermore, there was Qin, a divine being of the heavenly Dao. It was rumored that he had reached the Chaos Supreme Realm. It could be said that the human race had truly become a powerful race in the chaos. However, recently, the entire chaos was divided into 2 camps, with the heavenly Dao on one side, and the chaos on the other. Regardless of whether it was the human race, the immortal race, the celestial race, or any other race within the heavenly Dao, they were all collectively called the heavenly Dao race. Those beyond the heavenly Dao were known as the chaos race. There was also a faint sense of competition between them. The experts who came from the heavenly Dao, regardless of race, would stand on the same side when facing the chaos race. It was the same for the chaos race. For the time being, there were no obvious conflicts. However, there were already signs that pointed toward conflicts erupting in the future. Perhaps in the future, the heavenly Dao race and the chaos race would have a great battle to determine who was the true leader of the chaos. Chu Xian opened his eyes. This time, he had finally touched the edge of transcending the chaos. Chapter 715 Millions of Years, Part 2. It was no longer out of reach. In at most 10 million years, he would be able to transcend the chaos. He woke up from his cultivation, and so did Su Xianer. The small residence was still on the back of the chaotic being, which was wandering around the edges of the chaos. Chu Xian glanced at Heavenly Dao, which was now 2/3 of the way into occupying another supreme law of the chaos. Cultivation within the Heavenly Dao was no longer limited to the divine world, as the Heavenly Dao had expanded far and wide. Chu Xian believed that in the future, the Heavenly Dao would become the mainstream pathway of cultivation within the chaos. He also discovered that the chaos had changed. The heavenly Dao race and the chaos race? Competition was inevitable. This was a process that the heavenly Dao had to go through to infiltrate and occult the other supreme laws. The conflicts would not happen just once either. It was bound to happen over a prolonged period of time. Chu Xian looked at Su Xianer's cultivation level. She had reached the peak of the world creator realm. However, if she wanted to break through and transcend the world creator realm, it would still take some time. This was also true for his disciples. P Alpha Alpha No 10 Chu Xian decided to help them out. First, he preached the Dao to Su Xianer, and then gave her a ball of chaotic energy of creation, which would allow her to quickly break through and transcend the world creator realm. Following that, Chu Xian also did the same for Ding Yu and his other disciples. They were considered the figureheads of the heavenly Dao race, and it would not be good if they were at a disadvantage when going up against the chaos race. The competition between the two races would mainly be between the experts who were below 10 million years old. Chu Xian also realized that there were already some extremely powerful geniuses from the chaos. Thanks to his help, Ding Yu and the other disciples were able to break through and transcend the world creator realm within a short time. With their monstrous talent and strength, they would be able to tilt the balance in favor of the heavenly Dao race. This was especially true for He Yu and Chu Yi, who were both very special. Chu Xian did not continue his secluded cultivation. Instead, he walked out of the small residence and stared at the edge of the ever-expanding chaos, wondering how long it would take for the two chaoses to collide. Suddenly, at the edge of the chaos, he spotted a broken and charred corpse. The corpse was still emitting an extremely powerful aura, and was surrounded by supreme power. The corpse of a Chaos Supreme Realm expert. Chu Xian sighed. It was no wonder that there were so few Chaos Supreme Realm experts in the Chaos. Other than the two old men, the rest were relatively young. This fallen Chaos Supreme Realm expert was from the same era as the Lord of Chaos, and had obviously perished while trying to transcend the chaos. Please visit p-alpha-1.com. These chaotic beings were also from the first batch of living beings in the chaos. They actually wanted to leave the chaos and transcend it. That was why they were wandering the edges of the chaos. Chu Xian waved his hand, and the corpse dispersed, and its bones scattered into the chaos. The bones of this Chaos Supreme Realm expert would be a great opportunity to those who could obtain them, and could be considered a method of preserving this expert's legacy. 100 years later, Chu Xian once again entered secluded cultivation. 3 million years later, Chu Xian felt something. He opened his eyes and looked towards the chaos. The first battle between the Heavenly Dao race and the Chaos race had begun. With the Chaos Supreme Realm experts maintaining order, Chu Xian was not worried that it would spiral out of control. The result of the first clash between the two races was as he expected. With Ding Yu and his other disciples around, even though there were some monstrous geniuses in the chaos, they were still no match for his disciples. The Heavenly Dao race had emerged victorious in this battle, which prompted more and more living beings to join the Heavenly Dao. Not long after, the Heavenly Dao occupied another one of the Supreme Chaos Laws. The other Chaos Supreme Realm experts were all looking at the Supreme Laws in shock, realizing how unbelievable Chu Xian's plan was. At this rate, the Supreme Laws of the Chaos would be unified under the Heavenly Dao. The Divine World would also occupy a larger area of the Chaos. They all realized that it was impossible for the Chaos race to win. The appearance of the Chaos race and their struggle with the Heavenly Dao race was merely a development that was inevitable in the process of the Heavenly Dao's rise. At this moment, these Chaos Supreme Realm experts were all trying to comprehend the Heavenly Dao laws to prepare themselves for that eventuality. As the development of the Heavenly Dao was proceeding very smoothly, after Chu Xian kept an eye on it for a while, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. Chu Xian thought of the other chaos that was about to collide with this chaos. That would be a great calamity, in which both chaoses would either be fused or destroyed. During this period, there would definitely be a great upheaval. The Chaos Supreme Realm experts from both sides were bound to fight. Chu Xian was uncertain about the situation in that chaos, and whether it too contained the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. If so, it would definitely be inferior to the Heavenly Dao if the Heavenly Dao laws managed to occupy and unify the 9 supreme laws of the chaos. Still, he had to make some preparations. He knew that there were more than 2 chaoses out there, and that the collision with another chaos was not a one-time thing. According to what he saw when he transcended chaos, eventually, there would only be one chaos, though that would likely only happen after an extremely and uncountable time. Once the Heavenly Dao occupied and unified the 9 supreme laws of the chaos, as the master of the Heavenly Dao, how strong would he become? Chu Xian was excited just thinking about it. Chapter 716 Millions of Years, Part 3. The chaoses would fuse together to form a single chaos. Chu Xian had no idea how long this process would take. In fact, he did not even know how many chaoses there were, or whether it was possible for the Heavenly Dao to unite all of them. Still, there was no harm in trying, so he decided to make it his eventual goal. He would start with this chaos. However, if one wanted to understand the secrets of chaos, one had to first transcend the chaos. Chu Xian put his plans aside and immersed himself in cultivation again. He was very interested in what was beyond the chaos. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 10 million years had passed. At this moment, Chu Xian's figure became hazy and illusory. It was as if it no longer existed in the chaos. Su Xianer looked at him in surprise. At a certain moment, Chu Xian opened his eyes. His expression was calm, and his body slowly solidified. However, she could feel that the same hazy and illusory sensation was still there. At this moment, Chu Xian felt that he only needed to take a single step to transcend the chaos. However, he stopped himself. He needed to make some arrangements before leaving the chaos. Otherwise, if he left abruptly, the other Chaos Supreme Realm experts might start to get ideas about the Heavenly Dao and the chaos. Of course, they probably would not dare to act anytime soon, but as the millenniums passed by, who knew what they might try to do? Moreover, with the collision of the two chaoses imminent, he had to ensure that the Heavenly Dao stood at an absolute advantage over the other side. 10 million years passed. The Heavenly Dao laws had once again infiltrated and occupied another supreme law of the chaos. Chu Xian looked at Su Xianer. The living beings of the chaos could not leave the chaos, as they were restricted by some kind of transcendent power. Even if he transcended the chaos, he would still need to use some means to bring people away. Bringing Su Xianer along was not a problem. However, he knew that he could not bring Ding Yu and the others along. When there were too many people, it would lead to some special changes. Therefore, before leaving the chaos, it was time to get together again. After all, he would probably never return to the chaos after transcending it. As for whether or not Ding Yu and the other disciples could transcend chaos, that was unknown. Perhaps they would only be able to do so after the Heavenly Dao laws unified the supreme laws of the chaos, which would take a very long time. In any case, Chu Xian planned to pass on a method to transcend chaos to his disciples before he left. The creation chaos scripture was only suitable for Chu Xian, and his disciples could not cultivate it. However, as someone who would soon transcend the chaos, Chu Xian had already derived a cultivation technique from the creation chaos scripture that could transcend the chaos. This cultivation method could only be cultivated after one had broken through to the chaos supreme realm. Although the cultivation technique was not as good as the creation chaos scripture, the main thing was that it would allow them to transcend the chaos. The process of cultivation was naturally incomparably long. It was no longer counted in tens of thousands of years, but tens and hundreds of millions of years. Please visit palpha1.com. Let's go back for a while, Chu Xian stood up and said. He did not detach the small residence from the back of the chaotic being, leaving it behind as an opportunity for a fated person. In the future, those with great fortune could enter the small residence and gain some enlightenment. Chu Xian looked over and saw the entire chaos in his field of vision. The chaos was a vast land, and at the center of the huge land of chaos, there was a small light spot. It was the divine world. Beyond the chaos was a region of empty nothingness. Looking past the edge of the chaos, Chu Xian could vaguely see another chaos. The two chaoses were already very close. In another 10 million years, the outer regions of both chaoses would make contact. In a flash, Chu Xian had returned to the divine world. He walked around and observed the prosperity and liveliness of the three realms. Huanglong popped his head out. Fellow Daoist Chu, you're back. I came back to take a look before I leave, Chu Xian said with a smile. He was going to take the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower with him. They were given to him by the system, so they were technically not living beings of the chaos. Therefore, it would be easy to bring them along. Leave? To where? Huanglong asked curiously. Beyond the chaos. Huanglong revealed a look of yearning. He was someone who was curious and loved to see new things, unlike Gui Ran, who was always sleeping. Huanglong, when the Heavenly Dao has united the supreme laws of the chaos, you will be able to leave the chaos. Chu Xian paused for a moment before continuing, however, outside the chaos is an empty area. If you're not strong enough, you probably won't be able to stay there for long. He chatted with Huanglong for some time, also telling him about the other chaos. Huanglong was excited. There was going to be another show to watch. When two chaoses fused, something special would definitely appear. He eventually arrived at the netherworld and the reincarnation cycle that he had created. He sighed. Ji's avatar had already transcended the world creator realm. Perhaps it would one day catch up to his main body. The speed of his improvement was not slow. Chu Xian returned to the small courtyard. The small courtyard was the same as always, unchanged. The Chu family could be considered prosperous. However, the southern region had become a special miniature world, and there were not many members of the Chu family left in the southern region. Chapter 717 Transcending the Chaos, Part 1. Most of them were Chu Xian's acquaintances. Chu Tianming had reached the Daiyuan realm, and now resided in the Heaven realm. The current head of the Chu family was 7th Master Chu. Chu Yun did not return to the Chu family very often, though she would occasionally walk around the Heaven realm. She continued to teach the human race's geniuses in the New World. There was a holy land in the New World called the Fairy Palace. This was where Chu Yun resided, along with Mei, Qian, and Wu. Qian had sacrificed himself to deal with Mo Yao, and even though Chu Xian had made a move, there were also some side effects, which was that his growth was very slow. Of course, it might also be because of Qian himself. Perhaps he missed his carefree childhood. Even now, he looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old. He was like a child who could not grow up. However, he was not weak, and had already surpassed the 100,000 mile mark. Chu Yun herself had already surpassed the 10-million mile mark. Chu Xian returned to the small courtyard and sat on the recliner, leisurely. In the courtyard, there were traces of his Dao aura. In fact, this place too would be an opportunity for whoever stumbled upon it. If any of the future descendants of the Chu family had the opportunity to enter this place, that person would definitely gain untold benefits. Even if that descendant's level of talent was lacking, cultivating here would turn him into a monstrous genius. After all, he had spent a century cultivating here, and he had broken through to the Chaos Supreme realm here. If he transcended the chaos here as well, the effect would be even more exaggerated. Of course, not everyone who entered would be able to obtain good fortune. After all, destiny was a matter of fate. Chu Xian looked at the pocket dimension. The 4 divine beasts were about to break through to the Chaos Supreme. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a trace of intent entered the pocket dimension. The 4 divine beasts roared and began to break through to the Chaos Supreme realm. As a system reward, the 4 spirits stars chariot could also be brought out of the chaos without any hindrances, even if the 4 divine beasts originated from the chaos. Chu Xian was very curious to see which other beings had transcended the chaos. There should be others, right? Where did those experts go? Could it be that he was traveling around the void, or did they create their own world within the void? To Chu Xian, the situation beyond the chaos was unknown. He then recalled the time when he had experienced transcending the chaos. Back then, he had caught a glimpse of a huge head outside a certain chaos. Did that person fail to transcend the chaos, or did he succeed? After leaving the chaos, he could go and check it out. Su Xianer was happily preparing ingredients, seemingly returning to the time when she accompanied Chu Xian in the small courtyard. Although the time they spent in the small courtyard was very short in comparison to the time they had spent in the chaos, it was the most memorable. The heavenly spirit cat had returned. It circled around Chu Xian's calf and rubbed its head against it a few times. The sky-shaking golden rock was perched on the wall of the courtyard in an awe-inspiring manner, as usual. The spirit-devouring flower was like a strange little tree, taking root in a corner of the courtyard. Chu Xian was waiting for Ding Yu and the others to return. Before he left, he would once again preach the Dao to his disciples and impart techniques to them. He looked at the system. So many years passed, yet the system was still in the process of updating and restarting. Hopefully that would change after he left the chaos. He was curious as to how the system would change after this. Would there be any new functions? Was there anything after transcending the chaos? 100 years later, Chu Yun returned to the small courtyard. 13th brother. She wrapped her arms around Chu Xian's neck like a spoiled child. It had been a long time since she had seen Chu Xian. Of course, she spent most of her time in closed-door cultivation, or occasionally accompanying her grandfather and the others. Chu Tianming had become a Daiyuan realm big shot, and he was extremely smug. He often put on the attitude of a peerless master. He was not very strong. However, he had a special identity, so no one was willing to find trouble with him. Chu Yun felt that as long as her grandfather was happy, everything was fine. Over the next 100 years, the disciples returned one after another. When everyone arrived, Chu Xian started off by transmitting the cultivation method to transcend the chaos to his disciples. Among his disciples, He Yu and Chu Yi were the most powerful, and had surpassed the 30 million mile mark. The cultivation method to transcend the chaos was imprinted in each disciple's divine soul. Only when they broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm would they be able to unseal it. Chu Xian had also taught Qin Ying, Ren Changhe, Du Yuan, and his other followers, in-name disciples, and people who could be considered his disciples. Whether or not they could reach that final step would depend on their own good fortune and efforts. Please visit palpha1.com. I'm about to leave the chaos, Chu Xian said. Before I leave, I'll leave some things behind. Tens of millions of years from now, this chaos will collide with another chaos. It will be a calamity, but as usual, there will also be opportunities within it. After the chaoses fuse, it will advance. When the heavenly Dao laws completely unify the supreme laws of the chaos, there will also be some changes. After breaking through to the Chaos Supreme Realm, you should be able to leave the chaos for a short time. Ding Yu and the others listened in silence. After this farewell, they really did not know when he would be able to see their master again. In fact, they might not even have the chance to meet. Their master was about to leave the chaos. Furthermore, there was more than one chaos. This was truly a great revelation. After Chu Xian finished giving his instructions, he gave each of them a ball of chaotic energy of creation, which fused with their bodies. After Ding Yu and the others left, Chu Xian looked at Chu Yun. Do you want to leave with me? It should not be a problem to take 2 people with him. Chu Yun hesitated. 13th brother, I can't bear to leave grandfather and the others, she sighed. Chu Xian nodded. This was within his expectations. He naturally understood his cousin. Chu Tianming doted on her a lot, and Chu Yun was not an unfilial person. I might never be able to transcend the chaos, Chu Yun said sadly. She knew that her level of talent was still a little inferior to Chu Xian's personal disciples. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a ball of chaotic energy of creation entered her body. That day will eventually come, he said with a smile. Furthermore, when the heavenly Dao laws unify the supreme laws of the chaos, you too will also be able to leave the chaos. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation. Chu Yun nodded her head firmly. Chu Xian looked at the Origin Dao ring. He did not know if the Great Dao cultivation group would still be usable after he left the chaos. It was unlikely. He thought for a moment, waved his hand, and created a group within the heavenly Dao. Ding Yu and the others were pulled in. This way, even without the Origin Dao ring, they could still communicate with each other through the heavenly Dao group, and even transmit items. Chu Xian also gave He Yu the ability to create new groups. She also wielded a large amount of authority within the heavenly Dao due to her key role in completing the heavenly Dao talisman plan, and the fact that she cultivated the heavenly Dao scripture. After finishing all this, Chu Xian's figure flickered and disappeared. He appeared in front of King Slayer and looked at him. Rho Alpha D Alpha N knew this fellow was also extraordinary. Chu Xian officially accepted him as an in-name disciple. Given King Slayer's talent and persistence, he was stronger than Qin Ying and Ren Changhe. He was more than qualified to be an in-name disciple. King Slayer was extremely excited by this. Feng Kong was already Chu Xian's follower, and Chu Xian decided to also treat him like an in-name disciple. He did not know what these two were thinking, as they had actually joined forces to adventure and explore the chaos. He had similarly transmitted his cultivation techniques to them. Finally, Chu Xian arrived at the supreme primal chaos space. First, he met the giant chaos god and the other three, as well as the one chaos supreme realm expert that he had rescued. He preached the Dao to the five of them to increase their strength, and also informed them about the matter of the two chaoses so that they could make preparations in advance. Finally, he gathered the other Chaos Supreme Realm experts together and informed them of this matter as well so that they could seize the opportunity. A calamity was also an opportunity. However, he did not mention that he would be leaving the chaos. In the end, Chu Xian summoned Qin and Feng Ying, and gave them some methods to deal with possible crises during critical moments. Naturally, he had left behind more than this. The Heavenly Dao itself had trump cards that he had prepared. Huanglong and the other two creatures of the Heavenly Dao were one of those trump cards. Ding Yu and the other disciples all had something prepared for them, but they were unaware of this. After he was done with all of this, he took another 10,000 years to travel through the chaos. Chu Xian then arrived at the edge of the chaos. He moved Su Xianer into the pocket dimension, along with the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower. Step by step, he walked out of the chaos. The edge of the chaos churned, and thunder and lightning erupted. It was as if there was a transcendent barrier and power that was blocking him. Chu Xian took a step forward and his figure seemed to turn illusory. He was not in the chaos, but outside it. Chapter 718 Transcending the Chaos, Part 2. Outside the chaos, there was nothing. There was no spiritual power, no laws, and no great Dao. There seemed to be nothing. It was an indescribable emptiness. Only the chaos continued to expand within this void. The void region was truly boundless. No one knew if there was an end to it. At the edge of the chaos, a huge head was floating quietly. The head existed in a void region, constantly moving outward as the chaos expanded. It was not devoured by chaos. Occasionally, some of the chaos spiritual energy and laws would be absorbed into the head. Time did not seem to exist in the void region. There was nothing. However, the void region still existed in an inexplicable way. From the looks of it, it did not seem like there was nothing at all. Even Chaos Supreme Realm experts could not stay for long here. After a long time, their cultivation would dissipate into nothingness. Only those who had transcended the chaos could walk safely in the void region without suffering side effects. Transcending the chaos was like he had transcended some sort of barrier. His very being had undergone a special transformation. At a certain moment, the eyes on the head opened. They were filled with confusion. His thoughts began to condense, and his originally dim eyes finally glowed with light. His memories seemed to have returned, and his eyes revealed a contemplative look. How many years had passed? There was no passage of time in the void region, and it could also turn everything into nothingness. The head could only rely on devouring the spiritual energy of the chaos and the laws of the chaos to maintain himself. Even so, he was unable to recover. He could sense that there was something unusual in the chaos. It seemed that a living being was about to leave the chaos. The battle back then had resulted in the chaos crumbling and turning into many small chaoses of various sizes. Though some of the smaller chaoses had fused, and the chaos was recovering, how could a living being that transcended the chaos appear at this time? His eyes were filled with doubt. Although that chaos was not small, it was not large either. It should not have been possible for a living being of this level to appear. Moreover, the time was too short. How many years had it been since the chaos collapsed? Although he could not clearly sense it, he was sure that it was not enough time for an existence of this level to appear. What had happened? Chu Xian took a step forward, and thunder and lightning surrounded him. With this step, he transcended the chaos. At this moment, he passed through the edge of the expanding chaos and past the invisible barrier, arriving at the void region. There was no spiritual energy, no laws, and he could not sense the existence of time. It was as if nothing existed. Chu Xian walked forward step by step, and then looked back. The chaos below him was still expanding. He was above the chaos, looking down at it. He recalled the scene he saw when he transcended the chaos. Chu Xian continued forward, looking around. He saw 8 chaoses, rolling and expanding. Please visit p-alpha-alpha1.com. One of them was very close to the chaos he had been in. The turbulent boundaries of the chaoses had already begun to make contact. They were almost the same size. In another 10 million years or so, the 2 chaoses would make full contact. The other 6 chaoses were of different sizes. The bigger ones were much bigger than the chaos he had been in. The smaller ones were nearly a third smaller. The 8 chaoses continued to expand, and a collision between all of them was inevitable, and in the end, only one chaos would remain. Chu Xian was very interested in this void area. He wanted to see if there was a boundary. However, it was empty, and he did not know where the start or end was. He then turned to look for the huge head he had seen back then. Suddenly, he received a thought transmission. You? How did you transcend the chaos? The voice was filled with shock. Chu Xian's eyes swept around and saw a head at the edge of a chaos. Compared to that chaos, this head was naturally very small. However, compared to normal living beings, it was extremely huge. Even the giant chaotic being from back then would appear tiny in comparison to this head. Chu Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of the head. His body expanded, and he grew to a size that was slightly bigger than this head. Chu Xian examined the head. A human? He could sense the origins of the human race from his head. It was a human expert. That being said, its current form seemed to be due to some sort of technique. His body had already disappeared, and only the head remained. It could be felt that the owner of the head had suffered heavy injuries. Even so, Chu Xian could feel that the head's aura was not much weaker than his. He was definitely someone who had transcended the chaos. If the owner of this head had not been severely injured, he would definitely be stronger than he was now. Chu Xian's heart trembled. As expected, transcending the chaos was not the end. Since the other party was stronger than him, why was he so severely injured? Who are you? Why are you so heavily injured? The head's eyes widened and it turned its head to look up at Chu Xian. Can you shrink a little? The head was a little confused. This young man, did he have some kind of inferiority complex? Float up. Chu Xian had no intention of shrinking his body. Looking down at the strong, how cool was that feeling? The head was exasperated. After a long while, he sighed. In the past, these young people who did not know proper etiquette would have been beaten half to death by him. However, now, forget it. Chapter 719 Revelation, Part 1. Why were you able to leave the chaos? The head asked in confusion. I've already transcended the chaos. Why can't I leave it? Chu Xian was even more confused. Why was he being asked this question? If he could leave the chaos, did it not already imply that he had transcended the chaos? How long have you been cultivating? The head asked after a moment of silence. Over 10 million years. Chu Xian sighed. Cultivation was too difficult. It took him more than 10 million years to transcend the chaos. In comparison, it took him less than 100 years to break through to the Chaos Supreme Realm. Chu Xian felt emotional whenever he thought about this. As expected, if he did not have the cheat-like system, no matter how monstrous his talent was, it would still take a long time to become strong. Had the system not been updating, perhaps he would have been able to transcend the chaos by remaining in seclusion for 10,000 years. The head's eyes widened. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Moreover, a wave of his aura swept out uncontrollably, and then the aura was thrown into disarray. His breathing was like thunder. What did you just say? You transcended the Dao realm after cultivating for 10 million years. Chu Xian stared at the head and fell into a state of deep thought. He noticed that the head was not talking about transcending the chaos, but the Dao realm instead. Is 10 million years a short time? You know, I broke through to the Chaos Supreme Realm in less than 100 years. In the end, it took me more than 10 million years to transcend the chaos, Chu Xian said without changing his expression. The head could no longer remain calm. His breathing became heavier. The eyes were wide open. What do you mean by transcending the Dao realm? Chu Xian asked as he looked around him. In the void region, other than the chaoses, there was nothing. He remembered that when he transcended the chaos, he had once caught a glimpse of a corner of something that was a little special. Do you know where you are? The head asked in a hoarse voice after he finally calmed down. I'd like to hear the details, Chu Xian replied. The head turned around and looked at chaoses. The chaos of the past was not like this. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at the chaoses, deep in thought. He was a little shocked. He suddenly realized that the chaoses seemed to have been shattered before. What kind of terrifying existence was able to shatter the chaos to such an extent? You should be able to tell that the current chaoses were actually shattered previously, the head said. Tell me, what happened? Chu Xian was very interested. What kind of great battle had shattered the chaos? The chaoses that he saw now were constantly expanding and would eventually fuse with each other. However, in reality, it was simply in the process of self-recovery. Chu Xian thought again. If the chaos was restored, and the heavenly Dao took control of it, how powerful would it be? What realm was above his current realm? It was a long time ago. The head recalled the past. The chaoses you see now are only a part of it. After a long time, it has recovered by quite a bit. Back then, this place was tens of times larger than it is today. After crossing this place, you'll reach the real chaotic region. This isn't even half of the chaos, the head explained. Chu Xian was shocked. What he saw in front of him was not the entire chaos. There was an even greater chaos? What kind of war could break such a vast thing apart? Could it be that the entire void region was originally the chaos? The head seemed to know what he was thinking. The void region has always existed. Chaos exists within the void. No one knows how the void exists. Please visit palpha1.com. And no one knows if there is an end to the void region. The head turned to look at Chu Xian again. Your current cultivation realm is actually known as the Transcendent Dao realm. Do you know what realms are above it? This was also what Chu Xian wanted to know. He shook his head. I only know that I haven't reached the end yet. I don't know if there are any realms above this. After hearing that, the head paused for a moment, and then gave him an introduction. Actually, there isn't much of a difference in general. It's just that the name of the realms are a little different, the head said. The mortal realm is actually the body refining realm. The realms are then the same until the Dayuan realm. Below the 100,000 mile mark is known as the Saint Dao realm. The 9th level of the Saint Dao realm corresponds to the 9 extreme Dayuan realm. In the early days of the 9 zones, the experts of the immortal, celestial, demon, and other races were also called saints, which was likely derived from this cultivation system that the head was talking about. Thanks to this introduction, Chu Xian understood the division of the cultivation realms. Once a cultivator reached the 100,000 mile mark, he or she would be known as a Saint Dao King, which had 9 levels that corresponded to the 9 extreme Dayuan realm levels up to the 999,999 mile mark. After that, one would be called a Saint Dao Emperor once they reached the World Creator realm. The Saint Dao Hallowed realm corresponded to those who had transcended the World Creator realm, while the Chaos Supreme realm was known as the Holy Dao realm. Transcending the Chaos realm was known as transcending the Dao realm. At this point, the head did not continue. Instead, he asked, Do you think that I'm someone who existed from before the chaos was shattered? Aren't you? Chu Xian was startled. This person had suffered such heavy injuries and was so familiar with the history of the chaos. He should have personally experienced the great battle back then. He should be a survivor of that great battle. The head smiled. The chaos is a forbidden land. Outside the chaos, there is another world. I'm from that world. The existence of the chaos is a bit special. It involves a deeper level of profound mysteries that I don't understand. However, I can tell you that chaos is dangerous for that world. It is a forbidden land, but at the same time, it is also a land of opportunities. That being said, only transcendent Dao realm cultivators can leave the chaos alive. Chu Xian sighed when he heard this. It turned out that he had been living in a forbidden zone, and not what others regarded as the world. That world is called the Heavenly Sun World. In the Heavenly Sun World, the human race is one of the most powerful races, with countless experts, the head continued. The chaos is considered a forbidden zone because of the experts it produces. Every single person who walks out of it is a transcendent Dao realm expert. As such, all of the experts from the chaos that we have met are transcendent Dao realm experts, which resulted in the terror that the inhabitants of the Heavenly Sun World feel toward the chaos. Chu Xian listened quietly. The reason for this impression was that those below the Dao realm could not leave the chaos. I don't know how many years have passed, but back then, an extremely important figure from the Heavenly Sun World met someone in the chaos. She fell in love with that person and followed him into the chaos. Chu Xian continued to listen in silence. This should be the cause of the great battle. He could not help but curse in his heart. Another battle triggered by love? Was this a drama? P Alpha Alpha No 10 that important person was already engaged. When Chu Xian heard this, he thought to himself that it was indeed very much like a drama. That person's fiancé was infuriated and challenged the person from the chaos to a battle, with the loser backing off from pursuing that important person. This was originally an agreement between just the two of them. After all, they were good friends. However, it seemed that someone was fanning the flames from behind the scene, and said that the person from the chaos was colluding with other forces from the chaos to conquer and unify the Heavenly Sun World. I don't know the details. I only know that the woman seemed to have been severely injured and almost died because of this. Her father was furious and started a great war against the chaos. The one from the chaos was also furious, and attacked in order to avenge the woman. The head smiled bitterly. On the surface, it was due to love, but whoever was planning it all probably wanted to suppress the chaos. That woman's father, along with the other experts of the Heavenly Sun World, tried to kill the man. It's said that the woman risked her life to save him. The two of them eventually turned into remnant souls and no one knows where they went. The head heaved a long sigh. However, who would have thought that the man, who was already terrifyingly strong, was not the most powerful being in the chaos? On top of that, that man was the disciple of the Master of the Chaos. This matter has incurred the wrath of the Master of the Chaos, and he took action immediately. The head seemed to be recalling that scene, and his eyes revealed a look of fear. The high and mighty Dao creation and Dao supreme experts from the Heavenly Sun World could not stand against him. Because of that scheme, the Heavenly Sun World was in danger of being destroyed. Chapter 720 Revelation, Part 2. Chu Xian's heart trembled. Master of the Chaos. Dao creation experts and Dao supreme experts were above those who had transcended the Dao realm? Even such powerful experts were unable to stand before the Master of the Chaos. He was still too weak. Chu Xian reminded himself that he was no longer invincible after leaving the chaos. He could not be too brash and ostentatious. Moreover, it seemed that the chaos and the Heavenly Sun World were at odds with each other. The Master of the Chaos was so powerful, yet the chaos was still shattered. It was clear that an expert on the same level as the Master of the Chaos had appeared. Perhaps that expert was even stronger than the Master of the Chaos. The head's emotions fluctuated greatly as it recalled the battle back then. When the Heavenly Sun world faced this great crisis, in the end, a legendary existence made his move and fought against the Master of the Chaos. He's a legendary expert of our human race. The head sighed. The Master of the Chaos was stopped, and the experts of the Heavenly Sun world then launched an attack to conquer the chaos. However, there were countless experts within the chaos. In this battle, the chaos was shattered, but the Heavenly Sun world suffered heavy losses. Countless experts fell during this battle. Back then, this void region was filled with the corpses of experts from both sides. But now, all of these corpses have disappeared. That battle had been too brutal. Even if Chu Xian had not experienced it himself, he could imagine how terrifying that battle was. The chaos lost. Chu Xian asked curiously. I don't know, he shook his head. I was severely injured and almost died. I don't know what the final result of the battle was. The Master of the Chaos and the ruler of the Heavenly Sun world seemed to have disappeared, he said after a moment of silence. All of the powerful beings who participated in the battle also disappeared. Even the corpses in the void region have disappeared. It's as if everything has been turned into nothingness. Chu Xian felt that the battle back then was a conspiracy. He wondered if the mastermind was still alive. How's the Heavenly Sun world? Chu Xian asked. I don't know, he shook his head. Before the battle, the Heavenly Sun world's cultivators occasionally came to the chaos. However, after the war, I have never seen one again. You are the first person I've seen since then. The head looked at Chu Xian, still in disbelief. Why would such a person walk out of the chaos? Have you really only cultivated for 10 million years? Of course. I'm an honest man. I never lie, Chu Xian said seriously. Please visit palpha1.com. What was your cultivation level back then? Chu Xian asked curiously. The head's current strength was weaker than his due to the injuries the former had suffered. However, he could also tell that the head was still a transcendent Dao realm expert. He was probably far stronger before this. I had just reached the Dao creation realm. The head sighed. From the Heavenly Sun world, all of the experts who had reached the Dao creation realm and above were sent out, and even 90% of those who had reached the transcendent Dao realm were sent out. Almost all of them died. That battle was definitely the most tragic battle in the history of the Heavenly Sun world. Is it the Dao creation realm above the transcendent Dao realm? What does Dao creation mean? What about the realms above the Dao creation realm? Chu Xian asked curiously. The head looked at him and muttered, when one creates their Dao path, it is based on the great Dao, and not created out of thin air, and as one progresses down that Dao path, it involves one's comprehension of the great Dao. I don't know much about the chaos, but I assume that holy Dao realm cultivators there have mastered at least one supreme law, if not more. The supreme laws are a type of great Dao as well, so technically, it is still within the Dao realm. Chu Xian nodded. Chaos Supreme Realm experts did possess supreme power and had control over a part of the supreme laws of the chaos. As such, the head's explanation made sense. Transcending the Dao realm means that you've transcended the realm where your Dao path relies on the great Dao, which is the realm you've reached right now, the head continued. Chu Xian nodded. Above the transcendent Dao realm is the Dao creation realm. As for what Dao creation is, when you understand the difference between creating a Dao path and creating a great Dao, you might be able to create a Dao. Of course, not everyone can create their own Dao. Chu Xian muttered to himself, Dao creation realm. He looked at the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in his body. Could the supreme laws generated and contained within them be considered Dao creation? That being said, it was only in its embryonic stage, and incomplete. The Dao path that connected the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation. Was that also considered Dao creation? That too was incomplete. It seemed that it was not easy to create a Dao. Could the heavenly Dao be considered a Dao creation? Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. He was the one who had created the heavenly Dao, but he had used the great Dao of the 9 zones as a reference, and it had grown by devouring the great Dao of the 9 zones, and was now targeting the supreme laws of the chaos. Rho alpha d alpha and nu dash perhaps it could not be considered a true Dao creation, but it could not be considered a Dao path either. Would it be considered a Dao creation after it unified the supreme laws of the chaos? Chu Xian then thought of the origin great Dao. This might be considered a true Dao creation. Initially, it was an origin Dao crystal, but then it grew to become an origin Dao ring, and contained its own great Dao. Although it imitated the heavenly Dao laws and the laws of the great Dao of the 9 zones, it was still independent after all. It had evolved from a crystal to the point when it formed its own great Dao. However, the origin great Dao was still weak and would probably not be enough to help him break through to the Dao creation realm. Chapter 721 Light Yen. At this moment, Chu Xian hesitated. Should he absorb the origin great Dao into his body? Dao creation was not as simple as creating a great Dao. It had to have complete laws and possess the power of creation to be considered a Dao creation. Chu Xian's gaze toward the head changed. This person was actually a Dao creation realm expert, yet he too was crippled. The world beyond the chaos was truly dangerous, so he had to tread carefully. The head glanced at Chu Xian and continued, "The Dao I created was destroyed in the great battle. Now, I've fallen to the transcendent Dao realm. Furthermore, my foundation has been damaged. Even if I recover, I will probably not be able to enter the Dao creation realm again." Chu Xian glanced at him. The head was obviously saying that since he was already crippled, he was no longer a threat. What about the realm above the Dao creation realm? Chu Xian asked. He had to understand the realms above his to know exactly which level he was at, and what level he should be striving to reach. He should be invincible if he had the power to crush the master of the chaos, right? Above the Dao creation realm is the Dao supreme realm. It's said that there's no way to go further after reaching this realm, which is why it's called the Dao supreme realm, the head explained. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What about the master of the chaos? Was he also a Dao supreme realm expert? The master of the chaos is a Dao supreme ruler, the head said with a bitter smile. It's said that this realm is also within the Dao supreme realm, but in the truest sense, it represents the limits of the Dao supreme realm. Of course, there are also some who say that the Dao Supreme Ruler realm is actually a higher realm. P Alpha Alpha No 10 before the Master of the Chaos made his move, this realm had always been a legend, and was nothing but conjecture. Chu Xian understood. However, were there any stronger beings above the Dao Supreme Ruler realm? It was hard to say. Legend has it that Dao Supreme Rulers usually don't stay in the Heavenly Sun world or the chaos, but instead explore the Void region, the head continued after a moment of hesitation. The Void region is vast and endless. It's filled with too many unknowns. The head sighed. At that level of strength, it was likely that only exploring the Void region could arouse their interest. Chu Xian nodded. In any case, he was a long way away from that realm. He had to first reach the peak of the transcendent Dao realm, and then break through to the Dao creation realm. Exploring the Void region was something that would only happen many years from now. How should I address you? Chu Xian looked at the head and asked. Light Yen, the head sighed. I was famous back then in the Heavenly Sun world. It seems that you've lived for a long time, so you're an old monster. I'll call you Old Lai. Chu Xian chuckled. The muscles on Light Yen's face twitched. Then again, he was only left with his head, so it did not matter what he was called. Let's get straight to the point. Old Lai, what are you thinking about now? Just say it. Light Yen sighed. Since you've left the chaos, you're not going to wander around the Void region. You're definitely going to the Heavenly Sun world. My goal is simple. I want to leave this place. Chu Xian looked at Light Yan. Even though he was severely injured, he still possessed an almost equal strength to his own. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to leave, right? Chu Xian was puzzled. You don't understand. I'm too heavily injured. I can only maintain my current state. I can't pass through this void region and reach the heavenly sun world. Once I stop using my secret technique to maintain my current state, I'll fall into a deep sleep. If I fall into a deep sleep here, I'll eventually dissipate into nothingness, Light Yan said helplessly. Therefore, I need someone to bring me out of here. Chu Xian stared at him for a long time. Please visit palpha1.com. I'm from the chaos. The heavenly sun world and the chaos are mortal enemies, right? How can I trust you? There's no enmity between us. Besides, who knows how many years have passed since that great battle? Light Yan sighed. Moreover, there are humans in both the chaos and the heavenly sun world, he continued. Since you're a human as well, there's no need to fret over such things. I'm still a little worried, Chu Xian said cautiously. Bringing Light Yan with him would be useful. He would be able to learn more about the heavenly sun world and the former's experiences regarding the Dao creation realm. Light Yan himself was not a threat, but he was worried that he would call over stronger experts to deal with him. You can impose restrictions on me, and I won't be allowed to harm you. How does that sound? Light Yan said after a long time. Chu Xian said in surprise, you're willing to be controlled. When you're in a similar state as me, constantly suffering for countless years, you wouldn't care about such things. As long as I can get out of this miserable state, everything is worth it, Light Yan said with a bitter smile. I'm afraid your heart has been twisted by the torture, Chu Xian said warily. Light Yan did not know what to say. He could not just beg, could he? Actually, it's fine to bring you along. After all, with an old monster by my side, I can avoid unnecessary detours, Chu Xian said as he raised his hand. Traces of the power of the laws formed a rune. Imprint this on your divine soul and everything will be fine. Light Yan took a look and nodded. It was normal to not trust him. After all, there was no basis or foundation for such trust to exist. The rune merged into Light Yan's divine soul, after which Chu Xian could tell that he had gained control over the latter's divine soul. Chu Xian was not worried about whether Light Yan would be able to break free from the rune's control. He still had this bit of confidence in his strength. You can halt your secret technique, Chu Xian said. Light Yan's head began to shrink. He stopped channeling his secret technique and returned to the size of a normal person. At this moment, Light Yan looked like a middle-aged man with a beard and a resolute face. Okay, it's done. I won't be able to maintain this state for too long and will soon fall into a deep sleep. Light Yan floated in front of Chu Xian. This is the direction to the heavenly sun world. The direction in which Light Yan was pointing toward was where Chu Xian had spotted that special corner when he had experienced transcending the chaos as part of the system's reward. So that was where the heavenly sun world was. I don't know how the heavenly sun world is doing now. Back then, there were experts guarding the place where the heavenly sun world was connected to the chaos. You have to be careful when you reach that juncture. Still, after the great battle back then, the heavenly sun world suffered greatly, so I'm not sure if there will still be guards there. Perhaps there will be transcendent Dao realm cultivators there, but it would be wise not to rule out the possibility of encountering Dao creation realm experts. Light Yan explained a few things to take note of to Chu Xian, most of which were about the things that might happen when he entered the heavenly sun world, as well as what to do. If you're really only 10 million years old, you'll only be considered a teenager within the heavenly Dao world, Light Yan added. What? Chu Xian was startled. The chaos is very special. The time flow there is different compared to the heavenly sun world. The living beings that come out of the chaos will undergo some sort of correction. Some Dao Supreme experts claim that this is a return to reality. However, I don't know the exact details behind this matter. What I can tell you is that 10 million years in the chaos is equivalent to 10 years within the heavenly sun world. Chu Xian was really surprised by this phenomenon. 10 million years within the chaos was equivalent to 10 years within the heavenly sun world? Would this not make him seem like a freak of nature? That's why I say that the chaos is special. It's a forbidden zone, but it's also a place with great opportunities. Lai Tian took a deep breath and continued, there are rumors that Dao Supreme Realm experts will give birth to their descendants in the chaos. They will grow up in the chaos. Once they reach the transcendent Dao realm, they will return to the heavenly sun world. Of course, this is something that only Dao Supreme Realm experts can exploit. Chapter 722 Heavenly Sun World, Part 1. Chu Xian heard this and thought of something. How many years would it normally take for a native of the heavenly sun world to reach the transcendent Dao realm? Lai Tian knew why Chu Xian asked this. Based on what I know, the fastest person to break through to the transcendent Dao realm in history was 1,000,000 years. This is a record created by a Dao Supreme Realm expert. 1,000,000 years. If he was born in the chaos and transcended the chaos in 10 billion years, he would only be 10,000 years old within the heavenly sun world. A 10,000-year-old transcendent Dao realm expert, how monstrous was that? Lai Tian was filled with emotions. Although there might be ancient records that remain unknown, no matter how monstrous a genius is, a few 100,000 years is the bare minimum. That being said, there are geniuses who are only 10,000 years old, or even a few thousand years old, who have already transcended the Dao realm. Lai Tian's face was filled with envy and emotion. These are all direct disciples or descendants of Dao Supreme Realm experts. Everyone says that these disciples of the Supreme Realm are the true geniuses of the heavenly sun world. However, in reality, these geniuses have been cultivating for countless years in the chaos. This is a classified secret within the heavenly sun world. As I was close friends with a certain Dao Supreme Realm expert back then, I came to know of this secret. Chu Xian sighed. As long as one was a descendant of a Dao Supreme Realm expert, no matter how lacking one's talent was, one could rely on the special nature of the chaos time flow to become a genius. There must be conditions to enter the chaos, right? Chu Xian asked. The chaos had a master, and it was extremely special. Therefore, it should not have been accessible to most people from the heavenly sun world. Of course there are, but I don't know what they are. Lai Tian shook his head. Chu Xian thought back to the great battle when the chaos was shattered. Could it be that an expert wanted to break this hierarchy, which led to the great battle that shattered the chaos? It was not impossible. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Dash after all, the existence of the chaos meant that the Dao Supreme Realm experts and their descendants would forever be stronger than the other cultivators of the heavenly sun world. It was likely that this had formed a status difference in the society of the heavenly sun world, with the upper strata being occupied by the Dao Supreme Realm experts' factions. Perhaps these factions even tried to suppress the other cultivators and kept their geniuses from developing. You are definitely the youngest transcendent Dao realm in history. Lai Tian sighed. In terms of monstrous talent, the one in front of him was definitely number one. Not all the descendants of Dao Supreme Realm experts could become geniuses. Some might not even be able to transcend the chaos. The path from birth to cultivation in the chaos was not a smooth one. It was a brutal competition. Those who could transcend the chaos and return to the heavenly sun world were ultimately only a fraction of those dispatched to the chaos. You flatter me, please. Visit palpha1.com. Chu Xian did not feel overly proud about his achievement. After all, within the chaos, he had been constantly creating new records. I'm going to sleep now. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted. Wake me up after you enter the heavenly sun world, Lai Tian said. All right, Chu Xian replied. Lai Tian closed his eyes. Chu Xian waved his hand and a layer of his power sealed the head. He could not let anyone know what he was going to do. After completely sealing Light Yen, Chu Xian turned to look at the chaos. The shattered chaos was slowly recovering. He slowly traveled around the void region, heading in the direction of the heavenly sun world. As he got closer, Chu Xian saw that behind the 8 chaoses, there were 2 even bigger chaoses. These were also expanding and in the process of recovery. Moreover, the 2 huge chaoses were much larger than 8 chaoses combined. Seeing this, Chu Xian could not help but frown. Even if the heavenly Dao united the 8 chaoses, it would be difficult for it to unite the chaos as a whole when these 2 bigger chaoses were added to the mix. However, he could not really do anything about it right now. When he looked toward the heavenly sun world, he could see a huge mountain, which was connected to the edge of the chaos, forming a state of balance. The chaos was unable to continue expanding toward the heavenly sun world, and the heavenly sun world did not encroach into the chaos either. This was the entrance to the heavenly sun world. Were there any experts? Chu Xian did not go over immediately. Instead, he looked at the endless void region. How did nothingness exist? The chaos seemed to be constantly expanding, but in comparison to the vast void region, it was just a drop in the ocean. Chu Xian finally turned away and headed toward the mountain. After traveling an unknown distance, he turned back to look at the chaos, and he could finally see the chaos in its entirety. Even though it had been shattered, the chaos was still huge. From where he was standing, the periphery of the chaos was surrounded by special ripples that were constantly pushing outward. He did not know how big the chaos was before it shattered, but it was clear that it had exceeded his expectations. He looked at the heavenly sun world. At this moment, he could already see a part of it. The vast world seemed to have been divided into many sections, and a powerful force formed a barrier that divided the heavenly sun world into small sections. It was as if it had once been broken. Those barriers were probably remnants of the great battle. Chapter 723 Heavenly Sun World, Part 2. With Chu Xian's current strength, he could only see a part of the heavenly sun world. Moreover, there were some areas in the heavenly sun world that seemed to be hidden. Were those areas where the powerful factions of the heavenly sun world were located? Chu Xian retracted his gaze. He wanted to avoid being detected by any experts. Looking at the endless void region, the origin Great Dao suddenly manifested itself in Chu Xian's hand. The void region was completely empty, and could turn almost everything into nothingness. However, the chaos could exist in nothingness and continue to expand. It was because chaos had perfect laws. The origin Great Dao also had perfect laws, so it could exist and grow in the void region, right? The existence of nothingness had some transcendent and unfathomable power. If the origin Great Dao could grow here, it would eventually occupy a part of the void region, and perhaps eventually become strong enough to be considered a full-fledged Dao creation, which would in turn help Chu Xian to break through to the next realm. Looking at the distant chaos, Chu Xian had a big plan in mind. Once the origin Great Dao matured, it would occupy this part of the void region, which would encompass the chaos. At that time, the chaos would have the heavenly Dao inside and the origin Great Dao outside, and they would naturally complement each other. P alpha alpha no 10 with these two working in tandem, perhaps he would one day reach or surpass the Dao Supreme Ruler realm. Chu Xian was secretly excited at the thought of this big plan. Now was a good time, since no cultivators from the heavenly sun world visited the chaos any longer. He would hide the origin Great Dao here, and allow it to quietly grow within the void region. As long as his strength increased fast enough, even if an expert appeared, he would be able to deal with it. It was just like how he had implemented the heavenly Dao talisman plan in the chaos. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. He turned his back to the chaos and headed toward the depths of the void region. Chu Xian only stopped when the chaos was almost out of sight. Then, the origin Great Dao spread out and hid itself within the void region. Balls of chaotic energy of creation entered the origin Great Dao. Chu Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he observed the changes happening to the Origin Great Dao. Could it grow in the void region? The Origin Great Dao dissipated into the void as if it no longer existed. However, within this section of the void, a Dao law faintly emerged. Gradually, the invisible Dao law grew in the void. If the Origin Great Dao did not belong to Chu Xian, he would not have been able to sense it. The plan was feasible. The Origin Great Dao was growing. In the void, the Origin Great Dao could evolve and form laws on its own, and it could transform endlessly. Chu Xian did not know if all created Great Daos could evolve and transform in the void, or whether it was unique to the Origin Great Dao because it was a reward from the system. The Origin Great Dao was now growing at a much faster rate than before. The initial hypothesis had been proven, so the plan could proceed. As long as no experts stronger than Chu Xian came, no one would be able to discover the existence of the Origin Great Dao. Transcendent Dao realm cultivators would not be able to discover anything. Perhaps they would sense something unusual or special about this section of the void region, but they would not be able to find the Origin Great Dao. Only experts at the Dao creation realm and above could discover it. As the Origin Great Dao and his own strength grew, it would reach a stage where even Dao creation realm experts would not be able to discover it. As long as the plan was successful, the chaos would eventually fall within the boundaries of the Origin Great Dao. Chu Xian only returned to the void region around the chaos after he finished setting up. He could sense that even those who had transcended the Dao realm could not stay in the void for long. Grabbing Lai Tian's head, Chu Xian headed toward the Heavenly Sun World. Near the edge of the Heavenly Sun World, there was a terrifying mountain that was connected to the edge of the chaos. Chu Xian retracted his aura, and silently approached the Heavenly Sun World. As he neared the Heavenly Sun World, a special law appeared and formed a barrier. Chu Xian frowned. Passing through the barrier would definitely trigger some fluctuations that could not be hidden. If there were Dao creation realm experts, then it would be a little troublesome. He looked at Lightyen. Please visit palpha1.com. If there was a crisis, Lightyen might come in handy. Chu Xian walked forward step by step, stepping into the law barrier. The moment he entered the law barrier, Chu Xian suddenly felt a change within his body. His life source had become younger. Just as Lightyen had said, time flow seemed to undergo a correction. As he was experiencing this change, he was shocked. The living beings of the chaos seemed to be incomplete. Could one only be considered a true living being after entering the Heavenly Sun World? It was a wonderful feeling. It was impossible to describe the incompleteness and the correction he felt after entering the Heavenly Sun World. At this moment, Chu Xian realized that whether it was the chaos or the Heavenly Sun World, both were shrouded in an unfathomable and transcendent law. He released Suosiener from the pocket dimension. Sir! The moment Suosiener came out, she experienced a special change. It was as if she had returned to her teenage years. Chu Xian then released the 4 divine beasts, the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower. To his surprise, the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower didn't show any signs of correction. The 4 divine beasts, on the other hand, were showing signs of correction. Chu Xian felt more and more that there was some unusual connection between the chaos and the Heavenly Sun World. It was as if only when the chaos and the Heavenly Sun World were combined together would a complete world be formed. Comprehend it carefully. Don't cause a commotion. Chu Xian did not continue speaking after that. Instead, he was comprehending the changes in his body. He had spent more than 10 million years in the chaos, yet that was considered very young for his level of strength. Now, Chu Xian realized that he had somehow returned to his youth. He was a teenager in the truest sense of the word. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his strength had not been affected. After a short while, Suosiener and the 4 divine beasts completed their respective correction processes, and Chu Xian moved them back into the pocket dimension. He continued forward and stepped into the heavenly sun world. Inside, it was night time. The mountain with towering ancient trees was actually silent. Something was obviously wrong. Chu Xian looked around vigilantly. Transcendent Dao realm cultivators were not weak in the heavenly sun world. Even so, Chu Xian did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy of the heavenly sun world entered his body. Chu Xian's heart shook. The spiritual energy here was also different from the spiritual energy of the chaos. The spiritual energy in the heavenly sun world was even more intense and seemed to contain the yang element. The chaos spiritual energy seemed to contain the yin element. Without comparison, it was impossible to detect the difference in the spiritual energy. If spiritual energy was compared to water, the chaos spiritual energy was cool water, while the spiritual energy of the heavenly sun world was warm water. Chu Xian already had some conjectures. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that only when the chaos and the heavenly sun world merged into one would it be a truly complete world. The heavenly sun world was yang, while the chaos was yin. Chu Xian absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavenly sun world and began to comprehend the great Dao of this world. The great Dao was somewhat blurry. However, he could still sense it. After all, he had transcended the Dao realm, so it was naturally not difficult for him to comprehend the great Dao. Chu Xian retracted his aura and carefully investigated the great Dao. After a while, some unfamiliar insights and laws of the heavenly sun world appeared in his mind. It was as if yin and yang had combined and complemented each other, achieving true perfection. As he comprehended, Chu Xian's strength increased. The Dao path that connected the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation seemed to become more substantial. Furthermore, it exuded a faint radiance. At this moment, Chu Xian discovered a secret. Chapter 724 Heavenly Sun World, Part 3. Feeling the changes in the Dao path in his body, Chu Xian was more and more sure of his conjecture. The heavenly sun world was yang, and the chaos was yin. Only by fusing yin and yang would a perfect great Dao be born, and only in this way could one break through to a higher realm. This might be a great secret that one would only discover when one cultivated in the chaos, transcended the chaos, and entered the heavenly sun world. Chu Xian made more conjectures. At the Dao creation realm, if one did not combine yin and yang and achieve a perfect Dao, the Dao one created would actually be incomplete, and they would never be able to break through past that point. Only by combining yin and yang could one break through to the Dao supreme realm. This was likely also the reason why the descendants and disciples of the Dao supreme realm experts cultivated in the chaos. The 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in Chu Xian's body were now revolving even faster. The supreme laws within them were also undergoing some kind of change. The speed at which his strength was increasing had become even faster. He turned back to look at the hazy chaos beyond the heavenly sun world. Chu Xian had a premonition that the battle back then was definitely unusual. It was time to leave. If there was an expert nearby, they would definitely sense the movement of him passing through the world's law barrier. Chu Xian's figure moved, heading towards the interior of the heavenly sun world. From the void region, he had seen that the heavenly sun world was divided into sections by the residual power of the war. He was in one of the larger sections. He concealed his aura and hid in the mountain. He had to cross the mountain to enter the heavenly sun world. The mountain was silent, but Chu Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, those transcendent Dao realm cultivators were not invincible. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any attacks. Chu Xian could sense that there was something unusual about the mountain. Some special power remained here. Furthermore, it seemed to be trying to corrode his body. However, he had 3,000 chaos bodies of creation, so this special power could not do him any harm. After it entered the body, it was absorbed by the masses of chaotic energy creation and refined, nourishing his body. However, Chu Xian found that he could not block this power, which made his heart tremble. Had he been any other transcendent Dao realm cultivator, they would probably be corroded and severely injured very quickly. This kind of power must be a remnant of that great battle, perhaps the residual power of a Dao Supreme Realm expert. Chu Xian finally understood why the mountains were so quiet. Even those who had transcended the Dao realm could not stay here, much less the other weaker beings. On the other hand, these ancient trees had been eroded by the power and had probably undergone some changes. Chu Xian was curious, but he did not have the intention to investigate. The unknown was dangerous. An hour later, Chu Xian had crossed the mountain. After crossing the mountain, Chu Xian became even more careful. If there were experts guarding the entrance, it would definitely be around this place. Chu Xian immediately changed his aura and appearance to avoid exposing his true appearance. He then descended the mountain, looking around for a path to leave. In his mind, he was comparing what he was seeing in front of him to the layout of the heavenly sun world that he had seen from the void region. Please visit palpha-1.com. He was trying to determine which section was the safest. After making a decision, he flew in a certain direction. He did not search the surroundings to avoid alerting any experts that might be present. He did not fly in the sky, but chose to instead fly close to the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. As expected, there were experts. Chu Xian's spiritual sense quickly discovered that there were 5 experts hidden within a radius of 10,000 miles. They were all transcendent Dao realm experts. After Chu Xian swept the surroundings with his spiritual sense, the other experts also discovered him. "Who are you, sir?" The figure in front of him shouted coldly as he unleashed a terrifying sword beam. Since Chu Xian had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. He had to escape before the other party surrounded him, or before an even stronger expert showed up to reinforce them. Boom! He threw a punch to cancel out the sword beam. With Chu Xian's current strength, the power of his Dao Path secret techniques was boundless. The moment the sword beam was shattered, Chu Xian had already reached the other party. He pointed his finger at the person. Before the other party could react, a sword beam pierced his chest. Boundless destruction sword. Pfft! Blood spurted out, and the attacker screamed as he retreated frantically. There was a huge difference in strength even between transcendent Dao realm experts. P-alpha and D-alpha no 10. After Chu Xian completed the integration of yin and yang and perfected his Dao path, his strength far exceeded his previous level of strength when he had first transcended the chaos. "Where do you think you're going?" There were attacks coming from his left and right. Chu Xian struck out with his palm, and a huge black vortex appeared like a chaotic abyss, which swallowed and suppressed the attack. He did not stop moving, and broke through before they managed to surround him. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared beside the man who was now clutching his chest. Seeing the wound on his chest, they were all shocked. "Who was it?" "I'm not sure. He's extremely powerful and might be from the Forbidden Zone." "Wasn't the Forbidden Zone destroyed? How did such a powerful expert appear? We must stop him." An old man took out a jade talisman and began to transmit a message. They were all shocked. After the great battle, the Forbidden Zone had become quiet. No more experts appeared from the chaos. Occasionally, there would be some evil spirits who had lost their minds and consciousness. They would come out to wreak havoc and devour living beings. Hundreds of millions of living beings had been devoured by these powerful evil spirits. It was because of this that the experts of the Heavenly Sun world were stationed within a 1,000,000-mile radius surrounding the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 725 Escape. This was in order to kill the evil spirits that came out of the Forbidden Zone. In the recent hundreds of thousands of years, no more evil spirits had appeared, which led them to believe that all of them had died. Not long ago, these 5 experts who were the closest to the Forbidden Zone felt some fluctuations in the law barrier of the Heavenly Sun world, and decided to investigate. They had never thought that a powerful existence would suddenly appear out of the blue. Was that an evil spirit? Had it grown to the point where it was human-like and no longer possessed an evil aura? Was it a human or an evil spirit? After sending out the message, they questioned the injured man. I don't know. It looked like a human, but I couldn't sense any aura from it. The man's voice was heavy. The opponent's power is very overbearing. I have to go back and recuperate in seclusion. There was some kind of residual power on the wound, preventing it from healing. It was even continuously damaging his body, and threatening to spread further. The other four were shocked. The person who was injured was a famous swordsman. He had been reduced to this state from a single strike? Let me give you a hand. Many thanks. The other four immediately used their power to help the injured man suppress the power within the wound. At the same time, they were all thinking that, if the other party was human, he would definitely have obtained a great opportunity within the chaos, and probably knew secrets about the Forbidden Zone. As such, they had to capture him. After helping the injured man suppress the power, the other four quickly moved to pursue Chu Xian. Space within the heavenly sun world was extremely stable, and the power of laws was powerful. Therefore, Chu Xian could not travel as fast as he could in the chaos. Moreover, in order to conceal himself, Chu Xian did not choose to escape through space, as that would trigger fluctuations which the others could trace. Suddenly, a spatial ripple began to condense in front of him. There were experts traveling through space to try and block his path. Chu Xian slightly adjusted his flight trajectory, and did not stop. His fingers pointed in the direction of that spatial ripple. Boundless Destruction Sword. Boom! The space collapsed around the spatial ripple. A figure burst out with a powerful aura within the collapsed space, tearing away at the collapsed space. However, Chu Xian's figure had already disappeared before the other party could escape the collapsed space. More experts were traveling through space, and Chu Xian kept using the Boundless Destruction Sword to interrupt their arrival. One after another, more and more experts were notified of his presence. An old man emerged from a spatial ripple a long distance away, and tried to intercept Chu Xian using a movement technique. Chu Xian frowned. Those chasing him were all Transcendent Dao Realm experts, and it was not a small number. If a Dao Creation Realm expert appeared, it would be difficult to escape. Thinking this, Chu Xian manifested his divine might ancient form into a corporeal body. An ancient and savage aura shook the surroundings. It was as if he was an eternal god from ancient times. The expression of the expert who had intended to block Chu Xian changed, and his heart was filled with shock. The divine might ancient form body exploded with a powerful aura as it advanced toward the old man. Boom! Extinction Fist. The divine might ancient form body's first move was extremely powerful. The old man spat out blood and was sent flying. He was shocked. They were both Transcendent Dao Realm experts, so why was this person so strong? The divine might ancient form body broke through the blockade and continued to escape. At this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared from all directions and surrounded the divine might ancient form body. After fleeing for 1,000,000 miles, a great battle broke out. Taking advantage of the fact that the divine might ancient form body had attracted all the experts away, Chu Xian's figure reappeared and landed on the ground. He quickly left this place. He passed through a barrier and entered another section. The divine might ancient form body was something he had condensed to attract attention and cover his escape. It could not hold on for too long. P alpha and D alpha no 10. After entering another section, Chu Xian still did not stop. He continued to move forward. He passed through another section and reached his third section. Chu Xian found that the spiritual energy here had become thinner, which meant that there should not be any Transcendent Dao Realm experts here. A long way away, the divine might ancient form body's aura shook the heavens. Even though it was fighting with more than 10 Transcendent Dao Realm experts, it was still holding its own. Please visit palpha1.com. However, after some time, its aura dimmed. The experts were excited. They were finally going to capture this mysterious existence. The secret of the Forbidden Zone was right in front of them. After the great battle, many secrets and knowledge regarding the Forbidden Zone had been lost. Moreover, once one's cultivation exceeded the transcendent Dao realm, it would be hard to break through. The mysterious being in front of them was still a transcendent Dao realm expert, but he was far stronger than them. There must be a great opportunity hidden in the Forbidden Zone. They had to find out what it was and how to obtain it, as well as how to travel safely through the Forbidden Zone. Surrender. We won't kill you. As long as you hand over the method to cross the Forbidden Zone and the secrets of the Forbidden Zone, we will let you go. The Divine Might ancient form body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. Its power shook the surroundings. Boom! It self-destructed. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to collapse. The transcendent Dao realm experts all spat out blood and escaped from the chaotic space, injured. All of them had extremely ugly expressions. What kind of existence was that? How could it so decisively self-destruct? Chu Xian, who was in the middle of escaping, paused. He sighed. He had lost a portion of his strength thanks to this incident. However, it was worthwhile, and he would eventually be able to recover his lost power. He continued to flee, far away from the area where the strong were. Chu Xian had a premonition that his appearance had attracted the attention of Dao creation realm experts. He had to keep a low profile. He was from the chaos. If he did not keep a low profile, he would become easy prey. As he fled, he erased any traces of his aura and presence to avoid being tracked. He arrived at another section, and found that the spiritual energy here was even thinner. The great battle back then definitely had a significant impact on the heavenly sun world. Suddenly, Chu Xian discovered that the system, which had been stuck updating all this while, actually changed. Update progress, 10%, 11%. Chu Xian was overjoyed, and looked forward to what the system would be like after it updated and restarted. Could he continue to become stronger if he found a place to stay in seclusion again? The system's update progress would take some time, so Chu Xian did not stop and continued his escape. The night passed. Light enveloped the world as a huge sun rose into the sky. Chu Xian looked up at the sun, which was emitting a gentle glow. However, even with his cultivation, he could not look at the sun for too long. One could vaguely see the sun's flames flickering around it. However, he did not feel any terrifying heat emanating from it. Heavenly Sun. He finally understood why this world was called the Heavenly Sun world. It was because of this huge sun in the sky. Looking at the sun in the sky, Chu Xian suddenly remembered that the moon did not seem to exist at night, and he could not even see the stars. He had only been concerned about escaping and had not paid attention to his surroundings last night. Under the glowing heavenly sun, Chu Xian felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings become gentler and gentler, as it was infused with Yang aura. Could that sun be the source of the heavenly sun world's great Dao? He could vaguely sense the laws of the great Dao contained within the heavenly Sunday. It was no ordinary fireball. He then continued to move forward. This place was still too close to the Forbidden Zone. There might be experts or even old monsters hiding nearby. His destination was a certain corner of the heavenly sun world. He would wait for the system to restart before deciding on his final destination. If staying in seclusion could make him stronger, he had to find a safe place and keep a low profile once more. He would only appear once he was invincible again. It did not matter whether the spiritual energy there was thin or not, as he would be able to rely on the system to grow stronger. Moreover, when his strength reached his level, he would have to rely on his comprehension of the great Dao to reach the Dao creation realm. Chapter 726 New Functions, Part 1. A day later, Chu Xian passed through yet another barrier and arrived at a barren land with thin spiritual energy. This was a remote corner of the heavenly sun world. Moreover, due to the thinness of the spiritual energy here, it was difficult to sense the great Dao. Therefore, the level of cultivators here were quite low, with the strongest being Emperor Realm cultivators. In a sense, it could be considered as the Heavenly Sun World's novice village. Chu Xian sighed. He felt like a max-level boss in the novice village. He had fled to this remote place, billions of miles away from the chaos. No one would imagine that a transcendent Dao realm expert would hide in such a remote place, right? This section should be one of the most desolate and low-level areas in the Heavenly Sun world. The power of the barrier here was not too strong either. However, to the weak cultivators in this area, passing through the barrier was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To the geniuses here, it was a disaster. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Dash they could have reached a higher realm, but they were sealed in this area. Most likely, the cultivators and living beings here did not know about the outside world, and likely believed that the barrier was the edge of the world. Chu Xian's figure moved and arrived at a small valley. There was a small valley with a radius of 30 miles. The ancient trees were verdant and the flowers were in full bloom. It was a pretty good place. It was just that there was some dark and foul aura mixed in with the spiritual energy here. Low-level cultivators who lived here would be prone to erosion, which would damage their cultivation foundation. In fact, over time, it was easy for their consciousness to be thrown into disarray. In this section, this valley could be considered a dangerous place. Chu Xian waved his hand, and the foul spiritual energy disappeared. The corpse of an Emperor Realm beast rotting on the ground was reduced to dust. Even the source of the filth was destroyed. Chu Xian landed on a small mountain in front of the valley. He looked at the system. Updating progress. 90%, 91%. The system was about to complete its update, and Chu Xian was waiting for it anxiously. The small valley here was not bad, and if he stayed in this section of the Heavenly Sun world, he could avoid the detection of strong experts. Updating progress. 99%, 100%. Finally, the system completed its update and restarted. You stayed at home for 100 years, set a new record, created and implemented a grand plan, transcended the chaos, reached the Heavenly Sun world, and integrated your Dao path with Yin and Yang. You have transcended illusion and returned to reality. Chu Xian looked at the system's notification with raised eyebrows. Please visit p-alpha-1.com. He had already guessed the secret of Yin and Yang of the Heavenly Sun world and the chaos. However, what was this about transcending illusion? Was the chaos illusory? Was it fabricated? Now that he thought about it, the chaos did have some unusual aspects. It seemed to lack something. After entering the Heavenly Sun world, Chu Xian's feelings about this became stronger. It felt as if the Heavenly Sun world was the real world. However, he also felt that the Heavenly Sun world was incomplete. He believed that if the Heavenly Sun world and the chaos were united, they would form a complete world. The system update includes the following functions after restarting. 1. The derivation function. It can derive anything below the host's level. Derivation beyond that point will require the consumption of origin energy. Note, if you consume too much origin energy, it will affect your cultivation foundation. Please be careful. 2. The fate function, which can spy on the development of fate, suppress fate, and hide the host's own fate and karma. 3. You can shield and separate yourself from the transcendent laws and the world's laws. You cannot be spied on by all transcendent existences. Chu Xian looked at the system notification. The update included 3 new functions, of which the third one was especially useful to him at this juncture. It would relieve him of his worries of being traced and hunted down. With this function, no one would be able to derive or predict his location, even Dao Supreme Realm experts. His sense of security had increased greatly. The derivation function was also very good. However, he had to keep in mind the system's warning regarding the consumption of origin energy. As for the fate function, it was also pretty good. Fate was extremely mysterious. Chu Xian had created the heavenly Dao in the chaos, so he understood the fate energy of the heavenly Dao like the back of his hand. He could also sense the general fate of the chaos, but could not completely grasp it. Chu Xian was sure that even Dao Supreme Realm experts and Dao Supreme rulers could not predict the fate of those in the same realm, or even the fate of a large world. If they could, they would not have fallen for whatever scheme was created to trigger the great battle. The mystery of fate was difficult to predict. The strong could see the fate of the weak. Of course, there were some geniuses who were unique and special, which made it impossible for experts to read their fate. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one would actually no longer be affected by the fate of things weaker than them. For example, when Chu Xian transcended the chaos, the fate of the chaos could no longer affect him. However, the fate of the heavenly sun world could affect him. He would need to reach a certain level in order to transcend that fate as well. When he did, he would no longer be affected by the fate of the heavenly sun world. Just like when he transcended the chaos, the fate energy would return to his body, and the outside world would no longer be able to interfere with his fate. 727 New Functions, Part 2. Chu Xian knew that he still had a long way to go. The system's fate function allowed him to control his own fate and not be affected by the outside world's fate. The system's stay-at-home function has been activated. You can designate an area as your home, cannot exceed 50 kilometers. You cannot leave during the function's active period. If you leave, your stay-at-home record will be erased. Every year, you'll be rewarded. The longer you stay, the more generous the reward. During the function's active period, you can't cultivate in seclusion, and will have to live your life normally. After the system update, the reward for staying at home was now calculated in years. Moreover, he could not cultivate in seclusion during this period of time. He had to live a normal life. On the plus side, the size of his living area had expanded. Chu Xian looked at the valley. This was a very suitable residential area. After he completed the first stage before the system's update, he had become invincible within the chaos. Then, he had spent more than 10 million years working hard to transcend the chaos. In conclusion, he needed the system in order to get strong quickly. Chu Xian decided to stay in this small valley. The scarcity of spiritual energy here did not matter to him. He had plenty of treasures. If he used them, he could easily turn this small valley into a holy land for cultivation. Chu Xian landed in the valley. After observing the valley, Chu Xian did not immediately designate it as his residence. Instead, he began to transform the small valley. A small stream was flowing through the ancient forest in the valley. The source of the stream was an underground river that was redirected by Chu Xian. It flowed out from the middle of a cliff, creating a small waterfall. There was a small pond under the waterfall. After spending a little time transforming the small valley, Chu Xian confirmed the designation of this place as his residence. With a wave of his hand, a few ancient trees were uprooted, and in a short while, a few wooden houses were built. A fence surrounded the residential area, and with a wave of his hand, a few treasures disappeared into the ground. The spiritual energy in the area became richer. Of course, it would only increase gradually as opposed to suddenly in order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. He would make it seem like the spiritual energy here was recovering. After all, the heavenly sun world had been severely damaged in the great battle. It would not be unusual for some places to suddenly show increased signs of recovery and life. To Chu Xian, as long as it did not attract the attention of experts, there would be no danger. While he was at it, he would also set up a concealment array in the small valley. Once the arrangements were complete, Chu Xian felt relieved and comfortable. He was sitting on a reclining chair in the courtyard residence. He allowed Su Xianer to leave the pocket dimension, as well as the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower. "Sir, where is this?" Su Xianer looked at the residence in surprise. "This is a section within the heavenly sun world. We'll be settling down here." Heavenly sun world. Su Xianer's eyes brightened. Seeing Chu Xian lying on the recliner, she understood that they were going to live quietly here for some time. The heavenly spirit cat strolled around the courtyard, while the spirit-devouring flower had taken root. The sky-shaking golden rock flew up to a big tree and perched itself on a branch. Chu Xian then released the 4 divine beasts. The white tiger ran to an ancient tree and lay down while comprehending the laws of the heavenly sun world. The black tortoise and the azure dragon chose to stay in the small pond. The vermilion bird joined the sky-shaking golden rock on a branch of the ancient tree. The 4 divine beasts all shrunk their bodies as they tried to comprehend the great Dao of the heavenly sun world. Their next goal was to break through and reach the transcendent Dao realm. Su Xianer started to get busy. She made a pot of tea for Chu Xian and started to prepare the meal ingredients. It was time to cook. She had returned to the familiar days in the Chu family's courtyard back then. Chu Xian lay on the chair, leisurely and carefree, no longer cultivating. He raised his head and looked out of the valley. When he had entered this section of the heavenly sun world, he had sensed that there was a probing force which could detect the strength of living beings. It should be the ability of some treasure. Fortunately, the level of the treasure was too low, and could only probe the strength of living beings up to the heaven realm. Chu Xian was not bothered by it, and did not even need to prepare any countermeasures to avoid it. He also did not probe its source. He felt that he should not use his strength too much in such a low-level area. Otherwise, his future life would be less fun. Now, he was the max-level boss in this desolate section of the heavenly sun world. He looked at the system's new function. First, he tried to use the derivation function. Can you derive the origin of the chaos? The chaos was not simple, and Chu Xian attached great importance to it. Therefore, the first thing he wanted to know was how the chaos came to be. The derivation request far exceeds your level. You will need to consume 80% of your origin energy. Do you want to proceed? 80% of its origin energy? Chu Xian immediately cancelled the derivation request. Consuming 80% of his origin energy would not only damage his cultivation foundation, but would also reduce his lifespan. Furthermore, consuming large amounts of origin energy would make it impossible to replenish. Chu Xian naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. Can you simulate the great battle between the heavenly sun world and the chaos? What was the outcome? This derivation request far exceeds your level. It will consume half of your origin energy. Do you want to proceed? Chu Xian cancelled the derivation request once again. From the origin energy cost, he could already tell that the battle back then had been terrifying. Can you display the cultivation level of the strongest person in the heavenly sun world? Chu Xian asked a different question. He wanted to use the derivation function to obtain some useful information. Incidentally, he realized that he could also derive information from the system's estimate of origin energy consumption for each request. This derivation request has surpassed your level. You will need to consume 1% of your origin energy. Do you wish to proceed? Only 1%? It did not seem like much. However, 1% of his total origin energy was actually not a small amount. It would take a long time to replenish. Chu Xian did not proceed with the derivation request. He had already gotten his answer. In the heavenly sun world, there were experts that were much stronger than him. Was it a Dao creation realm expert? Or did Dao supreme experts or Dao supreme rulers still exist? Chu Xian then took out Light Yan's head. He did not wake Light Yan up immediately. How much origin energy does it take to derive Light Yan's peak strength? This derivation request exceeds your level. It will consume 1/10,000th of your origin energy. Chu Xian now had a better idea. Light Yan had barely reached the Dao creation realm back then. If the derivation request only consumed 1/10,000th of his origin essence, extrapolating the numbers, the strongest expert in the heavenly sun world had definitely reached the Dao supreme realm. Chu Xian thought for a moment and tried again. How much origin energy does it take to derive the Dao supreme ruler realm? This derivation request far exceeds your realm. It will consume 1/10 of your origin energy. At this point, Chu Xian was certain that the strongest person in the Heavenly Sun world was a Dao Supreme Realm expert. 728 Waking Light Yen up. After confirming that the strongest expert in the Heavenly Sun world was a Dao Supreme Realm expert, Chu Xian was even more determined to keep a low profile. As someone who emerged from the chaos, there would be countless dangers if his identity and background were exposed. Furthermore, since there was at least one Dao Supreme Realm expert, there would naturally be Dao Creation Realm experts, and more of them too. Chu Xian could not help but inwardly rejoice that there was no Dao Creation Realm expert guarding the entrance to the Heavenly Sun world. Chu Xian sat on a chair, leisurely sipping his tea. He looked at Light Yen. With a wave of his hand, he removed the seal and woke him up at the same time. Light Yen opened his eyes and sensed the thin spiritual energy. The Heavenly Sun world is already in this state, he asked in shock. Just as he was about to check, Chu Xian stopped him. Don't mess around. If you're discovered, I'll be in trouble. Light Yen was stunned. At this moment, he found himself in a small valley. The spiritual energy here was extremely thin, but it seemed to be increasing slowly. Furthermore, there was a concealment formation set up here, which should be Chu Xian's doing. How's the Heavenly Sun world doing? Light Yen resisted the urge to use his spiritual sense to sweep the area. It's all right. Chu Xian then explained the general situation of the Heavenly Sun world to Light Yen. You're hiding here. Light Yen was stunned. Chu Xian was a transcendent Dao realm expert. Did he have to be so cautious? To think that an expert of his caliber would actually hide in such a remote corner. This place had clearly suffered a heavy blow. Not only was the spiritual energy thin, but even the great Dao was obscured here. This is the safest place. The Heavenly Sun world has at least one Dao Supreme Realm existence, and even though countless years have passed since the Great Battle, they are probably still cautious. Furthermore, most experts would be very curious about my unique situation. Once they discover you and me in the chaos, words will not suffice to save us. Light Yen's expression also turned grave. He naturally did not think that Chu Xian was overthinking things. As a former Dao Creation Realm expert, how could these powerful experts not be tempted by the secrets of the ancient era? It's a good choice to hide here. Light Yen's head was floating in the air as he nodded his head in agreement. Chu Xian looked at him and asked curiously, "Can you recover?" "It's difficult." Light Yen sighed. "Back then, my physical body was shattered. If someone had not protected me at the critical moment, I'm afraid I would have died." Even so, the Dao created by Light Yen had also collapsed. His body had been eroded by a powerful force, so he could not recover his physical body. Only his head remained. However, at the very least, his injuries would not continue to worsen, and his head would not be destroyed. It was almost impossible for him to recover his physical body unless a strong expert eliminated the remaining power of the laws in his body. Chu Xian had not even reached the Dao creation realm, so he obviously did not have the ability to help. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. Su Xianer then came out of one of the houses. "Sir, he is. This is Light Yen, a half-dead old monster. Don't worry too much about him." Chu Xian introduced him to her. "This is my maidservant. Don't bully her," he added. Light Yen sighed. "Why would I lower myself to the same level as a little girl?" Then, looking at Su Xianer, he expressed his bewilderment. "Your maidservant has extraordinary talent." His head flew over and circled around Su Xianer. Su Xianer's face was filled with anxiety. No matter how one looked at it, having a head flying around her was a little scary. At such a young age, you have already reached this level. Amazing! Light Yen sighed as he reminisced. He thought of that peerless figure. Supreme Moon. He did not know if she had died. Your maidservant has an extremely unique constitution. There was once a peerless beauty who was a Dao Supreme Realm expert who had the same constitution. If you don't mind, I can give your maidservant some guidance. Lai Tian asked Chu Xian. If you're willing, go ahead. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Lai Tian seemed to have some admiration for that person, which seemed to have transferred over to Su Xianer due to their similarities. Although he was now half-crippled, he had once been a Dao creation realm expert, and had experience cultivating up to that level. There was naturally no problem for him to be guiding Su Xianer. Xianer, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can also ask him for guidance. He was once a Dao creation realm expert. All right, sir. Su Xianer nodded her head. From her expression, it was obvious that she did not think much of Lai Tian. What could be better than Chu Xian's guidance? He put down the dishes and hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at Lai Tian and asked, "Do you want to eat some?" Lai Tian looked down. He did not even have a body, so how was he going to digest that food? Forget it. If there are any medicinal pills or Dao fruits though, I can try them. He needed these treasures to recover his power. Chu Xian waved his hand and some Dao fruits flew out. I don't have many good things, so just make do with these. Lai Tian opened his mouth and swallowed them. Many thanks. He turned his head and looked for a place to rest. 729 1,000 years. Then, he paused. He looked at the sky-shaking golden rock and the vermilion bird on the tree with a dazed expression. Golden rock? Vermilion bird? Is there a problem? Chu Xian asked curiously. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he said, "In my time, these two were already legendary existences. Of course, I'm not referring to their descendants. Back then, there were actually descendants of these two legendary existences in the Heavenly Sun world and the Chaos, but their bloodline was somewhat impure. These two, other than being slightly weaker, have extremely pure bloodlines. If it wasn't for the fact that they're so weak, I would have mistaken them for the real thing." Chu Xian's interest was piqued. The sky-shaking golden rock and the vermilion bird were rewards from the system. He could not help but wonder if they were the legendary existences Lai Tian was talking about. He had originally thought that the vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts of the 9 zones, had disappeared because of the system. However, Chu Xian no longer thought that way. Ever since he had learned that the chaos was special, and that it had been destroyed in that great battle, he suspected that the 4 divine beasts of the 9 zones were only a manifestation of their true origins. Their disappearance and reappearance thanks to the system was likely them returning to their true origins. Furthermore, the other 3 divine beasts were the same. Where did the first generation golden rock and vermilion bird go? Lai Tian stared at the golden rock and the vermilion bird. The more he looked at them, the more incredulous he felt. Why was their bloodline so pure? Even the vermilion bird king from his era did not have such a pure bloodline. Legend has it that the vermilion bird and the golden rock were Dao supreme rulers. They went to explore the void region and disappeared, Lai Tian replied. Chu Xian was deep in thought. When the golden rock, heavenly spirit cat and spirit devouring flower entered the heavenly sun world, they did not undergo any corrections. Although the 4 divine beasts did, the extent of the correction was not large. Was this due to having only part of their origin in the 9 zones? Lai Tian looked around and saw the white tiger under the ancient tree. He was silent. He felt that Chu Xian was not simple. Could it be that all of the 4 divine beasts were with him? Of course, he did not think that it was the original 4 divine beasts. He only thought that these were direct descendants of the 4 divine beasts. He took a look at the heavenly spirit cat and found it familiar. It looked like a miniature version of the white tiger. I'm going to recuperate for a while. After Lai Tian finished speaking, he flew out of the small courtyard and went to the pond under the cliff. There, he saw the azure dragon and the black tortoise. This person's background is not simple. Chu Xian glanced at the vermilion bird, but did not use the derivation function to analyze its origin. Whether or not it was the first generation vermilion bird was not important. Why did so many Dao supreme rulers choose to explore the void region? Was there really nothing there? Or did it hide some untold secrets about the world? Chu Xian did not think too much about it. He only needed to stay at home and grow stronger. There was still a long way to go before he became a Dao supreme ruler. His current goal was to break through and reach the Dao creation realm. Sitting at the table with Su Xianer, eating delicious food, he finally revisited the long-lost joys of life. He had been cultivating for more than 10 million years, and had been missing out on the finer things in life. After enjoying his meal, Chu Xian continued to relax in his chair. He squinted his eyes and tried to sense the origin Great Dao. The origin Great Dao was growing at a rather fast pace, and even though it was so far away and there was a law barrier separating it, he could still sense and control it. Chu Xian flipped his hand and the Heavenly Dao Talisman appeared in his hand. He observed the Heavenly Dao Talisman, and found that the Heavenly Dao was developing normally and was constantly improving. Chu Xian tried to contact Ding Yu and the others. However, he realized that even though he had the Heavenly Dao Talisman, he could not contact Ding Yu and the others. It was blocked by an unfathomable and transcendent law. The Heavenly Dao was still not strong enough. He then put the Heavenly Dao Talisman away. After observing the small valley for a while, he decided to live here. He could not just laze around on the chair and do nothing. He still had to do some things to kill time. He took out some seeds, and created a hoe. He brought the hoe along to the valley to cultivate and plant some spiritual fruits and herbs to kill time and entertain himself. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian had been staying in the valley for 1,000 years. He received a reward once a year, and had received 1,000 rewards. Most of them were cultivation rewards. The reward that was given once every century was relatively large, and the reward that was given once every millennium was even more generous. For 1,000 years, Chu Xian didn't cultivate and lived an ordinary and leisurely life. Light Yen was dumbfounded. How did a person manage to do daily chores like an ordinary farmer in a small valley every day? Was this really an expert who had transcended the Dao realm? He could not stand it. However, since he could not leave the valley, Light Yen could only recuperate in seclusion. He had woken up 3 times in 1,000 years, which was only to guide Su Xianer. The rest of the time, he was sleeping and cultivating. He was afraid that he would not be able to stand this boring life if he stayed awake. He wanted to leave the valley, but Chu Xian did not allow it. Therefore, this was the only way to pass the time. Within these 1,000 years, Su Xianer had broken through to the Holy Dao realm, which was equivalent to the Chaos Supreme realm. Chu Xian lay on the recliner, took a sip of tea, and let out a long breath. His entire body was relaxed. He did not need to cultivate, and he could become stronger just by staying at home. This was what he wanted. He had finally broken through to the Dao creation realm after these 1,000 years. You've stayed at home for 1,000 years. You've been low-key, diligent, and your life is full of fun and vigor. You have been rewarded with a breakthrough to the Dao creation realm. That was the reward for the 1,000-year milestone. The Dao creation realm was a huge leap. The supreme laws within the 3,000 masses of chaotic energy of creation in his body had been perfected. The Dao path that connected them had also been perfected, and supreme laws wrapped themselves around it. He had truly created his Dao. The supreme laws of the chaos were derived from the great Dao after the greater chaos was shattered. The great Dao of the 9 zones was equivalent to the inferior version of that great Dao. The heavenly Dao was a great Dao that surpassed the great Dao of the 9 zones, but was lacking in comparison to the great Dao of the greater chaos. Within these 1,000 years, the origin great Dao had also completed its transformation, and it was also a Dao creation. As such, Chu Xian was much stronger than other early-stage Dao creation realm experts. The heavenly Dao was also evolving toward becoming a Dao creation. 1,000 years in the heavenly sun world meant that 1,000,000,000 years had passed in the chaos. The two chaoses had already collided and fused. The supreme laws of the chaos had already long been devoured by the heavenly Dao, even before the two chaoses collided and fused. After the fusion of chaoses and the chaos calamity, the heavenly Dao started to infiltrate and devour the supreme laws of the other chaos. The Chaos Supreme Realm experts of the other chaos naturally wanted to stop it, which resulted in many conflicts breaking out. During the Chaos Calamity, the Chaos Supreme Realm experts of both sides had already begun to fight for the authority over the unified chaos. It was worth mentioning that Ding Yu and Chu Xian's other disciples had already reached the Chaos Supreme Realm. However, it would still take them a long time to transcend the chaos. Moreover, since the heavenly Dao had not unified the two chaoses, they were unable to leave the chaos with their current strength. They would not be able to stay in the void region for very long anyway. 730 Yilingling, Part 1. It would likely take them more than 10,000 years, in heavenly sun world time, for them to transcend the chaos. Although they were talented, Chu Xian was not certain if they could be compared to the descendants and disciples of those Dao Supreme Realm experts. After all, those factions had been at this for countless years, and had likely accumulated a lot of knowledge, resources, and techniques related to this matter. Even they would take more than 10,000 years to transcend the chaos, and it was extremely rare for someone to break through in a few thousand years. Chu Xian felt that if his disciples could transcend the chaos in 100,000 years, they would have already surpassed his expectations, as well as the geniuses of the heavenly sun world. Over the past 1,000 years, the system's rewards were not only related to his cultivation, but also the growth of the origin Great Dao, without which, it would not have grown so quickly. Other than that, there were also some treasures and techniques. He had reached the Dao creation realm in 1,000 years. Compared to the slow growth of other Dao creation realm cultivators, Chu Xian could feel his strength increasing every day. His next goal was to break through to the Dao Supreme Realm within 10,000 years, which would give him a little confidence in dealing with matters. Chu Xian took out the heavenly Dao talisman. Once again, he tried to send a message to Ding Yu and the others in the chaos. The result was still a failure. Chu Xian was helpless and could only wait. He hoped that the system would reward him with an improvement in the strength of the heavenly Dao at some point. He had to contact Ding Yu and the others before they transcended the chaos. Otherwise, rashly entering the heavenly sun world would be disastrous for them, and for him. It might even expose the heavenly Dao and the origin Great Dao. Still, there was plenty of time, so Chu Xian was not in a hurry. When the 10,000 year milestone arrived, he should have broken through to the Dao Supreme Realm, and should be able to contact them. 1,000 years in this desolate section was enough for many things to happen. 500 years ago, a powerful king emerged from this place and rose to power. He unified the region 300 years ago and created the first unified empire, the Great Victory Empire. It ended the chaotic situation in this section that had been happening for a long time. Now, it was the only empire in this section, and countless sects could only bow their heads and obey the laws of the Great Victory Empire. Many of the sect's geniuses had entered the service of the Great Victory Empire. 100 years ago, that king's strength had reached the peak, and he had no way to advance. Therefore, after passing the throne to the crown prince, he left. It was said that the founder of the empire had broken free from the restraints of the world and left it. The current king had been on the throne for 100 years. The Great Victory Empire was at its peak, and the power of the imperial family ruled over everyone. However, the Heavenly Pavilion was an exception. The Heavenly Pavilion had a long history and had experienced ups and downs of this section. It had always stood tall and no one could shake it. Even the Great Victory Empire, which had unified the section, could not shake it. It was rumored that the founder of the Great Victory Empire had some sort of agreement with the Heavenly Pavilion, and that the reason why the Empire was able to unify the section was because the Heavenly Pavilion had secretly contributed a lot. In the imperial city of the Great Victory Empire, in front of the palace, there was a stone monument, on which there were 3 ranking lists. The 100 Flowers ranking list recorded the 100 most talented and beautiful women in the world. However, in order to be able to enter the 100 Flowers ranking, other than being beautiful, they had to have a special constitution and extraordinary cultivation talent. Then there was a list of the top 100 handsome men, with the same criteria as the first ranking list. Finally, the Emperor ranking was for the top 100 Emperor realm experts in this section. From ancient times until now, the ranking lists of the Heavenly Pavilion had always been authoritative and undisputable. There was no mistake. 100 years ago, the number 1 on the Emperor ranking list changed from the founder of the Great Victory Empire to the ruler of one of the empire's cities, which was the younger brother of the founder. The second position was occupied by the current king. The third was one of the founding ministers, the Defender Duke. The imperial faction of the Great Victory Empire occupied the top 3 ranks on the list. At this moment, a group of cultivators had gathered in front of the monument. Third on the 100 Flowers ranking, Yi Lingling, the Yi family's daughter. The Yi family of the 10 great families. Other than that Yi family, what other Yi family is there? I didn't expect the Yi family to have such a genius in this generation. This is not a good thing. A middle-aged man sneered and said, entering the 100 Flowers ranking without enough background and strength is not a good thing. Don't forget what happened to her. Many people nodded in agreement. It's indeed not a good thing. A young man shook his head and sighed. The Marquis of Swords' son went after Yi Lingling and wanted to marry her. The Yi family could not handle the pressure and decided to offer her to him. Yi Lingling's parents objected and ran away with their daughter. In the end, the Marquis of Swords sent people to capture Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's parents risked their lives to let their daughter escape, but they died in the process. He could not help but sigh. Then, someone asked, the Marquis of Swords' son is the 10th most handsome man in the world. He's a rare genius. Being a concubine is better than having one's family destroyed, right? The young man replied, you don't understand. Yi Lingling has the ethereal spiritual constitution. The Marquis of Swords' son wants to use her to refine a divine sword. The people present were silent. It was no wonder Yi Lingling's parents were so against it. Once Yi Lingling fell into their hands, not only would she become a toy, but she would also become a vessel for a divine sword. It would be a fate worse than death. 731 Yi Lingling, Part 2. The Marquis of Swords' son is really... The young man was furious. Shut up! Do you want to die? Someone's expression changed as he hurriedly berated the young man and shut his mouth. Although Yi Lingling has escaped, where can she go? Unless someone is willing to stand up for her, her fate is sealed. What are you thinking? Who would dare to offend the Marquis of Swords? Even a prince wouldn't offend the Marquis of Swords over something like this. The Marquis of Swords was a founding minister of the country. He was known as the number 1 swordsman in this section, and was ranked 9th of the Emperor ranking. There were only a few people who were not afraid of the Marquis of Swords faction, but none of them were willing to become enemies with him over a woman. I'm afraid that Yi Lingling's fate will be the worst out of all of the beauties on the 100 Flowers ranking list, someone sighed. This 100 Flowers ranking list is evil, a warrior mumbled angrily. I don't know how many women have ended up in a miserable state because they got on the ranking. Many of them have lost their families. Everyone present was silent. The 100 Flowers ranking had indeed brought disaster to many of the beautiful women. However, the rankings belonged to the Heavenly Pavilion. Even the Great Victory Empire could not do anything about them and could not interfere with their actions. The Heavenly Pavilion only published the rankings and watched the world rise and fall. They never interfered with the affairs of the world. It was also because of this that the forces in this section did not have much hostility towards the Heavenly Pavilion. Those who were hostile to the Heavenly Pavilion were probably victims of the ranking lists. However, who could shake the Heavenly Pavilion? 1,000 years ago, a powerful Emperor Realm expert wanted to abolish the ranking lists and kill his way into the heavenly pavilion. In the end, his body was hung in public. Only then did everyone understand that the experts on the Emperor ranking list were no match for the heavenly pavilion. There were even rumors that there was an expert beyond the Emperor realm in the heavenly pavilion. Outside the valley, a figure in a sorry state staggered over. The young girl's hair was disheveled, her originally fair face was dirty, and her clothes were torn in a few places. Her bright eyes were filled with hatred and despair. "Father, Mother, I'm useless. I can't avenge you. Wan Ji. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Yulingling's despairing eyes were filled with determination. Looking at the valley not far away, she gritted his teeth and stumbled over step by step. This was a well-known dangerous zone. Anyone who entered this place would be contaminated by the foul spiritual energy. Yulingling knew that she would not be able to escape, and that even if she died, her body would be obtained by Wan Ji and be made into a tool for him to refine a divine sword. This was why she came to this dangerous zone. If she died here, her body would be contaminated by the foul spiritual energy, so Wan Ji's plan to use her body to refine a divine sword would be in vain. She only hated herself for not being able to take revenge. She also hated the heavenly pavilion for putting her on the 100 Flowers ranking list, and even notified everyone of her ethereal spiritual constitution. It was because of this that disaster struck. However, no matter how much she hated them both, Yulingling knew that she could not take revenge. The Marquis of Swords was one of the founding ministers of the Empire, and the forces he had at his disposal were immense. He was also known as the #1 swordsman in the world, and was ranked 9th on the Emperor ranking list. It was no doubt a fool's dream to seek revenge. The only thing she could do was to die here in the valley before the people who captured her arrived, so that her body would be contaminated and become unusable. She stumbled into the valley. Then, it was as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. Yulingling was dumbfounded by what she saw. How was this a dangerous zone? Taking a deep breath, she realized that the spiritual energy here was so dense that it was 100 times stronger than the famous holy lands in the world. In the valley, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs and fruits that were planted in neat rows. She did not know most of them, but from the aura they exuded, they had to be high grade. They even seemed to be treasures that surpassed emperor grade. What was going on? Then, she spotted a small bush. Is that a tea bush? The leaves seemed to contain wondrous vitality and exuded an indescribable Dao aura. This was not a dangerous zone. This was a peerless land of treasures. Yulingling was so excited that tears were streaming down her face. There was hope for her revenge. If she cultivated in this place and relied on these heavenly resources, she would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. There was even hope of surpassing the Emperor realm. Just as she was about to run forward excitedly, she suddenly realized that if the hunting team was following him, how could she protect these treasures? Would these treasures not all fall into their hands? No. All of them must be taken away, and what can't be taken away must be destroyed. I cannot let Wan Ji get even one of these treasures. Yulingling gritted her teeth and made a decision. After obtaining enough of these treasures, she would find a place to hide. As long as she avoided being captured, she would be able to buy enough time to cultivate and reach the Emperor realm. This way, she would have a chance to take revenge. Even if it was a pity to destroy such treasures, she could not let Wan Ji get his hands on them. Yulingling rushed over to the tea bush first. The feeling that the tea leaves gave her was the most extraordinary. She had to act quickly and plunder as many other heavenly treasures as possible. At that moment, Yulingling only hated the fact that her storage bag was too small. If it could fit all of the treasures in this valley, she would not have to destroy these priceless things. Then, she raised his hand to pick the tea, but suddenly stopped. Her face was filled with shock. She looked around in disbelief. At this moment, she suddenly realized. These natural treasures seemed to have been planted by someone. They were arranged too neatly. Moreover, now that she was looking around, this place looked like a medicinal garden, which meant that it was not formed naturally. The valley had an owner. Could it be that a peerless expert was living in seclusion here? Thinking this, Yi Lingling retracted her hand that was about to pick the tea leaves and walked into the valley with a nervous heart. The most mysterious force in the world was none other than the heavenly pavilion. Could this be where their true headquarters were? Her heart was filled with apprehension, hatred, but also some hope. She hoped that this was the place where some peerless expert lived in seclusion, and not the heavenly pavilion sect. If so, then there would be hope for her revenge. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian sat on the recliner and looked toward the entrance of the valley. The valley was not a place that anyone could enter. Yi Lingling's every move was under observation. What a strong and special fate! From Chu Xian's perspective, Yi Lingling's fate was like a rainbow. Based on her fate, she would become stronger and stronger. Were it not for her strong and special fate, she would not have been able to enter the valley. Chu Xian had deliberately set up restrictions so that only those with great fate could enter. He also limited the age of those who could enter. This young girl's body was also quite special. There was a kind of ethereal and illusory aura about. She was not strong, and had only reached the middle stages of the profound realm. In terms of cultivation, her level of talent was average. Chu Xian could tell that the girl's cultivation technique was not compatible with her special constitution, and was even holding her back. It was because of this that her level of talent seemed ordinary. He watched as the young girl walked towards the small courtyard. Chu Xian frowned slightly. He actually did not recognize this special constitution. He sent a voice transmission to Light Yen and asked him to come over. Light Yen was a native of the Heavenly Sun world and a former Dao creation realm expert. Moreover, his identity and status back then were also extraordinary, and he was a somewhat famous expert. He should be able to identify this young girl's special constitution. Light Yen appeared instantly. After all, this was the first time Chu Xian had woken him up. What did you call me for? What kind of special constitution is that? Chu Xian gestured toward Yi Linglin. Light Yen turned his head around and looked at her. Is that the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution? He exclaimed in surprise. This desolate section actually produced a cultivator with the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution? How strange! Light Yen's face was filled with surprise. 732 First Disciple in the Heavenly Sun World, Part 1. Supreme Ethereal Spiritual Constitution. This was the first time Chu Xian had heard of this name. He looked at Yi Lingling. The ethereal and illusory aura around her body was quite unique. It is a rare constitution in this world. As long as its owner doesn't die young, she will definitely become a Dao Supreme expert. Light Yen's expression turned solemn. Chu Xian was also shocked. Was the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution that terrifying? This was no small matter. This kind of constitution would be treasured by any faction, and they would do everything in their power to nurture and protect its owner. Once she develops, she will become a one-man army. Of course, if she was born in an ordinary faction, she would have to hide well. Otherwise, she would be targeted by enemies at all costs. Of course, those with this constitution are not easy to kill, especially if they manage to catch the eye of a powerful expert. After all, almost every expert would be willing to take them in as disciples, Light Yen said. Light Yen's face revealed a look of reminiscence. In my era, there was a Dao Supreme expert with the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution. She was magnificent. When Chu Xian saw Light Yen's face, which was full of nostalgia and admiration. Old man, was she the woman of your dreams? Light Yen gave a hollow laugh, but he did not deny it. I'm an old friend of hers. We've known each other since we were young, and often went on adventures together. Chu Xian could not help but suspect that this person was the expert who had protected Light Yen and saved his life. Perhaps she was also Light Yan's backer? Light Yan looked at Yi Lingling, who was walking towards him, and said, "Do you have any plans to take in a disciple? If you don't accept her, I want to take her in." "Yes, I do." Yi Lingling's special constitution meant that she would become a Dao Supreme expert in the future. How could Chu Xian let someone like that go? Using the system's fate function, Chu Xian could see that Yi Lingling's fate was getting stronger and stronger. He might be able to trigger the system's reward if he took in such a talented disciple. In the past, he had relied on taking in disciples, and obtaining the system's rewards from their achievements, to quickly improve his strength. Since Yi Lingling was here, there was no reason for him to reject her. Light Yan was not surprised by this. No one would let go of such a talented disciple. "I know a lot about the Supreme Ethereal Spiritual Constitution, and I also have the early stage cultivation method. It won't be a problem for me to help her cultivate her constitution up to the Daiyuan realm." After opening the Dao path, cultivation techniques were no longer the main focus. Instead, it was the comprehension of the Great Dao. "I don't lack cultivation techniques. If you're willing, of course, I can also teach her." Chu Xian chuckled. If he accepted Yi Lingling as his disciple, the system would probably reward him with a cultivation technique that was compatible with the Supreme Ethereal Spiritual Constitution. Even if the system did not, given Chu Xian's current level, it was not difficult to create a cultivation technique that matched her special constitution. The Dao creation realm could even create a Dao, so what was a mere cultivation technique in comparison? Yi Lingling continued to walk forward toward the depths of the valley. The deeper she went, the more shocked she was. Traces of life could be seen everywhere. There were indeed people living in the valley. Did the other party notice her arrival? It was likely. Did the fact that she had yet to be expelled meant that the other party had acknowledged her presence here? Yi Lingling's heart was filled with apprehension and nervousness as she finally passed through an ancient forest. She saw a courtyard in front of her. There were a few ordinary-looking wooden houses in the courtyard. As she walked in, she saw a man lying on a recliner in the courtyard. From what she could tell, it seemed to be a young man. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one's age couldn't be determined by one's appearance. Some Emperor Realm cultivators looked like youths. She carefully walked over to the entrance of the courtyard. "Junior Yi Lingling greets Senior." Yi Lingling bowed nervously. "Come in." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. When she looked up, her face turned pale and she could not help but scream. "Ah!" She staggered back and almost fell to the ground. A head was floating in front of her, and was staring at her with its big eyes. This image was truly too shocking. Yi Lingling's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. A head without a body was floating in the air. It rolled its eyes. It was alive. What kind of evil demonic creature was this? Could it be that this valley was an evil place? Otherwise, why would there be such a demonic creature here? Even an Emperor Realm cultivator would not be able to survive with just a head remaining. If this was not a monster, then what was it? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, "Old man, are you trying to scare the little girl to death?" Light Yan smiled awkwardly. 733 First Disciple in the Heavenly Sun World, Part 2. This girl is a little too timid. Light Yan flew further away and his head landed on the table. Yi Lingling's face was still pale as she walked into the courtyard, trembling. When she looked at the person on the chair, she discovered that he seemed to be a teenager who did not look much older than her. Of course, she did not really think so. The first thought that came to her mind was that this young man was an old monster. Su Xianer came out of the house, and stood beside Chu Xian. Yi Lingling was in a sorry state. Her clothes were tattered, and her face was stained with mud and dirt. However, one could tell that she was a beautiful person. Could it be that Chu Xian was going to take in another maidservant? He should be taking in a disciple, right? Chu Xian looked at Yi Lingling. This girl had clearly encountered a great misfortune and had escaped to this place. He did not beat around the bush and straightforwardly asked, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Yi Lingling fell to her knees. Disciple Yi Lingling greets master. There was no need to hesitate. Regardless of whether the person in front of her had bad intentions or not, she had no choice. This was her only chance at revenge. She was willing to pay any price as long as she could take revenge. Su Xianer heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. He was taking in a disciple, not a maidservant. She was happy to be the only maidservant, as it meant that her status was secure. Yi Lingling kowtowed to her master respectfully. You've taken in your first disciple in the heavenly sun world. Your disciple's fate is extraordinary, and she has the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution. You have been rewarded with the ethereal supreme technique, ethereal divine sword, and 10,000 years' worth of cultivation. Sure enough, after taking Yi Lingling as his disciple, Chu Xian received a reward from the system. The ethereal supreme technique was a cultivation technique that would allow Yi Lingling to reach the Dao Supreme Realm, and it was perfectly matched to her special constitution. Chu Xian was certain that even Light Yan's cultivation technique could not compare to the one provided by the system. Other than the cultivation technique, there was also a divine sword, which was also for his disciple. The reward of 10,000 years' worth of cultivation was what Chu Xian valued. After breaking through to the Dao creation realm, his strength was clearly improving at a much slower rate. After receiving the reward, his strength immediately had a significant increase. Chu Xian was extremely satisfied by this. He had been able to break through to the Dao creation realm in 1,000 years because of the cultivation boost rewards the system gave him, so if he wanted to break through to the Dao Supreme stage within 10,000 years, he would naturally have to rely on the system's rewards again. After all, the system did not allow him to cultivate in seclusion during his stay-at-home duration. Very good. You are my 10th disciple. Rise, Chu Xian said gently. Yi Lingling was still prostrating herself on the ground, and she said with a choked voice, "Master, I bear a blood grudge, so I would like to implore Master to seek justice on my behalf. You should take revenge personally. Only by killing your enemies will your restless Dao heart be soothed, and your cultivation path become smoother." Yi Lingling felt a gentle force suddenly appear and lift her to her feet. With your talent, you'll be able to get your revenge in a few years. Yi Lingling looked at Chu Xian and asked, "Is my talent really that good? Although the heavenly pavilion said that I have the ethereal spiritual constitution, my talent and cultivation progress is lacking. Compared to the other peerless geniuses, who had already reached the spirit realm, she was the weakest. What bullshit is this? The ethereal spiritual constitution is trash." Light Yen could not help but chime in. Yi Lingling's expression turned gloomy. The ethereal spiritual constitution was a trash constitution. Looking at the head on the table, she was full of curiosity. What kind of monster was this? Was it refined by master? No matter how she looked at it, her master did not seem to be someone from the evil path. Although the ethereal spiritual constitution can be cultivated to the Dayuan realm, it's still a trash constitution, Light Yen continued. Yi Lingling was a little confused. What was the Dayuan realm? However, little girl, you don't have the ethereal spiritual constitution. You have the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution. Supreme ethereal spiritual constitution? Yi Lingling then said carefully, but the heavenly pavilion said that I have the ethereal spiritual constitution. Bah, the heavenly pavilion? So what? They are just ants. Light Yen cursed. Maybe it was because he had held it in for too long. In front of Chu Xian, he had to behave, but that restriction did not apply in front of Yi Lingling. Furthermore, seeing her reminded him of his old friend. He treated Yi Lingling like his own junior sister. Yi Lingling's head was buzzing. The heavenly pavilion was an ant-like existence? They were the most mysterious and powerful force in the world. Where did this demonic creature get its confidence from? Light Yen could tell what she was thinking. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little girl, this world is so big. This place is just a small remote section of the world. Do you really think that this tiny place represents the whole world?" Yulingling was stunned. "You have to look further into the future. This piddling heavenly pavilion is just your stepping stone," Light Yen continued. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. The old man is right. Your journey is not limited to this tiny section. Yulingling was shocked. This place was actually just a small section of the world? What do you mean, Master? Chu Xian chuckled. Your current cultivation level is too low. Your goal is to improve your strength first. Don't be bothered by such things for the time being. Yulingling's face turned serious and she said seriously, "Yes, Master." She had yet to exact his revenge, so what did the vastness of the outside world have to do with her? Even if this place was just a small section, it was still a vast world to her. Light Yen floated up again and circled around Yulingling. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He felt regretful that he could not take her in as a disciple. Yulingling was so nervous that her scalp was tingling. She looked at Chu Xian for help. "Don't be afraid. This is Light Yen. He used to be an expert, but he was crippled by someone. All that's left is his head," Chu Xian explained. "This is my maidservant, Su Xianer." Yulingling heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a demonic creature. She bowed to Su Xianer and said, "Yulingling greets Su Martial Ant." "Rise, rise," Su Xianer said happily. Looking at Light Yen, Yulingling could not help but ask, "Senior Light Yen, were you an Emperor Realm expert in the past?" When Light Yen heard this, his entire head spun around angrily and caught fire. Yulingling's face turned pale. It was too terrifying. His entire head was on fire. Could it be that she had poked an old wound of his? Only his head was left. It was too tragic. Could it be that he was injured by an expert from the Heavenly Pavilion? What *T Emperor Realm? They are all ants. I can kill millions of them by simply blowing at them. Light Yen was very unhappy. He circled around Yulingling and said, "Little girl, this grandfather is Pa." Before he could finish, he fell to the ground. The fire on his head was extinguished. His eyes were spinning around randomly, as if he was in a dazed state. Chu Xian retracted his hand and sneered. This Light Yen fellow was not honest. Yulingling was his disciple. If she were to call him grandfather, would that not mean that Light Yen was Chu Xian's senior? He was asking for a beating. Yulingling was stunned. Light Yen was extremely shocked. He had not noticed Chu Xian's attack. No matter how heavily injured he was once a Dao creation realm expert. Even now, his strength surpassed the average transcendent Dao realm expert. However, he had failed to sense anything. What did this mean? Chu Xian had already created his Dao. His talent was too terrifying. How long had it even been since he transcended the Dao realm? Only after a long while did Light Yen float up unsteadily. He was still somewhat dizzy. "It was a slip of the tongue," he said helplessly. "Oh really?" Chu Xian sneered. Light Yen laughed hollowly and looked at Yulingling again, "Little girl. If you keep calling my disciple that." Chu Xian snorted. Light Yen was speechless. 734 Light Yen dumbstruck, Part 1. Light Yen was tired. "Little Yi," he said, "remember this. The Emperor Realm is just the beginning of the cultivation path. In the eyes of true experts, they are no different from ants. You must have higher standards. Don't focus too much on the Emperor Realm." Yulingling was shocked. Emperor Realm experts were just ants? This was the pinnacle of the world they were talking about here. When she thought of this, she began to understand. I understand, Yi Lingling took a deep breath and said. Do you want me to teach her the cultivation method for the supreme ethereal spiritual constitution? Light Yen looked at Chu Xian. How can your cultivation method be compared to mine? She's my disciple, so of course I'll teach her the cultivation technique, Chu Xian said lazily. Light Yen rolled his eyes. He did not continue. As a Dao creation realm expert, it was easy for Chu Xian to create a cultivation technique suitable for her. Chu Xian looked at Yi Lingling and said, Today, I will teach you a cultivation technique that suits your special constitution. With it, you should be able to reach the Emperor realm in 3 to 5 years. In the chaos, it was almost impossible to imagine someone breaking through to the Emperor realm in 3 to 5 years. However, the heavenly sun world was different from the chaos, and the time flow in the two worlds were completely different. Of course, the two were not completely equal either, as the great Dao of the chaos and the great Dao of the heavenly sun world were also different. For example, Emperor realm cultivators could only live for 1,000 years in the heavenly sun world. In the chaos, the lifespan of great emperors was far longer. This was the result of the differences in the two great Daos. Chu Xian pointed his finger and transmitted the technique into Yi Lingling's mind. Yi Lingling sensed that a mysterious and unspeakable technique had appeared in her consciousness, and immediately fell into a profound state of enlightenment. As she comprehended her cultivation technique, the ethereal and illusory aura around her body intensified. Light Yen's face was filled with shock. Not only did Chu Xian's technique match her special constitution, but it was also extraordinary. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Xian. He realized that this young man was not a simple Dao creation realm expert. Half an hour later, Yi Lingling awoke from her state of enlightenment. With her current cultivation, she was naturally unable to fully comprehend the cultivation technique. However, as her cultivation level increased, she would continue to progress and comprehend more of it. This was an unimaginable cultivation technique. Yi Lingling's heart was filled with excitement. With this technique, she would have no problem taking revenge. She immediately knelt on the ground again. Many thanks, Master. Now that you have the corresponding cultivation technique, I will bestow upon you a divine sword. With a wave of his hand, a divine sword appeared and floated in the air. The sword was ethereal and illusory, exuding an unfathomable aura. Light Yen's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? This divine sword was actually a perfect fit for a supreme ethereal spiritual constitution cultivator. Although the divine sword was not very strong now, the potential of this sword was endless. It could continue to improve until it reached the Dao Supreme realm. A Dao Supreme Divine Sword. This was something that only veteran Dao Supreme realm cultivators would possess, as most of them would forge it when they first reached the Dao Supreme realm. Only when they had cultivated for a long time within the Dao Supreme realm would the divine weapon be strong enough to use as their primary weapon. The feeling this sword gave him was even more profound than the divine weapon that his old friend had. If Yi Lingling were to break through to the Dao Supreme realm, this sword would be even more powerful than the divine weapon of his old friend. Moreover, Light Yen felt that this sword would probably transform into a Dao Supreme divine weapon before Yi Lingling broke through to the Dao Supreme realm. This was simply unimaginable. He looked at the calm Chu Xian. At this moment, he was in awe of this young man. He seemed to be covered in a layer of fog, full of mystery and unpredictability. Yi Lingling looked at the divine sword floating in the air with joy. She could sense that the divine sword was very compatible with her. It was as if it was born to be hers. Thank you, Master. Yi Lingling was extremely grateful. She walked forward and grabbed the hilt. In an instant, the divine sword disappeared and merged into her body. It was as if it had become one with her. Cultivate well. The stronger you are, the more powerful this sword will be, Chu Xian said. The ethereal divine sword was originally prepared for Yi Lingling. Although it was a high-grade weapon, it was fully compatible with Yi Lingling despite her profound realm cultivation level. He could also use the divine sword. However, he would be unable to unleash its full power. Yes, Master, Yulingling replied affirmatively. After coming to the heavenly sun world, he accepted his first disciple. He was then rewarded with 10,000 years' worth of cultivation. Chu Xian was very satisfied. He was full of expectations for this new disciple of his. He asked Su Xianer to bring Yulingling to wash up and change her clothes. Some of the houses in the courtyard were empty, so Yulingling could just choose one to live in. Chu Xian picked up his hoe and went out leisurely to manage the spiritual herbs and fruits he had planted. Light Yen rolled his eyes. What was wrong with him? He was actually planting some spiritual herbs and fruits that were not of much use to him. When one's strength reached this level, what use would those spiritual herbs and fruits be? They only tasted good. Yulingling finished washing up and changed into a new set of clothes. She felt like she was still in a dream. Just a moment ago, she had lost her parents and had been running for her life in despair. The next moment, the bitterness was over, and she had become the disciple of an expert and obtained a powerful cultivation technique and a divine sword. 735 Light Yen Dumbstruck, Part 2. Moreover, her clothes were extraordinary, and were woven from some extraordinary cloth. She had a feeling that even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to hurt her while she was wearing these clothes. Martial Aunt Su. Don't call me Martial Aunt. It makes me sound old. Call me sister. Su Xianer laughed. Sister Su, Master is. You'll know in the future. Sir is very, very powerful, Su Xianer said mysteriously. Since there was hope for her revenge, Yulingling began to cultivate diligently. Every morning, after paying respects to Chu Xian, she would cultivate endlessly. The spiritual energy in the valley was much more abundant than in the outside world, and with this suitable cultivation technique, Yulingling's cultivation progressed at lightning speed. The more she cultivated, the more Yulingling realized how powerful the cultivation technique Chu Xian gave her was. One day, Yulingling came to pay her respects to Chu Xian as per usual, but then realized that Chu Xian was not in the courtyard. In the past, every time she came to pay her respects to her master would be sitting on his chair, leisurely and carefree. Light Yen floated over. Yulingling was no longer afraid of him. Senior Light Yen, Yulingling greeted him. Not bad. You've already reached the spirit realm, Light Yen said as he circled around Yulingling. Your master is planting those things, Light Yen said as he looked outside the courtyard. Yulingling was curious. Master was so powerful, why did he still plant those fruits and herbs? She now knew that these treasures were just ordinary ingredients to her master. Su Xianer often picked them to cook. Yulingling was still weak, so she could not eat much. She walked out of the courtyard and passed through the ancient forest. After that, she spotted her master planting a type of spiritual herb. Su Xianer was accompanying him while holding a white cat in her arms. Yulingling stepped forward to pay her respects. Master, please leave the task of planting these spiritual herbs to me. This is part of my daily life. I don't need you to do it for me. Yulingling could not understand why an expert like her master would live like an ordinary person. Perhaps she would only be able to understand her master's actions when she became stronger. Chu Xian looked at the spiritual herbs and said, which do you want? Just pick anything you want. They're all ordinary items. He looked at Yulingling and continued, it's good to cultivate diligently. However, you must balance work and rest. You can't be too obsessed with one or the other, lest it become an obsession. I know you want to get your revenge as soon as possible. However, if you don't find balance, you will lose your direction after you get your revenge. Don't lose yourself. You need to remember that your enemies are very weak. They are just a stepping stone on your path of cultivation. Cultivate when you need to, and relax when you need to. Yulingling's expression changed. Then, she bowed and said, thank you for your teachings, Master. Chu Xian waved his hoe and continued to plant the spiritual herbs. You don't have to be so formal. Relax and be lively. You're still young. It's enough that you acknowledge me as your master in your heart. There's no need for such formalities between us. Yilingling was touched and her eyes turned red. Master. I'll teach you Sword Dao tomorrow. Chu Xian chuckled. Yes, yes. Yilingling nodded and smiled. The next day, Chu Xian began to teach Yilingling the standard techniques of his sect in the coming days. Escape techniques, aura concealment techniques, and other life and survival skills were all things that had to be learned if one were to become his disciple. Especially his escape techniques, which could be said to be unparalleled. Extreme moment speed techniques, aura concealment techniques, and even appearance and aura changing techniques were taught one by one. These were all essential. Lai Tian was dumbstruck. Was Chu Xian not taking it too far? Lai Tian had no doubt that with these techniques, the experience Chu Xian had imparted would allow Yiling to escape the pursuit of even a Void Realm expert. He even suspected that when Yilingling reached the Truth Realm, she would have been able to escape an Emperor Realm expert. It was simply unbelievable. Lai Tian even suspected that Chu Xian had created such an exquisite set of escape and survival techniques based on his many years of being hunted down. Not only that, but there were also all kinds of confusion formations. The creation and release of substitute puppets. And at some point, layers of shadows would burst out in an instant to cover the real body. Lai Tian was dazzled by the sight. There was no faction in the Heavenly Sun world that had such a comprehensive set of escape and survival techniques. Lai Tian even suspected that Chu Xian had managed to reach this level of strength thanks to these techniques. After teaching Yilingling the standard set of techniques, Chu Xian began to teach her the Sword Dao. He was already very experienced in this regard, having already taught Ding Yu. Other than the Sword Dao, he also taught her other offensive and defensive techniques. After all, Yilingling was not a genius who specialized in the Sword Dao. Time flowed like a river. Chu Xian sat on the chair, leisurely and carefreely, and turned his head to look at the wooden house beside him. Yilingling was breaking through to the Emperor Realm. According to Lai Tian, in the Heavenly Sun world, breaking through from the Profound Realm to the Emperor Realm in 3 years was already a monstrous achievement. Furthermore, once she did, she would be nearly invincible within the same realm, especially when wielding the ethereal divine sword. Even as a first-level Emperor Realm cultivator, she should have no problem defeating the Emperor Realm cultivators in this desolate place. Of course, there was no guarantee. Although this place was remote, and the upper limit was not high, some geniuses might be able to figure out something new within the Emperor Realm. The longer one remained in the Emperor Realm, the deeper their cultivation foundation and insights would be. Therefore, Yilingling might still need to reach the 3rd level or higher of the Emperor Realm to guarantee her safety. That being said, after breaking through to the Emperor Realm, it would not be long before Yilingling left the valley to seek revenge. It was up to her to choose when she wanted to exact her revenge. After taking revenge, it would not be long before she left this desolate place. The rise of an expert could not be achieved by just cultivating in seclusion. Every top expert had to kill their way up and step on countless experts' corpses before reaching the peak. Chu Xian was looking forward to Yilingling's journey in the Heavenly Sun world and her rise. Perhaps she would help him to trigger the system's reward. As the Heavenly Sun world had been divided into many small sections, if she tackled them in order of strength, she would not encounter an outrageously strong opponent. Yilingling sensed the power of the Emperor Realm after she broke through, and was extremely excited. In her soul, the ethereal divine sword seemed to be illusory, as if it had become one with her soul. Father, Mother! Your daughter will avenge you soon. The 1st level of the Emperor Realm was not enough. Yilingling's eyes were determined. She would leave the valley for revenge when she reached 9th level of the Emperor Realm. While she was at it, she would flip over the Heavenly Pavilion as well. And destroy those ranking lists. Since ancient times, how many people had been harmed because of these lists? How many people had lost their families because of this? The heavenly pavilion was mysterious, but Yi Lingling was not afraid. She believed that when she was a 9th level Emperor Realm cultivator, she would even kill a 3rd level Supreme Realm expert. Even if the heavenly pavilion had a divine weapon, could it compare to her ethereal divine sword? She opened the door and went over to Chu Xian excitedly. Master, I've broken through. Not bad. Chu Xian threw a pill into her mouth and took out a few treasures. Take these. Thank you, Master. Yi Lingling accepted it happily. These treasures were all suitable for Emperor Realm experts. Light Yen floated over. Little Yi, I have a few techniques suitable for the Emperor Realm. Do you want to learn them? Yi Lingling looked at Chu Xian. If the old man is willing to teach you, go ahead. Yes, I'm willing to learn. Yi Lingling nodded. 736 Yi Lingling's Revenge, Part 1. A year later, Yi Lingling was already 9th level Emperor Realm cultivator. Master. Yi Lingling bowed respectfully in front of Chu Xian. Go and take your revenge. Chu Xian nodded. Master, after I've taken my revenge, I'll come back to serve you. Yi Lingling stood up and said. How are you going to take revenge? Chu Xian looked at her. I'll kill Wan Ji, destroy the Marquis of Swords faction, destroy the ranking lists in the Heavenly Pavilion, Yi Lingling replied. Chu Xian shook his head. The Heavenly Pavilion is trash. Although it can monitor the strength of living beings, you can avoid it with our sex aura concealment technique. Since it's for revenge, do it bit by bit, and thoroughly. Make your enemies feel despair and let them die with regret. Kill both their bodies and souls. Yi Lingling listened attentively, deep in thought. Light Yen glanced at Chu Xian. This guy said it so casually, but it was obvious that he was also a ruthless person. Whoever became his enemy would probably end up in a worse state than death. Recently, he felt that Chu Xian was becoming more and more unpredictable. It seemed like his strength had increased by quite a bit, which shocked Light Yen. Could one's cultivation level increase so quickly after reaching the Dao creation realm? It was simply unreasonable. He never saw this guy cultivating either. Every day, he would eat, sleep, plant some spiritual herbs and fruits, play with the cat and the rock, and occasionally the azure dragon. He was like an ordinary mortal, living a carefree life. He did not possess the demeanor of an expert at all. I understand, Master. Yi Lingling was now thinking about how to take revenge, how to make her enemies feel utter despair and abject terror. Go ahead. Chu Xian waved his hand. Master, Linger will be back after taking her revenge. Yi Lingling turned around and left. Soon, a storm will descend upon the great Victory Empire. Chu Xian looked at Yi Lingling's back and sighed. Light Yen rolled his eyes. This guy was so powerful, yet still had such bad taste. In a small desolate place like this, what kind of storm would there be? In the imperial city of the Great Victory Empire, there were some cultivators gathered around the monument. One of the names had already been removed from the 100 Flowers ranking list. Yi Lingling, who was ranked 3rd on the 100 Flowers ranking list, had disappeared 4 years ago. Disappearing meant death. Countless cultivators sighed. Such a beautiful woman had fallen just like that. Moreover, according to insider information, Yi Lingling did not die at the hands of the Marquis of Swords. Wan Ji did not manage to capture Yi Lingling. He did not even manage to get his hands on Yi Lingling's corpse. The plan to refine the divine sword was ruined. It was said that Wan Ji was so furious that he killed all of the cultivators who were in charge of capturing Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's sudden death and the fact that Wan Ji did not manage to retrieve her body could only mean one thing. The other party had committed suicide in order to ruin Wan Ji's plan. Yi Lingling was ranked 3rd on the 100 Flowers ranking list, so it was only natural that she had many admirers. Some of the young and hot-blooded cultivators cursed the Marquis of Swords faction residents and loathed them. Some even tried to kill Wan Ji to avenge Yi Lingling. The outcome was self-evident. On the left side of the palace, there was an ancient pavilion, which looked dilapidated in comparison to the surrounding golden and resplendent buildings. However, no one dared to underestimate the forces within this ancient pavilion, and no one dared to enter. This was the Heavenly Pavilion. No one knew how many experts were inside. The number 1 expert on the Emperor Realm ranking list had tried to barge in, after which his body was hung up in public. Suddenly, a hunched old man walked out of a small room of the ancient pavilion. The old man's appearance attracted everyone's attention. They all made way for him. The rankings were changing? Which spots had been changed? The old man walked over to the monument, tore off the 100 Flowers ranking list, took out a new one, and pasted it on the monument. The 100 Flowers ranking list had changed? A new beauty? It instantly attracted the attention of all of the cultivators present. After the old man posted the list, he slowly returned to the ancient pavilion. The group of cultivators instantly surrounded the monument. The 100th rank did not change. They kept looking up. There were no changes. Then, when they saw the 3rd rank, everyone was stunned. The 3rd rank on the 100 Flowers ranking, Yi Lingling, Ethereal Spiritual Constitution, 1st level of the Void Realm. It was Yi Lingling? Had she not already died? The Heavenly Pavilion had already removed her name from the list, which meant that she had died. How did she suddenly reappear? Did the Heavenly Pavilion deliberately remove it? There was no other possibility. Could it be that the Heavenly Pavilion had removed her name from the list on purpose to create the illusion that Yi Lingling had passed away and give her a few years to grow? Why would the Heavenly Pavilion do this? Everyone was confused. Yi Lingling had reappeared as a 1st level Void Realm cultivator. This was a huge increase in her strength. However, a 1st level Void Realm expert was like an ant in front of the Marquis of Swords faction, and Wan Ji was bound to resume his pursuit. 737 Yi Lingling's Revenge, Part 2. In the Heavenly Pavilion, a figure whose true appearance could not be seen emerged. Yi Lingling, how did you avoid the Heaven Glimpse Board's monitoring? Could it be that there's a mysterious secret realm that can avoid its detection? Have someone go and ask her for the location of the secret realm. There must not be any place that can avoid the Heaven Glimpse Board. Below, a figure appeared. Yes, Pavilion Master. His figure moved and disappeared. He was a 7th level Emperor Realm cultivator. The Pavilion Master's figure also disappeared. Somewhere in the Great Victory Empire, Yi Lingling stood on a mountain peak, looking in the direction of the Imperial City. She was waiting for someone to come. She had deliberately revealed the aura of a 1st level Void Realm cultivator to attract the Heavenly Pavilion's attention. Would it be an Emperor Realm cultivator who came? Yi Lingling waited patiently. The first to arrive would definitely be the Heavenly Pavilion. Next would be Marquis of Swords faction, which were likely trying to track her down now. Would Wan Ji come in person? Yi Lingling did not know. 3 days later, a figure appeared in the sky near the mountain peak. The person was dressed in a long black robe. Even though he had concealed his aura, he could not hide his presence from Yi Lingling. A 7th level Emperor Realm cultivator. You're from the Heavenly Pavilion. The cultivator from the Heavenly Pavilion was taken aback. His voice was hoarse. Little girl, you're quite smart. In that case, you should know why I came. What kind of conditions can your Heavenly Pavilion offer? Yi Lingling looked at him coldly. Junior, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate. Hand over the location of the secret realm. Does the Heavenly Pavilion really think that they can do whatever they want? Yi Lingling sneered. If that's your attitude, then don't blame me for this. The black-robed man raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A mere 1st level Void Realm cultivator was like an ant in front of an Emperor Realm expert. He would just have to torture her consciousness and obtain the location of the secret realm. She was too young and too naive. Did she think that he could negotiate with the Heavenly Pavilion just because she had found a special secret realm? She probably wanted to use the secret realm as a bargaining chip in exchange for the Heavenly Pavilion's protection and aid in avenging her parents. Yi Lingling's eyes turned cold. She was just testing whether the Heavenly Pavilion would make concessions. This was to decide how she should treat the Heavenly Pavilion. The answer was self-evident. Without strength, there was no room for negotiation. There was a flash of light, and the black-robed man's hand disappeared. The black-robed man was stunned. It had happened so fast that he did not even have time to react. My hand. His heart was filled with shock as he hurriedly retreated. The aura of a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert erupted. He looked at Yi Lingling in shock. Yi Lingling was holding a sword in her hand. It was not the ethereal divine sword. She would not use that unless she encountered a tough enemy. It's time for the Heavenly Pavilion to disappear. Yi Lingling stepped forward. The black-robed man's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Emperor Realm Expert? Moreover, she gave him an unfathomable feeling, and felt even more terrifying than the Pavilion Master. Then, he looked at the sword in her hand. A divine sword! He could not help but exclaim. This sword was even more amazing than the Heaven Glimpse board. What kind of opportunity did Yi Lingling obtain? In just a few short years, not only had she broken through to the Emperor Realm, but she also had such a powerful divine sword. How could such an opportunity exist in this world? If it did exist, how had the Heavenly Pavilion not discovered it? Escape. He had to escape. The black-robed man knew that he was no match for her. If he stayed here, he would die without a doubt. He had to rush back to the Heavenly Pavilion. He would report this to the Pavilion Master and ask the Pavilion Master to take everything from Yi Lingling. His body moved, turning into a black shadow as he tried to escape. However, it was futile. His escape technique was like a turtle crawling in Yi Lingling's size. Furthermore, it was extremely clumsy. It turned out that her master was right. This place was just a remote corner of the greater world. The black-robed man had only traveled less than a mile when he saw Yi Lingling in front of him, calmly waiting for his arrival. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly changed directions and continued to flee. However, Yi Lingling always appeared in front of him again soundlessly. The escape technique of the Heavenly Pavilion was unparalleled in the world, yet he could not escape her. Pfft! 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 The black-robed man spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence and a blood-red light enveloped him. His speed then increased explosively. In order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique. He hated Yi Lingling to the core. The price of using this forbidden technique was too great. Even if he used it for a short period of time, his cultivation foundation would be damaged and his level would drop. He might even fall to the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Furthermore, there was no possibility of him recovering his strength. Shua! A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-robed man could not avoid it at all and collided with it. Pfft! His body was instantly torn apart, and the blood-red light disappeared, revealing his miserable body. Within his dazed eyes, he could not hide his fear. What was Yi Lingling's true strength? He had used a forbidden technique, but had still failed to escape. He knew that he was finished. The Heavenly Pavilion will not let you off. The black-robed man glared at the young girl in front of him with hatred. The Heavenly Pavilion won't let me go. I will make the Heavenly Pavilion disappear from this world, Yi Lingling sneered. The sword flashed, and the black-robed man was turned into ashes. His divine soul was also completely annihilated. Back at the mountain peak, Yi Lingling continued to wait. The Marquis of Swords faction should have already learned of her whereabouts, right? Would Wan Ji come in person? Yi Lingling's face revealed a cold smile. If he did, she would not kill Wan Ji immediately. She would tear apart the Marquis of Swords faction piece by piece and drown them in despair. Yi Lingling tightened her grip on her sword. The Marquis of Swords was regarded as the greatest sword cultivator in the world. She would kill him in front of Wang Ji. 3 days later, 2 figures appeared. Truth Realm cultivators. Wang Ji had learned his lesson from Yi Lingling's escape and was more cautious this time. It would be a piece of cake for 2 Truth Realm martial artists to capture a first-level Void Realm expert. As for whether there was an expert behind her, Wang Ji did not even take this into consideration. After all, no one would make an enemy of the Marquis of Swords faction. After the 2 Truth Realm cultivators arrived, they attacked without saying anything. As for why Yi Lingling looked like she was waiting for someone, it did not matter. The mission would be completed once she was captured. A sword flashed, and an arm fell off. The 2 martial artists were shocked. Emperor Realm. What? How could the Heavenly Pavilion make a mistake? Furthermore, how long had it even been? Even the founder of the Great Victory Empire could not have broken through and reached the Emperor Realm within such a short time, right? Shua. A head fell off. Yi Lingling looked at the remaining person. Do you want to die? She coldly asked. You'll spare me. You're nothing but an ant in my eyes. Does it matter if I spare you? Tell me, what's your condition? The other party asked through gritted teeth. You should know a lot about the Marquis of Swords faction and strongholds. Lead the way so that I can destroy them, Yi Lingling said calmly. You won't be able to defeat the Marquis of Swords. One more unrelated word out of you and you'll die. The cultivator immediately shut his mouth and turned to leave. Yi Lingling followed him unhurriedly. Don't even think about sending a message. The cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was well aware that no trick he was capable of could escape an Emperor Realm expert's perception. This is one of the properties of the Marquis of Swords faction. They arrived at an estate in a city. All right, I'll destroy it. Boom. The estate was instantly destroyed. The cultivators in the city were all shocked. 738 Yi Lingling's Revenge, Part 3. Yi Lingling had embarked on the path of revenge. She unhurried traveled around with that Truth Realm cultivator in tow, destroying the estates of the Marquis of Swords faction. Along the way, she forced the cultivators she captured to join the attack. The news spread, shocking the Great Victory Empire. In the Imperial City, Marquis of Swords Mansion, Wang Ji was dumbfounded, but also incensed. That day, 2 Emperor Realm experts walked out of the Marquis of Swords Mansion. However, not long after, one of the 2 Emperor Realm experts died and the other one was injured. The injured one joined the ranks of the crusade against the Marquis of Swords faction. Some of the forces that were originally affiliated with the Marquis of Swords faction were also forced into action. Anyone could tell that Yi Lingling was definitely not as simple as she seemed. As a first-level Void Realm cultivator, the fact that she could still maintain this momentum meant that there was a powerful force supporting her. The first thing that came to many people's minds was the Heavenly Pavilion. After all, Yi Lingling's death was assumed based on the Heavenly Pavilion's ranking list. Yi Lingling's appearance was also made public due to the Heavenly Pavilion's ranking list. What other faction could be so strong anyway? No other faction would dare to act against the Marquis of Swords faction. The imperial family of the Great Victory Empire had no reason to suppress the Marquis of Swords faction. Despite their losses, the Marquis of Swords faction did not take action for the time being. In the Heavenly Pavilion, a few figures appeared. They already knew that the black-robed man was already dead, but did not believe that Yi Lingling was the one who killed him. Rather, they attributed the man's death to the faction or force behind her. However, the Heaven Glimpse Board did not discover any new or unfamiliar Emperor experts. This was unacceptable. The Heavenly Pavilion was the #1 faction in this world. If an unknown expert or faction could avoid their surveillance, then it was a threat to them. Send a letter to the Marquis of Swords. Tell them that the Heavenly Pavilion is not behind Yi Lingling. Send out 3 pavilion guardians to act together with their forces. After the pavilion master gave the order, his figure disappeared again. The pavilion guardians were the most powerful guards of the heavenly pavilion. Each one was a 9th level Emperor Realm expert, and had mastered powerful cultivation techniques. In a one-on-one fight, they might be slightly inferior to the Marquis of Swords himself, but 3 of them working together would be able to kill him. Many forces were watching closely. This was the greatest upheaval since the founding of the Great Victory Empire, and involved one of their largest factions. Would the world's #1 sword cultivator personally take action in the face of this crisis? In the imperial palace, the current king was sitting on a chair. He was looking at a piece of information. Summon the Zhen King. Yes. A soft response came from the shadows of the hall. Half an hour later, a dignified old man walked into the hall. Imperial uncle, what do you think of this matter? The king of the Great Victory Empire asked directly. The Zhen King was the #1 expert on the emperor ranking list, and the younger brother of the founder of the Great Victory Empire. The Zhen King sat down on the chair that had been prepared and said, "You can just sit and watch what happens. And ignore the Marquis of Swords faction." The current king was surprised. The Marquis of Swords was a founding minister of the empire and one of its top experts. Emperor Realm experts from the Heavenly Pavilion left the imperial city and never returned, the Zhen King said. Then, he added, the Heavenly Pavilion has already sent a letter to the Marquis of Swords. The pupils of the current king contracted as he mulled the matter over. Then let's sit and watch. The Heavenly Pavilion was a power that the imperial family feared. Any imperial power would not allow others to override their power. If the battle between these forces dragged down the Heavenly Pavilion, there might be opportunities for him to act against it. On that day, the current king of the Great Victory Empire began to make preparations to reap the benefits of the battle. He did not mind muddying the waters, or even helping Yi Lingling. As long as the Heavenly Pavilion could be weakened or destroyed, all cards were on the table. Even better, if they could control the Heavenly Pavilion and monitor the experts of the world, the imperial family would be secure in their power for years to come. On this day, an old man walked out of the Marquis of Swords' residence. The forces that had been paying attention to the situation were shocked. It was actually the head steward of the Marquis of Swords' mansion who had personally taken action. He was a 9th level Emperor Realm expert, and the second strongest expert in their faction. Apart from a few top forces, no one knew that apart from the head steward, the Heavenly Pavilion had also sent 3 pavilion guardians, which meant that a total of 4 9th level Emperor Realm experts were making a move. Yi Lingling headed towards the imperial city. Along the way, she and the people she captured along the way kept destroying the estates of the Marquis of Swords. As a result, a number of the Marquis of Swords forces had already begun to withdraw. Yi Lingling did not seem to mind and continued to act according to plan, pushing forward toward the Marquis of Swords' residence while waiting for their eventual counterattack. They were not far from the imperial city when an old man appeared. The traitors must be killed. The old man immediately attacked and killed the people Yi Lingling had captured. Yi Lingling stood by and watched as the old man attacked. She had no intention to save them. After all, she wanted to destroy everyone from the Marquis of Swords faction. 739 Yi Lingling's Revenge, Part 4. After killing all the traitors, the old man looked at Yi Lingling. He frowned. He did not sense any experts nearby. Was the other party proficient in concealment techniques? However, if that expert was stronger than him, he was not afraid. After all, he was accompanied by the 3 pavilion guardians, who were waiting to take action. Little girl, ask the expert behind you to show himself. The old man stared at Yi Lingling coldly. Yi Lingling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She then turned to look in a certain direction and said, "Since you've come, why hide, pavilion guardians?" Despite their numerical advantage, Yi Lingling was indifferent. The strength and cultivation techniques these so-called experts possessed was insignificant compared to what her master had taught her. Hearing Yi Lingling's words, the head steward was shocked. Could it be that she had achieved all of this with her own strength? How was that possible? How old was she? Was she really an Emperor Realm expert? Three figures appeared silently and, together with the head steward, they formed a formation that surrounded her. I didn't expect you to be relying on your own strength, one of them said coldly. Hand over the secret realm and join the heavenly pavilion. Not only will you live, but you'll also have a chance to take revenge, another pavilion guardian said. The expression of the head steward changed immediately, and he was ready to escape. Once Yi Lingling joined the heavenly pavilion, the Marquis of Swords faction would be in serious trouble. Yi Lingling sneered and said, "Is the heavenly pavilion worthy of patronage?" The head steward heaved a sigh of relief. Since she had offended the heavenly pavilion, she was definitely going to die. Boom! The head steward and the three pavilion guardians made their moves. There were Emperor Realm cultivators watching from afar. They were greatly shocked. Yi Lingling was an Emperor Realm expert? How had she evaded the heavenly pavilion's detection? This was a huge opportunity. Their eyes were filled with greed. Every faction in the Great Victory Empire would be tempted by any method that could be used to avoid the surveillance of the heavenly pavilion. Even the imperial family would not be able to resist this temptation. Furthermore, Yi Lingling was just one person. How could she overcome the siege of countless forces? The sword beams shot into the sky, and her terrifying sword intent wreaked havoc in all directions. Not long after the battle started, everything was over. 4 heads flew up into the sky. The 4 9th-level Emperor Realm experts had fallen, and their souls had been annihilated. This scene shocked all of the onlookers. It was too terrifying. Those 4 experts did not even have the strength to resist that attack. Even the Zhen King, who occupied the first rank on the Emperor ranking list, was not this terrifying. Tell Wan Ji and the Marquis of Swords that the debt collector has arrived. Yi Lingling's cold voice reverberated through the sky. Then, she continued her inexorable advance toward the imperial city. On this day, the news was sent back to the imperial city, shocking everyone. Just what kind of opportunity did Yi Lingling obtain? At this moment, Wan Ji was in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? How could that be *tch become so powerful? The Marquis of Swords sat on the chair, his whole body exuding an aura like a sharp sword. Father, what should we do? Let's ask His Majesty for help, Wan Ji said in a panic. Let's wait for more news. The Marquis of Swords' expression was grave. He was waiting for everyone's reaction. Yi Lingling definitely had obtained a great opportunity. Who would not be tempted? Even the heavenly pavilion and the imperial family would be tempted. Right, let's wait. Wan Ji calmed down a little. However, inside, he was still panicking. In the heavenly pavilion, experts gathered once again. It was the same in the imperial palace. Experts from all of the top forces had gathered. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Lingling. However, they did not make a move immediately. They were all watching. At present, the ones who felt the heat were the Marquis of Swords faction, and the Heavenly Pavilion. Furthermore, judging from Yi Lingling's performance, her strength was beyond their imagination. If they failed to deal with her and she escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the Imperial City, experts were constantly rushing over. The top forces all wanted to set up an inescapable net within the Imperial City. Many forces were watching the Imperial family's movements. However, surprisingly, the Imperial family did not do anything. An Emperor Realm expert from a minor faction took the lead. 100 miles outside the Imperial City, Yi Lingling killed him with a single strike. She looked at the Imperial City. There were countless experts there, however, she was fearless. This trip was not just for revenge, but also for the sake of breaking through. She needed a battle to break through to the Supreme Realm. The upper limit of this remote section was the Emperor Realm, but it could not restrain Yi Lingling. The cultivation technique she cultivated was extremely powerful, and the valley had plenty of spiritual energy to fuel her breakthrough. She arrived at the imperial city, and entered the tiger's den. They wanted to snatch her opportunity? Yi Lingling laughed coldly. She would bury them with their greed. When she stepped into the imperial city, Wang Ji couldn't hide the fear in his eyes as he kept looking at his father. The Marquis of Swords was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and a sword placed horizontally on his knees. A figure descended, whose face could not be seen. The Marquis of Swords opened his eyes and asked, "The Heavenly Pavilion's Pavilion Master." "That's me." The Pavilion Master's voice was distorted, and it was impossible to tell if the Pavilion Master was male or female. Even the Pavilion Master's figure could not be seen clearly. "If we lose this battle, can you save my son's life, Pavilion Master?" The imperial family had not expressed their stance, so he knew that his faction had been abandoned. "I'll try my best." The Pavilion Master nodded. "Many thanks." If the Pavilion Master could not save Wang Ji's life, then no one in the world could. He would die without a doubt. Wang Ji felt more and more desperate. The person he regarded as a vessel to refine a divine sword had actually forced him into a desperate situation. He regretted not mobilizing the full force available to him back then to deal with Yi Lingling. If he had been less careless, things would not have developed to this point. The Marquis of Swords stood up and walked out of his residence, standing outside the entrance and waiting quietly. Countless Emperor Realm experts were watching. The Marquis of Swords was the best sword cultivator in the world. He was a true top expert. Furthermore, he had the support of the Heavenly Pavilion. Some experts had even discovered that there were 3 other experts waiting to attack, who were even stronger than the Marquis of Swords. They had to be from the Heavenly Pavilion. Many people were shocked by the strength revealed by the Heavenly Pavilion. These experts were not on the ranking lists. In that case, how powerful was the mysterious Pavilion Master? Had the Pavilion Master surpassed the Emperor Realm? Many people looked at the ancient pavilion. Just how many experts were hidden behind those walls? Would Yi Lingling's fortune fall into the hands of the Heavenly Pavilion? Chapter 740 Yi Lingling's Revenge, Part 5. Yi Lingling ignored the prying eyes of the experts and strolled over to the Marquis of Swords' residence. There were many experts hiding in the surroundings, and almost all of them were 9th-level Emperor Realm experts. She spotted the Marquis of Swords waiting outside the entrance. He was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the world. However, Yi Lingling was a little disappointed. To others, he was indeed very powerful. To her though, he was nothing special. Looking into the residence, she saw a young man standing behind the Marquis of Swords. The son of the Marquis of Swords, Wang Ji. Yi Lingling's expression was cold. "Since you're here, let's fight," the Marquis of Swords said indifferently. "In this world, strength is everything. The strong can do whatever they want, so don't ask why we targeted you. You can only blame yourself for being special but weak." Yi Lingling looked at the Marquis of Swords. Indeed, he was right. In this world, it was all about strength. However, the ranking lists published by the Heavenly Pavilion exacerbated this. Since ancient times, how many women had ended up in a miserable state because they were on the 100 Flowers ranking without a strong background or strength. Of the women listed on the current 100 Flowers ranking, there were already several who had become the playthings of various strong experts. The rules of this world were like this. Furthermore, no one could hold the Heavenly Pavilion accountable. "Alright, let's see how powerful the famous Marquis of Swords is," Yi Lingling said indifferently. "Where's your sword?" The Marquis of Swords already had his sword in hand. "Why do I need a sword to kill you?" Yi Lingling even had one hand behind her back. "How arrogant!" The Marquis of Swords was furious. Sword beams flashed and surged violently toward Yi Lingling. Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Marquis of Swords' fame was indeed well deserved. There were not many people present who could withstand this sword attack. Facing the sword beams, Yulingling's expression remained calm. She raised her right hand and put two fingers together. Pointing it at the Marquis of Swords, her sword intent condensed into tangible form and flew forward, shattering the Marquis of Swords' attack like a bubble. The surroundings turned completely silent. The Marquis of Swords was stunned. He had always believed that he had mastered the sword Dao. However, his belief was shattered in an instant. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body seemed to rapidly age. It was as if he had lost his spirit. Yulingling's mocking voice entered his ears. The number one sword cultivator in the world? You haven't even comprehended sword intent. What a joke! Pfft! Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. The Marquis of Swords fell to the ground and spat out two more mouthfuls of blood. Behind him, Wang Ji was in despair. His father, who was his pillar of support, had actually been defeated so easily. Despair flooded his heart. Yulingling walked forward slowly and reached the Marquis of Sword, who was lying on the ground, exhausted and devastated. The experts from the Heavenly Pavilion were hesitating. Yulingling was too strong. The other Emperor Realm experts watching felt their hearts throb and their breathing quicken. The more powerful Yulingling was, the better and more extraordinary the opportunity she had received. They could barely contain their greed. Wang Ji, you killed my parents. Today, I want you to watch as the Marquis of Swords faction goes up in flames. Yulingling glared at Wang Ji, who was in utter despair. His eyes were filled with endless regret. Shua! One of the Marquis of Swords' arms fell off. At this moment, Marquis of Swords seemed to have lost his spirit and did not react at all. He seemed to be an empty husk of himself. Wang Ji staggered a few steps, his eyes full of despair and regret. He shook his head and suddenly shouted, "Honorable Pavilion Master, quickly attack! Kill her, kill her!" He screamed as if he had gone mad. Yulingling watched him go crazy in silence, and then calmly beheaded the Marquis of Swords' head. The spurting blood instantly drenched Wang Ji's body. Bathe in your father's blood. Yulingling's beautiful face revealed a devilish smile. Wang Ji fell to the ground in fear. Don't kill me, don't kill me! I was wrong, I was wrong. Yulingling stretched out her hand and grabbed the Marquis of Swords' divine soul. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om, this is your father's divine soul. It's currently dying, and it's all because of you. Ah! Wang Ji suddenly screamed madly. Spare me, spare me! He started to kowtow madly. His eyes were filled with fear. He was so scared that he peed his pants. The experts who were watching looked at Yulingling and felt a chill run down their spines. Should they make their move? Spare you! Yulingling extinguished the divine soul in her hand and stood in front of Wang Ji, looking down at him. Are you worthy of mercy? Chapter 741 The Heavenly Pavilion, Part 1. Shua! Wang Ji's hand was separated from his body, turning into fine pieces of flesh and blood, which fell on his face. Blood spurted out from the wound and also landed on his body. Wang Ji screamed and cursed. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Yulingling seemed to be completely immersed in torturing Wang Ji. At this moment, someone made a move. A figure appeared out of nowhere and a golden rope flew toward Yulingling to bind her. All sorts of formations and restrictions were also activated instantly. It was the Heavenly Pavilion. The mysterious Pavilion Master had actually personally made a move. Moreover, his strength was beyond imagination, and everyone could tell that he had surpassed the Emperor Realm. Furthermore, he was not alone, as a group of Pavilion Guardians attacked as well. In order to obtain Yulingling's opportunity, the Heavenly Pavilion had expended quite a bit of resources. From their perspective, no matter how strong Yulingling was, she was only an Emperor Realm cultivator. Some of the experts looked at each other and were ready to make a move. However, they all suppressed their impulses and waited for the best opportunity. I've been waiting for you. Yi Lingling's body exploded with a powerful aura as she unsheathed her sword. Sword intent surged and materialized into tangible form. The first swing of her sword cut the golden rope to pieces. The second swing broke the formations and restrictions were also instantly broken. The third swing was like a wave, sweeping in all directions, killing many of the pavilion guardians. The pavilion master was a second-level supreme realm cultivator. Even so, he still felt a strong sense of danger from Yi Lingling's attacks. His expression changed drastically. He realized that she was far stronger than he predicted. Moreover, the sword was actually of a higher grade than the Heaven Glimpse board. As soon as they started fighting, the pavilion master knew that the heavenly pavilion alone would not be able to handle her. Let's all attack together, the heavenly pavilion won't monopolize the opportunity. After the pavilion master spoke, the Emperor Realm experts who had been waiting joined the fray. They could tell that the heavenly pavilion would not be able to handle Yi Lingling, and were thus presented with two choices. They could either dispel the idea of snatching the opportunity, or join forces with the heavenly pavilion. However, in this remote section, when one's cultivation reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, there would be no further progress. Thus, the temptation of advancing further was far too great. In an instant, a dozen Emperor Realm experts attacked. They were all experts on the Emperor ranking list. At this moment, only the imperial family of the Great Victory Empire did not get involved. Yi Lingling was surrounded, and was also feeling pressured. However, she did not use the ethereal divine sword. Boom! The battle broke out, and in an instant, the Marquis of Swords' residence was razed to the ground. Yi Lingling swung her sword, and one of the Emperor Realm experts fell to the ground, severely injured. As she did so, she was almost hit by the pavilion master. More and more Emperor Realm experts joined in the battle. P Alpha D Alpha No 10. The scale of the battle grew larger and larger. When Yi Lingling saw that more and more buildings in the imperial city were being destroyed, she moved and broke out of the encirclement. She made her way out of the imperial city, and the pavilion master led the Emperor Realm experts in pursuit. Imperial family, are not going to make a move. The pavilion master's deep voice rang out. The current king stood above the imperial palace and watched the battle without issuing a response. Beside him was the Zhen king. Imperial uncle, do you think the heavenly pavilion can win? Since they failed to succeed in the beginning, they will fail in the end, Zhen king squinted his eyes and said. The imperial family's Emperor Realm experts were tempted as well. However, none of them dared to make a move rashly without the permission of the current king and Zhen king. Outside the imperial city, the battle was intense. The imperial family brought their forces to the city wall to observe the battle. Their forces were waiting for orders. Everyone knew that, today, the world was going to change. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. Yi Lingling was fighting dozens of Emperor Realm experts alone, including the second-level Supreme Realm Pavilion Master. One could imagine how great the pressure was. There were a few times when she fell into dangerous situations, but she still did not use the ethereal divine sword. Instead, she forced herself to continuously use all sorts of techniques, crushing the Emperor Realm experts. As the battle continued, the Emperor Realm experts were shocked to find how powerful Yi Lingling was. In fact, many people were already regretting their participation. However, backing out now was not an option. The pavilion master's face was extremely gloomy. Yi Lingling's power was beyond his imagination. Even though he knew that the imperial family of the Great Victory Empire wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything, he could not afford to divert any of his attention or power to deal with them. Boom! As the battle continued, all of the Emperor Realm experts started to use their trump cards to pressure Yi Lingling. Her sword intent surged out in waves, and her body was hidden within those waves. As the waves pulsated, they swept out toward the Emperor Realm experts, causing strong gusts of wind. These gusts of wind were laced with sword intent. The opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. Yi Lingling took out a spiritual herb and swallowed it. Spiritual energy filled her body, and broke the barrier that had been holding her back. The pavilion master was shocked. She had broken through to the supreme realm? He was only able to break through because of the heavenly pavilion. He had once left this place and made a breakthrough in the outside world. However, Yi Lingling had a breakthrough here. Now, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The current king and the Zhen king tacitly left the city wall with their forces in tow. Moments later, they reached the ancient pavilion, and barged in unceremoniously. Shua! Yi Lingling did not show mercy after breaking through, and made quick work of all of the Emperor Realm experts. The pavilion master quickly fled to the imperial city. Yi Lingling held her sword in her hand and pursued him at a leisurely pace. A battle had broken out in the ancient pavilion, infuriating the pavilion master. The imperial family had indeed taken the opportunity to attack the heavenly pavilion. A mirror-like jade tablet appeared in his hand. A ray of light shone brightly, and array formations and restrictions were suddenly activated inside the ancient pavilion. After he did that, he rushed into the ancient pavilion. Yi Lingling looked at the ancient pavilion, which was covered in formations and restrictions. Inside, she could hear the faint sounds of fighting. She swung her sword. Boom! To her surprise, she was unable to break the formations. Frowning, she took out a small hammer, and hurled it at the ancient pavilion. Once the small hammer left her hand, it grew to the size of a small mountain, and started to crackle with lightning power. When it hit the ancient pavilion, it shattered the formations and restrictions. Putting away the hammer, she strolled inside. In the ancient pavilion, there were a few corpses lying on the ground. There were 2 severely injured people as well, and the pavilion master was busy operating a certain formation in the pavilion. He turned around in shock. How had she broken the formations so quickly? Yi Lingling took one step forward at a time, her killing intent was palpable. She said coldly, "The heavenly pavilion ranking lists have caused countless disasters. After today, the heavenly pavilion will no longer exist." The pavilion master looked at Yi Lingling coldly and said, "Do you really think that this is the true heavenly pavilion? Do you think that this remote place is the actual world? I'm just a pavilion master at the bottom rungs of the heavenly pavilion. You're seeking your own death by destroying this place's heavenly pavilion." Yi Lingling looked at him silently. So what? She already knew that this place was just a remote corner of the world. Apparently, the heavenly pavilion here was only a small branch of the larger organization, which was out of her expectations. Even so, she still wanted to destroy it. Thus, she swung her sword. The pavilion master's expression changed drastically, and the jade tablet in his hand lit up as he tried to block this attack. At the same time, a ray of light shot out of the jade tablet and entered Yi Lingling's body. Yi Lingling was shocked. She was unable to avoid or resist the light. Shua! In the end, the jade tablet failed to block the attack, and the pavilion master was slain. The jade tablet fell to the ground. Yi Lingling waved her hand and the jade tablet appeared in her hand. Chapter 742 The Heavenly Pavilion, Part 2. Was this jade tablet the legendary Heaven Glimpse board? Yi Lingling quickly examined her body, but she could not find where the ray of light that entered her body was. As such, she decided to leave the matter to her master. The jade tablet seemed to have dimmed a lot after shooting out the ray of light. There did not seem to be anything special about it, so she put it away and looked at the 2 injured people. One of them was the current king of the Great Victory Empire, while the other one was Zhen King. If she had not arrived in time, they would have died at the hands of the pavilion master. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Yi," the king said gratefully. Even though he was the king of the empire, he still had to bow his head in front of a powerful expert like Yi Lingling who had single-handedly destroyed the mysterious and untouchable heavenly pavilion. Yi Lingling looked at him coldly, and then turned around and left. Since the imperial family had not made a move, she decided to spare them. The moment she stepped out of the pavilion, Yi Lingling suddenly stopped in her tracks. Since this world has been unified, the Great Victory Empire should maintain order and protect the peace. It should protect innocent cultivators and punish the evil ones. Otherwise, what's the point of establishing an empire? Just to monopolize the resources of this world. The king was stunned. He immediately said solemnly, "Miss Yi, don't worry. Since the Great Victory Empire has unified the world, we will definitely maintain law and order. Previously, although we unified the world, we were powerless to act against the Heavenly Pavilion, as well as the secret collusion of various factions. However, Miss Yi has uprooted all of these factions, and solved the problem for us. We will definitely use this opportunity well to create a peaceful and lawful society. I hope you can keep your word," Yi Lingling said as she strode forward. "You should know what to do with Wang Ji." The king was overjoyed. "Miss Yi, don't worry. I'll definitely make Wang Ji regret what he has done and suffer the consequences." After this matter, the imperial family became the undisputed strongest faction in the world, and no one dared to stand in their way. Their choice not to intervene in the battle back then proved to be a wise choice. Had they given in to their greed, the Great Victory Empire would likely have been destroyed. Chu Xian was not worried about Yi Lingling's revenge. Even if everyone in the Great Victory Empire attacked her together, they would not be able to hurt her. The clothes she was wearing were extraordinary. It was just that Yi Lingling was ignorant of this fact. Besides, she also had plenty of defensive treasures. Lai Tian treated her as his personal disciple and had given her many treasures. Anything received from a former Dao creation realm expert would be extraordinary. Your disciple, Yi Lingling, has successfully taken revenge and changed the situation in this section. You have been rewarded with 10,000 years worth of cultivation. Chu Xian sat on the chair and drank some tea. The system's reward had arrived, and Chu Xian's strength had increased again, though it would still take quite some time before he broke through to the Dao Supreme Realm. I wonder how little Yi El is doing, Lai Tian floated over and said. Chu Xian could not be bothered to respond Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? There won't be any changes to the surveillance item you mentioned, right? Lai Tian nagged Ho. It was as if Yi Lingling was his daughter. Chu Xian was left speechless by this worried, nagging parent wannabe. Don't worry. What could have possibly happened? There are no real experts here. In order to avoid being detected by experts, Chu Xian did not allow Lai Tian to use his spiritual sense in this remote section. Therefore, Lai Tian could only hold it in, and flew away after rambling on a little more. 3 days later, Yi Lingling returned. It seemed that she was in a hurry as well, as she was uneasy about that ray of light that she could not trace. When Yi Lingling returned, Lai Tian appeared. Lai Tian frowned when he saw Yi Lingling. Master, I'm back. Yi Lingling rushed into the courtyard. After taking her revenge, she felt much more relaxed. His mind was clear, and she had regained her lively attitude. Lai Tian circled around her and glared at her. In an instant, a ray of light flew out of Yi Lingling's body. Seeing this, Yi Lingling, who was about to tell Chu Xian about this matter, was stunned. The ray of light was a small rune that had a special aura. Chu Xian squinted his eyes. This rune was just a small trick left behind by a Dayuan realm cultivator. It was a type of position and information tracing tool. Some forces would often leave similar runes on their disciples. P alpha and D alpha no one know if the disciple died, they would find the murderer and take revenge for the disciple by tracking the rune. Since the rune had appeared from Yi Lingling's body, it was obvious that something had happened. It seemed that the Heavenly Pavilion was a branch of some force from the Heavenly Sun world. Lai Tian was staring at the rune. Master! Yi Lingling took out the jade tablet and said, while I was destroying the Heavenly Pavilion, there was an accident. She then explained what had happened during the trip. It's only a small matter, Chu Xian said. 743 The Heavenly Pavilion, Part 3. Chu Xian's eyes glowed. After making sure that there were no special marks on Yi Lingling's body, he said casually, "This is a desolate place. Even if the Heavenly Pavilion had truly powerful experts within their ranks, they would not dispatch such experts to this place. Moreover, the Heavenly Pavilion might not be that strong." Yi Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that she would offend a powerful force and implicate her master. "Old man, what did you see?" Chu Xian picked up the dim jade tablet and glanced at it. He then threw it on the table. Lai Tian had been looking at the rune. "This rune reminds me of a certain power," Lai Tian muttered. "Oh, tell me." Chu Xian was interested. A force that could attract Lai Tian's attention was definitely not weak. Lai Tian, at his peak, was an early-stage Dao creation realm expert. The Wuxian Pavilion is said to have been created by a Dao Supreme Realm expert who possesses the Dao Supreme artifact, the Wuxian Monument, which can monitor the origin, strength, and other powerful abilities of living beings. It's said that it can even monitor the Great Dao, and only those who have reached the Dao Supreme Realm can avoid its surveillance. It's extremely powerful. Lai Tian's expression was grave as he continued. The Wuxian Pavilion used to have branches all over the Heavenly Sun world. Each branch had a replica of the Wuxian Monument. Whoever destroys a branch of the Wuxian Pavilion will be tracked by runes and hunted down by the Wuxian Pavilion. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. This Wuxian Pavilion sounded quite domineering. After hearing this, Yi Lingling started to feel uneasy. It seemed that she had caused a big problem. This rune must have been inherited from the Wuxian Pavilion, but it's incomplete. Lai Tian shook his head and destroyed the rune. He looked at the jade tablet on the table and said, "This is also a replica of the Wuxian Monument, but it's a bad one that can't even remotely compare to the normal replicas. This so-called Heavenly Pavilion must have obtained some remnants of the inheritance of the Wuxian Pavilion." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Wuxian Pavilion was destroyed. Lai Tian had made it sound so powerful, but it had disappeared. Lai Tian sighed. Back then, the Wuxian Pavilion was also involved in the Great Battle. Although I did not witness the battle, I heard that the founder of the Wuxian Pavilion took the Wuxian Monument to the battle. In the end, the Wuxian Monument was broken and he died. In the conflicts that followed, the Wuxian Pavilion was completely destroyed. Since the Wuxian Pavilion had been destroyed, only part of its inheritance had survived. At most, this Heavenly Pavilion would only have a Dao Creator Realm expert, if even that. That's pretty much it. They obtained the remnants of the inheritance, and are far inferior to the actual Wuxian Pavilion. He looked at Yi Lingling and said, "Little Yi, they are just an ant-like force. Destroying it means nothing. Don't worry." "Really?" Yi Lingling was still a little worried. Chu Xian smiled. "Don't worry. I can easily handle something like this." Hearing this, Yi Lingling was completely relieved. As long as it was not a Dao Supreme Realm expert. Chu Xian was not afraid. After Yi Lingling returned from her revenge, she became much more lively and optimistic. Life returned to how it was before. Chu Xian would occasionally go to the garden and walk his cat, living an ordinary and leisurely life. Lai Tian continued his secluded cultivation. He could not stand living such a normal life. If he did not know how extraordinary Chu Xian was, he would have even suspected that the latter was an ordinary person. 10 years later, Yi Lingling broke through to the Heaven Realm. When a cultivator in the Heavenly Sun world broke through to the Heaven Realm, they would also face a tribulation, and they had to overcome it. When Yi Lingling broke through to the Heaven Realm, there were flames and lightning bolts in the sky. However, in the end, they did not strike her. It could not even detect Yi Lingling's presence. After Yi Lingling broke through to the Heaven Realm, she continued to cultivate and did not leave the valley. Chu Xian was not in a hurry. When she reached the Dao realm, Yi Lingling would need to go out and gain experience to solidify her cultivation foundation and obtain insights to break through. No matter how monstrous her talent was, she could not always rely on secluded cultivation. The further one progressed, the slower one's cultivation speed would be. Soon, 100 years had passed. Yilingling was already at the peak of the divine realm. She was only one step away from the Dao realm. However, as the great Dao was not visible here, Yilingling could not break through to the Dao state. Chu Xian and Lai Tian could actually help Yilingling comprehend the great Dao. However, neither of them did that. Yilingling had to walk her own path, especially when it came to the great Dao. He could only give her pointers and preach the Dao to her, but he could not help her comprehend the great Dao directly. If that happened, Yilingling would comprehend his Dao instead of finding her own, and would limit her cultivation in the future to the Dao creation realm. Yilingling then left the valley again. The current Great Victory Empire was different from the past. It became more and more powerful. Moreover, there was a semblance of law and order now. However, the heavenly pavilion had been rebuilt and was once again high and mighty. The king of the Great Victory Empire was also helpless about this. Yilingling had already disappeared. Her enemy, Wan Ji, had long since suffered and died in regret. Naturally, he would not appear again. The king could only compromise and allow the heavenly pavilion to do their thing. Thankfully, the rest of the forces were under the jurisdiction of the imperial family. The heavenly pavilion was the same as always. They did not interfere with worldly affairs or conflicts between forces. The three ranking lists that had disappeared for a short time had only reappeared. If there were no accidents, even if the Great Victory Empire established law and order, there would still be people on the 100 Flowers ranking list who would suffer. On this day, a beautiful figure appeared in the imperial city. No one had noticed her. Even the heavenly pavilion's heaven glimpse board, which monitored the world, did not notice the woman's arrival. As usual, many cultivators gathered around the stone monument and talked about the three ranking lists. The older cultivators talked about the battle more than 100 years ago, when the three ranking lists and the heavenly pavilion were destroyed. Now that the heavenly pavilion had been rebuilt, that person had not appeared again. Many people thought that Yilingling had been killed by the heavenly pavilion. Yilingling looked at the stone monument and the three ranking lists. She heard the cultivators discussing that a beauty on the 100 Flowers ranking had been separated from her lover and became the plaything of a young master from a noble family. She was even forced to serve some important guests. There were even some cultivators who were excited by this, saying that they wanted to curry favor with the young master of the noble family in order to obtain the opportunity to have a taste of the beauty from the 100 Flowers ranking list. A sword beam appeared, and the stone monument instantly turned into fine powder. Yilingling's face was filled with anger as she looked at the building not far away. Since her master and senior Lai Tian both said that the heavenly pavilion was not worth mentioning, she naturally did not have to worry about provoking the heavenly pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Who dared to destroy the stone monument and antagonize the heavenly pavilion? Some of the older cultivators could not help but recall what happened 100 years ago. Their bodies were trembling. The legendary woman had returned. As expected, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the heavenly pavilion. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the heavenly pavilion. One of them was an old man who was a 5th-level Supreme Realm cultivator. He looked at Yilingling coldly with a jade tablet in his hand. "You're the one who destroyed the heavenly pavilion back then." Yilingling stared at him coldly and said, "The heavenly pavilion is a scourge. Today, it will be destroyed again." She swung her sword ruthlessly. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stood no chance whatsoever. Boom! The heavenly pavilion shattered instantly. The jade tablet flashed with a ray of light that shot toward Yilingling. 744 Another 1,000 years. The jade tablet shot out a ray of light that headed straight for Yilingling. After the previous incident, Chu Xian and Lai Tian had made some preparations for this, and her clothes now had the ability to block the runes. Therefore, when the ray of light appeared, the Dao aura infused into the clothes were activated, and the ray of light disappeared. After Yilingling killed the new pavilion master, she also broke the jade tablet. She did not leave immediately, but began to set up restrictions and formations where the heavenly pavilion once stood, as well as around it. Unless a Dao realm cultivator came, anyone the heavenly pavilion sent to re-establish it would be killed by these formations and restrictions. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the heavenly pavilion would send Dao realm and above cultivators to such a desolate place. After finishing all this, Yilingling left the heavenly pavilion, only to find the king of the Great Victory Empire waiting for her respectfully. "Greetings, Senior." After this incident, he felt that Yilingling was truly unfathomable. She had not shown herself for more than 100 years, so he had believed her to be dead. However, the moment she showed up again, she immediately destroyed the heavenly pavilion again. The mountain that had been weighing the imperial family down had been crushed once again. "I've set up some formations and restrictions here," Yilingling said. She did not want random people to be killed by these formations, so she told him about it. In any case, the king had listened to her and established law and order in the empire to a certain extent. At least compared to a century ago, the lives of weaker cultivators were slightly better. "Got it, Senior." The king immediately took note of this and understood her intentions. Yilingling did not stick around and left immediately. Over the next few years, Yilingling traveled around this desolate corner of the heavenly sun world. When she returned to the valley, she was already on the verge of reaching the Dao realm. "It's time to leave this place," Chu Xian looked at Yilingling and said. "Master." Chu Xian interrupted her, "I've already taught you what I should. You have to walk your own path in the future. Only by walking your own path can you reach my current level." Yilingling took a deep breath and said, "I understand, Master. Before you leave, I will give you a few words of advice. Be careful in everything you do. Unless it's a life or death situation, don't reveal your full strength. Always maintain some hidden trump cards. People's hearts are sinister, so you must be wary of others. The more modest someone is on the surface, the more likely they are scum." Chu Xian solemnly warned her of many things. "Yes, Master, I understand." Light Yen sighed. His eyes were also filled with reluctance. "Little Yi, I'll give you some advice and information too." He was an expert of the heavenly sun world, and he had fought his way up back then. Therefore, his understanding of the heavenly sun world was greater than Chu Xian's. Next, Light Yen imparted some of his experiences in the heavenly sun world, and Su Xianer also gave her some helpful tips. In the end, Yilingling kowtowed 3 times to Chu Xian respectfully and left with red eyes. With her current strength, it was not difficult for her to pass through the barrier between sections. After leaving this place and passing through a barrier, she entered a different section. Although the upper limit of this section was a little higher, the divine realm was the peak here, so she had to continue her journey. After Yilingling left, Light Yen moped around for a few days before falling into a state of deep sleep. Chu Xian, on the other hand, was looking forward to when Yilingling would be able to trigger the system's rewards again. Soon, another 1,000 years passed. Chu Xian's strength had increased greatly, and he even had a few more Dao Supreme Divine weapons. The second millennium's milestone reward was a Dao Supreme Ruler's Divine Artifact. Over the past 1,000 years, Light Yen had only woken up twice, and had stayed awake very briefly both times. The first time was 500 years ago, when Yilingling came back. Chu Xian was a little regretful that Yilingling had yet to trigger the system's rewards. Perhaps it was because she was too weak, or perhaps it was because nothing major happened around her yet. Yilingling had already reached the Dayuan realm. Her unique constitution had allowed her cultivation to progress rapidly. Incidentally, the heavenly pavilion had set up branches in the sections she had visited. Since she was at odds with them, she often came into conflict with them, and had also been targeted by the experts of the heavenly pavilion. Over the past 1,000 years, the great Victory Empire had become stronger and stronger. The Heavenly Pavilion had sent more people to set up a branch, but they all died to the formations and restrictions. In the end, they gave up. This place was too remote and not worth sending true experts over. There was no need to send people to their deaths. There were some geniuses from the Great Victory Empire, but none of them caught Chu Xian's eye, so he did not take them as his disciples. Chu Xian sat on a chair, eating Su Xian'er's desserts and drinking tea, leisurely. He was already used to such a life. Even after 1,000 years, he did not find it boring. He would just have to accept another disciple at some point. The more talented the disciple was, the higher the chances of the disciple triggering the system's rewards. Suddenly, Chu Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Boom! Someone had passed through the energy barrier that separated this place from the outside world, and a sorry figure flew toward the valley. 745 Xueping, Part 1. It was a young man covered in blood. He was severely injured. This young man was a third-level Heaven Realm cultivator. When he had been about to reach the sky above the valley, he was already on the verge of collapsing. Pfft! In the sky above the valley, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious, falling directly into the valley. Another fated person. Chu Xian's eyes brightened. Finally, a disciple had come. One could see that the young man's fate energy was like a cloud surrounding him. Furthermore, it seemed to be endless. Chu Xian ignored the young man. He would not die anyway. When he woke up, he would naturally find his way to the small courtyard. The young man fell into a medicinal garden, crushing some spiritual plants in the process. The essence of the crushed spiritual herbs and fruits seeped into the young man's body, healing his injuries, and also strengthening him. Xueping felt his entire body heating up, as if he suddenly had an endless amount of energy. He felt that his body could no longer bear it, and it was as if he was about to explode from the tremendous amount of energy. He suddenly sat up, and looked around, completely stunned. Not only had his heavy injuries been healed, but he had also broken through a minor realm. What was even more terrifying was that there was a huge amount of spiritual energy in his body. He could not be bothered to check where he was, and hurriedly activated his cultivation technique to refine the spiritual energy in his body. Had he woken up a little later, he would have exploded. As he refined the spiritual energy, he began to break through again. Within a short while, he broke through to the 5th level of Heaven Realm. This was a level that Xueping had never even dared to think about before. Furthermore, there was still plenty of spiritual energy remaining in his body. At this moment, Xueping only hated the fact that his cultivation technique was not powerful enough, which was slowing down the speed at which he refined the spiritual energy. Gritting his teeth, he frantically pushed his cultivation technique to its limits. A day later, he had reached the 7th level Heaven Realm. However, Xueping was no longer excited. He was afraid. The spiritual energy in his body was still accumulating at a terrifying rate, and his body felt like it was expanding. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, his body was no longer in danger of exploding. He continued to cultivate. Another day passed, and he broke through to the 8th level of Heaven Realm. In such a short time, his strength had soared, but Xueping was not happy. He could feel that his cultivation foundation was weak after this series of breakthroughs, and his combat strength was not on par with an actual 8th level Heaven Realm cultivator. He only had the combat strength of an ordinary 5th level Heaven Realm cultivator. Next, he would need to spend some time to solidify his cultivation foundation and master his newfound strength. He finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Once he did, he was utterly shocked. Had he come to a treasured land? As far as his eye could see, there were heavenly treasures and resources. The leaves of each spiritual plant exuded Dao aura. Even the Dayuan realm experts would be envious of his discovery. Xueping's breathing grew heavy. He then looked down at the spiritual fruits and herbs he had smashed. The essence had seeped into his body, which was what had allowed him to break through so quickly. What a great opportunity! Xueping was so excited that he could hardly calm himself down. With so many heavenly treasures, he would have no problem reaching the Daiyuan realm. Just you wait. Xueping's expression then transformed into one of hatred. Sooner or later, he would regain his lost dignity. Suddenly, he looked at the treasures around him, and his heart skipped a beat. These spiritual plants were planted by someone. This was someone's medicinal garden. Could it be a large sect? How could a sect that could cultivate such a precious medicinal garden be ordinary? This sect was definitely extremely powerful. Xueping started to worry. He had destroyed some of the spiritual plants and absorbed their essence. Once it was discovered, he would have to pay compensation, right? How could he afford it? Would he have to pay with his life? Xueping felt that his level of talent was only average, so he was definitely not qualified to become a disciple of a large sect like this. Escape? Xueping struggled, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and walked into the valley. It was impossible to escape. He had his sense of dignity too. After passing through an ancient forest, he saw a small courtyard. There were a few ordinary wooden houses. It was not a big sect? Could it be a place where experts lived in seclusion? Xueping walked into the courtyard and saw a figure lying on a chair. Junior Xueping pays his respects to Senior. Xueping bowed respectfully outside the courtyard. There was an accident, and I destroyed Senior's spiritual plants. Come in, Chu Xian said with a yawn. Xueping walked into the courtyard nervously. He sneaked a glance at the person on the chair. It was a handsome young man. Of course, he did not think that this person was really a young man. He was probably an old monster who had changed his appearance. Please forgive me, Senior. I'm willing to compensate you for your spiritual plants. Xueping felt his hair stand on end as Chu Xian glanced at him. Chu Xian was a little confused. Xueping's fate energy was strong, and he looked like a protagonist. However, his level of talent was only above average. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was something special about it. Another special constitution? That did not seem right. What was special about him was his soul. However, his current level of talent was indeed only above average. 8th level of the heaven realm, it was nothing special. Furthermore, he could not even exert that level of strength. Chu Xian was not surprised. After all, he had been nourished by the spiritual fruits and herbs, and his cultivation had risen rapidly. It was normal for him to be a little weak. Xueping was not young either. He was over 300 years old. Xueping's potential was far worse than Yi Lingling's. At 300 years old, Yi Lingling had already reached the 16th level of the Dao realm. Compared to a genius like Yi Lingling, Xueping was no doubt a loser. However, in the Heavenly Sun world, he was considered a mid-level genius. In any case, fate had led him here, so Chu Xian knew that Xueping was qualified to become his disciple. He just did not know what those qualifications were. This was the drawback of him not knowing much about the Heavenly Sun world. He had too many blind spots in terms of his knowledge. Helpless, he could only summon Light Yen. Light Yen was stunned. He was in a deep sleep, thinking about how to recover, but had been suddenly summoned and whisked away by Chu Xian without a word. While Xueping was drowning in his apprehension, he suddenly saw a head flying over. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he staggered 2 steps backward. Light Yen also noticed Xueping and suddenly understood why Chu Xian was looking for him. He circled around Xueping, examining the latter closely. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Light Yen, this old monster, did not know what kind of special talent Xueping had? That would make things quite troublesome. Xueping, you're quite special. You have unparalleled talent, but you just haven't realized it yet. Chu Xian took advantage of the gap in Light Yan's thoughts and said, fate has led you here. As such, are you willing to become my disciple? No matter what, he just had to accept this disciple. Xueping was stunned. This senior wanted to take him in as a disciple? Furthermore, he said that he was very talented. After taking a look at the head, Xueping knelt down. Disciple Xueping greets master. Thump. 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 He forcefully kowtowed 3 times. He was afraid that if he did not acknowledge this senior as his master, he would be destroyed. No matter how he looked at it, that head was terrifying. Su Xianer came out from the wooden house and stood beside Chu Xian. Sir, you're taking in a disciple again. Xueping looked at Su Xianer and immediately kowtowed again. Disciple Xueping greets master's wife. Su Xianer was startled, but also secretly happy. She casually gave him a divine sword. The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Xueping seemed to be quite good at taking advantage of situations. After giving out the divine sword, Su Xianer corrected, I'm not your master's wife. I'm his maidservant. You can just call me Sister Su. Thank you for the reward, Sister Su. When Xueping received the divine sword, his heart filled with shock. It had been worthwhile to call her master's wife. You may rise, Chu Xian said. 746 Xueping, Part 2. Xueping stood up respectfully. Now that he had become this person's disciple, he was wondering who and what kind of person his master was. Also, there was that strange flying head. Perhaps he was a great devil. Light Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Xueping with burning eyes, which caused the latter's hair to stand on end. 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul. Light Yan exclaimed in shock. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Old man, tell Xueping what is so special about him. Don't try to make it sound so mysterious. Light Yan rolled his eyes. This guy did not even know what it was, but he pretended to know everything. After accepting Xueping as his disciple, the system presented him with a reward. To Chu Xian's surprise, the system did not reward him with a cultivation technique this time. This also meant that Xueping's talent did not require any special cultivation technique. You took Xueping in as your disciple. He has a form of supreme talent. You have been rewarded with the Myriad Supreme Record. Chu Xian looked at the reward's description. The Myriad Supreme Record contained the various types of supreme talents and constitutions throughout the eras. In a sense, it made up for Chu Xian's lack of knowledge in this aspect. Chu Xian received his reward and quickly found the Myriad Supreme Record's description of the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul. The 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul is a special talent, Light Yan said. It's said that one needs to experience 9 great calamities before they can fully awaken and unleash their talent. Once they unleash their talent, they have the potential to reach the peak of the Dao Supreme Realm. However, if they fail to survive the calamities, they will die. Chu Xian looked at the record's description and realized that it matched what Light Yan said. The owner of the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul indeed needed to go through 9 great life and death calamities, and would undergo nirvana after surviving each calamity. If they survived all 9 calamities, they would not suffer any cultivation setbacks before the Dao creation realm, and would eventually be capable of reaching the peak of the Dao Supreme Realm. With this kind of special talent, it's destined to be difficult for him to fully unleash his innate talent. After all, if he's not careful, he will die during the great calamities. Fortunately, people with the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul were blessed by fate, and would not die easily. However, it was also destined that the process of Xueping's development would be arduous. Moreover, having a strong fate did not mean that one could not turn misfortune into fortune. It's rumored that there was once a Dao Supreme Realm expert who possessed the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul. He was the only person known to have passed the 9 great tribulations, though he was from before my era. In my generation, there was an expert who had undergone 7 nirvanas, and was a Dao creation realm expert. However, because he had only undergone nirvana 7 times, he was unable to break through to the Dao Supreme Realm. Xueping was stunned as he listened. His heart was in turmoil, and he was unable to calm himself down. I actually have an extremely powerful talent. However, he had to go through 9 tribulations and complete 9 nirvanas before he could fully awaken his talent. Furthermore, what was the Dao Creation Realm? What was the Dao Supreme Realm? He only knew about the Saint Dao Realm, and the Saint Dao King Realm. There were rumors of a Holy Dao Realm expert, which was a true peak existence, but the Dao Creation and Dao Supreme Realms. This was completely unheard of. He realized that his knowledge of the world was still too shallow. Could it be that his own master was such a transcendent existence? What a great opportunity! It did not matter whether he was a demon or not. In this world, being strong was the most important thing. Xueping's heart was filled with excitement. The 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul's owner indeed needed to go through 9 life and death calamities and undergo 9 nirvanas to fully awaken their talent. However, what was not apparent to everyone was that the owner of the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul did not have to rely on himself to survive those calamities. In fact, with the protection of an expert, it was possible to complete the 9 nirvanas within a short period of time and successfully awaken their talent. There was a detailed description of this in the Myriad Supreme Record, as well as how to go about it. After Light Yen finished talking, Chu Xian chimed in, smiling mysteriously. "Old man, you are correct. However, it's actually not difficult to awaken the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul." Light Yen shot him a glance. If it was really that easy, why would most cultivators with the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul be regarded as trash? Because of its special nature, the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul was only highly regarded once they underwent a certain number of nirvanas. As for those who had not, they were trash, and were treated as such. In history, there had been many cultivators with the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul who could not undergo nirvana and eventually became ordinary and mediocre existences. There were only 2 or 3 in history who had truly become experts. Light Yen was confident that Chu Xian's knowledge and vision could not compare to his. Chu Xian's understanding of the Heavenly Sun world, as well as the various unique talents this world had, was far too lacking. 747 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul. After all, he had once been a Dao Creation Realm expert and was a native of the Heavenly Sun world. How could Chu Xian, a guy who came from the chaos, compare to him in terms of knowledge of the Heavenly Sun world? In terms of knowledge of the chaos, Light Yen knew that he was inferior to Chu Xian. However, he would not concede to Chu Xian on his home turf. "If I'm not wrong, you've encountered a life and death crisis and survived," Light Yen looked at Xueping and said. "Given your current level of talent, I would hazard that you have probably undergone nirvana twice or thrice." Xueping was shocked. Now that he thought about it closely, after he encountered a life and death crisis, he realized that his cultivation speed had increased. Even his understanding of cultivation techniques improved. Previously, he had attributed it to enlightenment from his near-death experiences, but now it seemed that it had something to do with this 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul thing. "I only remember experiencing a life and death crisis once prior to this one. However, I once heard from my elders that I almost died when I was young, but I managed to survive in the end," he said as he suddenly recalled something. 3 times, including this time, Chu Xian said lightly. Xueping nodded his head. He was worried. He still needed to experience 6 more life and death calamities before he could fully awaken his talent. 6 times. There was no way he could guarantee that he would survive every time. "It's not difficult to awaken the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul," Chu Xian said. "Since you are my disciple, I will naturally help you awaken your talent." "Many thanks, Master." Xueping was extremely excited. "How are you going to help him awaken?" Light Yen asked doubtfully. Chu Xian laughed. "Life and death calamities? I'll just create them for him. If it was that easy, that 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul expert back then wouldn't have been abandoned by his family, Lai Tian sneered. Chu Xian glanced at him. This guy seemed very unconvinced. Did he think that just because he was a native expert of the Heavenly Sun world, he knew more about talents than him? Of course, that was true before he received the Myriad Supreme Record, but oh well. Old man, how about a bet? Lai Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, what are we betting on? I will help him awaken his 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul. If I succeed, you will be my servant. Chu Xian thought for a moment. Lai Tian's brows twitched. Although he was in Chu Xian's hands, he was not Chu Xian's old servant yet. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Xian said, I've changed my mind. A servant is too pitiful. You're a famous expert, after all. How about a subordinate, the kind that is super loyal and obedient? The corners of Lai Tian's mouth twitched. I think you should just start a sect. Since you've already taken in a disciple, I'll be your sect's guardian or elder. Chu Xian felt that it made sense. He had already taken in many personal disciples and in-name disciples. He nodded. Then let's call it the Xian Gate sect. It sounds authentic and awesome. I've got my own sect now. Lai Tian nodded. Sure. If I lose, I'll be your subordinate. I'll be a guardian, elder, or whatever. But if I win, what can you give me? As for removing the control mark on his divine soul, Lai Tian did not care much about that. He was only left with his head, and there was almost no hope of recovery, so there was no need to fret about such things. If I lose, I'll help you recover your physical body, and then help you recover your strength, Chu Xian said lightly. You can do it. Lai Tian's eyes lit up. Not yet, but I'll be able to in the future. I'll be able to do it within 100,000 years, Chu Xian said after a moment of silence. Lai Tian was secretly shocked. This feat would likely require the strength of a Dao Supreme Realm expert, and a strong one at that. The Dao he had created had completely collapsed and disappeared. Creating a second new Dao was far more difficult than the first one. Moreover, his Dao had been destroyed by a Dao Supreme Realm expert, so there were still traces of the Dao Supreme Realm expert's power hindering his recovery, and that power would also interfere with the creation of a new Dao. Recovering his strength was much more difficult than recovering his physical body. Was Chu Xian so confident that he would be able to break through to the Dao Supreme Realm within 100,000 years? Or even the Dao Supreme Ruler Realm? It was simply unimaginable. All right, let's bet, Lai Tian gritted his teeth and said. He had nothing to lose anyway. Then it's settled. Chu Xian chuckled. This bet would just make Lai Tian's status as his subordinate official. He looked at Xueping and asked, do you want to awaken your talent? The process will definitely be painful. After all, you'll have to go through 6 near-death experiences. I will do it personally, but will also give you the spiritual medicine to recover after each round. Although your life will not be in danger from my perspective, you will have to experience inhuman pain and suffering in the process. From your end, you will truly feel like dying. Lai Tian laughed. I knew it. If you want to use this method, it definitely won't work. If it was so easy to awaken this talent, it would not be called trash. Chu Xian smiled and did not respond. Someone must have tried this before. However, the reason why they failed was that the owner of the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul did not truly feel like he had experienced a life or death calamity, and the one executing it had not gone far enough. Furthermore, it would be difficult to pull this off on a 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul cultivator who had not experienced enough life or death calamities. They would simply faint from the pain or give up, thus failing to undergo nirvana. Xueping had gone through many hardships and life and death situations. His willpower was strong, so it would not be a problem for him to survive this experience. Xueping gritted his teeth and said, Master, I choose to awaken my talent. I can do it. He recalled his own life experiences. What was a mere pain in comparison? All right, I'll believe in you then. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a bunch of priceless spiritual herbs appeared beside Xueping. This should be enough for you to recover 6 times. Xueping's eyes lit up as he looked at them. They were all top-grade heavenly treasures. Even if he did not awaken the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul, with his current talent and these heavenly treasures, he should be able to break through to the divine realm. However, that would be what his previous self would have chosen. Now, he knew about the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul, and wanted nothing more than to awaken to his full potential. He wanted to awaken his talent and take back the dignity that belonged to him. He took a deep breath and said, "Master, I'm ready." "Okay, let's start." After Chu Xian spoke, he acted, and Xueping immediately screamed in pain. His physical body suddenly collapsed. Even his divine soul was suffering from the destructive power that Chu Xian was using. It was as if he was on the very edge of death, and would die at any moment. Xueping screamed, and his face was contorted in pain. It was 100 times more painful than any of his previous injuries. He almost felt like his life was flashing before his eyes. The pain overwhelmed his consciousness, and he almost forgot what he was going to do. Lai Tian looked on. He frowned. Something was wrong with Xueping. Why did it feel like he was enduring pain that far exceeded what he should feel given the power that Chu Xian was using? Chu Xian explained, "Actually, it's possible to awaken the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul with this method. However, it will cause the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul cultivator an extreme amount of pain. Those who don't have strong willpower will lose consciousness from the pain. Naturally, they will fail their nirvana if they do so." Lai Tian frowned and asked, "Why is this so?" Chu Xian smiled and said mysteriously, "Naturally, this is due to a restriction of the transcendent laws." Lai Tian's heart trembled as he looked at Chu Xian in a daze. Because of the limitations of the transcendent laws, the level of pain would be increased by 100 times when others assisted in the nirvana process? In that case, only those with the strongest willpower would be able to succeed. 748 Transformation, Part 1. Lai Tian was shocked. He had once been a Dao creation realm expert, but he had never realized the restrictions of transcendent laws. The other Dao creation realm experts of the Heavenly Sun world had probably not realized this problem either. Perhaps the Dao Supreme Realm experts did, but in their eyes, those who did not experience the calamities were not worth paying attention to, which was why the truth was not spread. Or was there some other reason behind this? Furthermore, how did Chu Xian find out? Lai Tian felt that Chu Xian was becoming more and more unfathomable. In fact, Chu Xian did not mention one point. Since Xueping needed to undergo nirvana 6 times, the pain he suffered would continue to stack, and each time, it would be 100 times more painful than the previous time. This was also one of the restrictions of the transcendent rules. If he wanted others to help him in his awakening, he had to have sufficient willpower to withstand the pain. Only in this way could he be judged worthy of the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul talent. In fact, the 9 life or death calamities were also to temper one's willpower. Do you think he can withstand it? Lai Tian looked at Xueping. There's a saying that only through suffering can one rise above others. If he can't even withstand this little bit of suffering, how can he become a peerless expert? Who can become a Dao Supreme expert just by living a carefree life? Lai Tian nodded. Chu Xian's words made sense. Lai Tian himself had also gone through many hardships, fought many battles, and overcome countless crises before reaching the Dao creation realm. Even the descendants and disciples of Dao Supreme Realm experts could not do so. Then, Lai Tian suddenly turned and stared at Chu Xian. Was he not the best example of someone becoming stronger while living a carefree life? I've never seen him cultivate. How does he keep getting stronger, and even more knowledgeable about the Heavenly Sun world? It was really strange. Xueping had already started to absorb the spiritual herbs to recover. He no longer screamed, but gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Gradually, the injuries to his soul recovered and his body began to regrow itself. Light Yan's eyes flashed. Xueping's level of talent had increased. He had really undergone nirvana. This meant that this method worked. Xueping eventually recovered, panting heavily. His heart was still gripped by fear. He had almost failed to endure the pain. However, when he examined his body's condition, he could not contain his excitement. His cultivation foundation, which had been unstable due to his rapid breakthroughs, had actually stabilized. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there was something different about his body. Chu Xian did not immediately start the next round. Instead, he said, "You still have 5 more life or death calamities to experience, and each one will be more painful than the last. Do you want to continue? If you can't endure it, it's very likely that you'll die. Even if I save your life, you'll be reduced to a useless piece of trash, and you'll never be able to surpass the heaven realm in your lifetime. Teacher, I choose to continue." Xueping gritted his teeth and said, "If I really can't endure it, you don't have to save my life, master. Just let this useless disciple pass away instead." Xueping's face was filled with determination. "I have never admitted defeat in my life. I have never lowered my head. I swear that I will regain my dignity. I will let those who have humiliated and trampled on me look down on me ever again. Even if I might die, I want to try." Chu Xian was silent. Xueping's determination made both him and Light Yan see him in a different light. "All right, then." Chu Xian nodded. "Take it easy for now. There's no need to rush things." With a wave of his hand, spiritual liquid entered Xueping's body, restoring him to his peak condition. "There's no need to slow down, master, please continue," Xueping said with a determined expression. Chu Xian nodded, and then... Pfft! Xueping's physical body exploded once again, and even his divine soul was being eroded by the destructive power. However, this time, Xueping did not scream. Even though his face was twisted in pain, he did not let out a squeak. His gaze remained bright and filled with an unyielding will. This was his only chance to obtain this great opportunity. A chance to take back the dignity that belonged to him. A chance to make the people who had once humiliated him kneel before him. He had to seize this opportunity. Even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces and had to suffer the pain of his divine soul being refined, he could not afford to give up. With this conviction, Xueping endured the pain, and then he began to absorb the spiritual herbs to recover. Light Yan sighed as he observed this. How much humiliation and suffering had Xueping suffered? Was his desire for revenge strengthening his willpower? If he could hold until his talent was fully awakened, he would definitely soar to the sky in the future and become a Dao Supreme Realm expert. Light Yan was actually feeling rather envious. The Dao Supreme Realm was something he had only dreamed of at his peak. The legendary Dao Supreme Ruler Realm was an even more distant fantasy. 749 Transformation, Part 2. The Dao Supreme Ruler Realm was regarded as the end of the path of cultivation, and it was not exactly wrong. At least, so far, there had been no one who had truly surpassed the Dao Supreme Ruler Realm. Legends had it that many Dao Supreme Rulers left the Heavenly Sun world and entered the Void region in order to seek out opportunities to break through. However, no news of them had even returned. Xueping's second nirvana was a success. His expression became more and more determined. His willpower had also become stronger. "Master, continue." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. This guy seemed to be a glutton for punishment. However, with his strong willpower, it seemed certain that he would become a powerful expert in the future. The third round began. Xueping also survived the following rounds, and at this moment, Xueping's divine soul was emitting a divine light, which was surrounded by an unfathomable aura. It seemed to be hiding the might of the heavens. The 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul had completely awakened. After awakening the 9 Nirvana Heavenly Soul, Xueping's cultivation rose to the first level of the divine realm. This was only to be expected, as every time he underwent nirvana, he would absorb the medicinal power of a lot of heavenly treasures. Although much of it was consumed to restore his body, the remainder was not a small amount, and fueled his breakthrough to the divine realm. Xueping knelt on the ground with a thud. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Without Chu Xian, he would have never achieved this." He could sense the transformation that his body and divine soul had undergone, and felt immense gratitude and excitement. "You may rise." Chu Xian remained seated on the chair while Su Xianer massaged his shoulders. "I admit defeat. From now on, I'm a member of the Xian Gate sect," Lai Tian sighed. Chu Xian glanced at him and said, "It isn't necessarily a bad thing, you know." Lai Tian smiled. Indeed, he had gained an opportunity. Whether he became a guardian or an elder of the sect, Chu Xian would help him recover his strength. Chu Xian had accepted Lai Tian as he needed someone to help him deal with things outside the valley, since he himself could not leave it. Naturally, as a veteran expert of the Heavenly Sun world, Lai Tian was a better fit for this role than his two Heavenly Sun world disciples. Furthermore, as a representative of the Xian Gate sect, he had to uphold the prestige of the sect. Therefore, it was unacceptable for him to be weak. Of course, for the time being, Chu Xian did not need Lai Tian to do anything for him. He was preparing for the future. If Ding Yu and his other disciples transcended the chaos and entered the Heavenly Sun world, they would need an expert to receive them and guide them to Chu Xian's location. All of this would be made easier if Lai Tian recovered to his peak strength. Chu Xian looked at Xueping and said, "Since you have accepted me as your master, from today onward, you are the 11th disciple of the Xian Gate section." Xueping was stunned. 11th? There were 10 senior brothers and sisters before him? "I will teach you the sect's techniques now. You must work hard in your cultivation and are not allowed to slack off." "Yes, Master." Chu Xian pondered for a moment, and then raised his hand and transmitted a technique into Xueping's mind. This was a cultivation technique that the system had rewarded him with. It was suitable for Xueping's 9 nirvana heavenly soul, and could stimulate his talent and display the vast power of the heavens. Xueping immediately entered a state of enlightenment after he received it. The more he read through it, the more excited he became. This cultivation technique was too profound and powerful, and beyond his wildest imagination. Even legendary Holy Dao cultivation techniques were probably not as good as this one. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this cultivation technique." Xueping knelt down respectfully once again. The Xian Gate sect doesn't have many rules. You cannot kill fellow sect members, cannot kill innocent people, and cannot use your strength to bully the weak. That's all, Chu Xian said seriously. "Don't worry, Master. I won't break the sect rules or disobey you," Xueping said solemnly. "That's good." Chu Xian nodded. Next, he began to teach Xueping the standard sect techniques, including the movement, escape, aura concealment and disguise techniques. After Xueping mastered those, Chu Xian taught him the sword Dao, as well as various other techniques. When he was done, he allowed Xueping to cultivate on his own. With a new disciple around, the valley was a little more lively. Lai Tian also halted his secluded cultivation, and began to guide Xueping as the latter cultivated, and also passed on some of his secret techniques to him. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed, and Xueping had already reached the 15th level of the Dao realm. The power of the 9 Nirvana heavenly soul was clearly displayed here, as he also mastered a large number of cultivation techniques easily. Apart from cultivating, he would pay his respects to Chu Xian every day, take care of trivial matters in the valley, and help Chu Xian plant all kinds of spiritual herbs and fruits. He believed that his master's cultivation realm was too high, and that his master's every move contained the principles of the Great Dao. It might look like his master was planting spiritual herbs like an ordinary farmer, but in reality, his master was cultivating some incredible technique, or so he thought. Xueping also discovered that the cat that Su Xian often carried in her arms was actually extremely powerful, and was not as cute and obedient as it seemed. There was also the mighty sky-shaking rock, which possessed unfathomable strength. In the ancient forest, there was actually a white tiger divine beast as well. He also found 3 other divine beasts in the valley. All of this filled him with awe and veneration toward his master. The Xian Gate sect was truly extraordinary. He did not know how strong his 10 senior brothers and sisters were, but he reckoned that they were not weak. Anyone taught by a peerless expert like Chu Xian could never be weak. After these 100 years had passed, Xueping decided to leave and make a name for himself. It was time for him to return and regain his dignity. He was a 400-year-old 15th level Dao realm cultivator. In the Heavenly Sun world, he was considered a top-tier genius. Furthermore, Xueping was confident that he would be able to reach the Daiyuan realm in less than 200 years. Chu Xian sat on the chair and glanced at Xueping, who was planting spiritual herbs. It was obvious that this kid was itching to leave on an adventure. This disciple of his was not someone who could endure boredom. Moreover, he had been suppressing his anger and wanted revenge. Now that he was strong enough, he was finding it hard to contain himself. 9 Nirvana heavenly soul cultivators were born for a life of adventure and challenge anyway, so it was time to release him into the world. Perhaps, he would be able to trigger the system's reward. It had been so many years, yet Yi Lingling had not triggered the system's reward, which made Chu Xian rather helpless. Suddenly, your disciple, Yi Lingling, killed a Saint Dao king in an ancient ruin and obtained a fragment of the Wuxian monument, shocking the world. You have been rewarded with 10,000 years worth of cultivation. Suddenly, the system's reward came. Chu Xian was stunned. Yi Lingling killed a Saint Dao king? The 9 levels of the Saint Dao king realm were equivalent to the 1st through 9 extreme Daiyuan realm. Yi Lingling was indeed a domineering figure, and seemed to be obsessed with destroying the heavenly pavilion wherever she found them. This time, she even managed to obtain a fragment of the Wuxian monument. He wondered what she was going to do with it. Chu Xian suddenly became interested. Derive the location of the Wuxian monument fragments and Yi Lingling's future over the next 100 years. Chu Xian used the system's derivation function. A series of images appeared in front of him as the function was activated. In the images, there was a broken ruin with a powerful force that formed a restriction formation. Yi Lingling killed a cultivator and took a piece of jade from the ruin. After that, she was attacked by several experts. The scene continued, and Yi Lingling escaped and was chased by the experts of the Heavenly Pavilion. 30 years later, Yi Lingling was attacked and injured. She escaped and accidentally entered a dangerous place. She was trapped there, and even after the 100 years of derivation were up, she remained there. Chu Xian frowned. That dangerous place was unusual, and Yi Lingling would probably be in danger. Furthermore, that place seemed to have been created by some old monster. Chu Xian did not continue the derivation. Instead, he turned to look at Xueping, who had just finished planting some spiritual herbs. He had a plan in mind. 750 Another disciple sets off. Xueping. Yes, master. It's time for you to go out and explore the world, and also discover your own Dao. I also have something for you to do, Chu Xian said seriously. Xueping was inwardly jumping with joy. He could finally go out. Master, just say the word. A jade talisman then appeared in Chu Xian's hand. It looked ordinary, but somehow also exuded an aura of mystery. 30 years later, your senior sister will encounter a crisis and be trapped here. Chu Xian transmitted the location of the dangerous place into Xueping's mind. Take this talisman with you and go in there to save your senior sister. Xueping took the jade talisman in a daze. 30 years from now. Chu Xian nodded and then said, just don't forget. Xueping was shocked. Could his master see the future? Otherwise, how would he know such information? Just who was his master? Yes, master, I will definitely accomplish this, Xueping said solemnly. Master, may I know who this senior sister is? Yi Lingling. Xueping's eyes widened in shock. Spirit goddess, Yi Lingling. The spirit goddess, who had come out of nowhere and caused trouble for the heavenly pavilion, was actually his senior sister. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Yi Lingling had made quite a name for herself in the outside world. Why is she called the spirit goddess? Chu Xian was curious about how Yi Lingling got her nickname. Her nickname came from the heavenly pavilion, as she has the ethereal spiritual constitution, Xueping replied. Chu Xian understood. The heavenly pavilion had still yet to realize the true nature of Yi Lingling's constitution, which had resulted in this error. Now that you know, don't forget. Be at that location in 30 years. Chu Xian did not say much more. Master, what's senior sister Yi's rank? Xueping asked curiously. She's the 10th, I accepted her as a disciple 1,000 years ago. Where are the other 9 senior brothers and sisters? They will naturally appear when it is time. Although Xueping was curious, he did not pursue the matter. Over the next few days, Xueping made preparations for his journey. He grabbed a number of heavenly treasures from the valley. There was no lack of them there anyway. The other sects and major families all gave life-saving trump cards to their descendants and personal disciples when they went out to explore the world, so Xueping walked up to Chu Xian shamelessly. Master, do the disciples of the Xian Gate sect receive any life-saving trump cards? Chu Xian threw out a few jade talismans. Take it easy. Don't provoke strong enemies just because you have something to protect your life. If you're weak, you won't even get the chance to use your trump cards, Chu Xian warned him. I understand, Master. Xueping accepted the jade tokens excitedly. Then, he turned around and went to look for Light Yen. This kid is really talented at taking advantage of others. He's probably going to ask Light Yen for some trump cards as well. Chu Xian was not bothered by this. Everyone had their own unique personalities, after all. Furthermore, although Yi Lingling did not ask for any trump cards, Chu Xian had secretly prepared some for her. After all, she was his disciple, and there was no way he was going to let her be bullied by the old monsters out there. Soon, Xueping left, and the valley returned to its quiet state. Light Yen once again resumed his secluded cultivation, and Chu Xian continued his carefree life. He took out the heavenly Dao talisman and tried to communicate with the chaos, but it was to no avail. Derive the current state of the chaos. Chu Xian had no choice but to use the derivation function to understand the situation in the chaos. In the image projection that was generated, the chaos had expanded countless times. The divine world was like a bright pearl in the center of the chaos. Furthermore, the heavenly Dao laws were making good progress in devouring the supreme laws. The heavenly Dao's growth was also on track. All in all, it could be said that the chaos was developing smoothly as usual. He thought of the other 2 huge chaoses. After the remaining smaller chaoses fused, it would naturally collide and fuse with those 2 as well. Once that was complete, the chaos would finally be whole again. It was during the collision and fusion with these 2 larger chaoses that the heavenly Dao would face its true test. Whether or not it could become the great Dao of the entire chaos would depend on this. The outcome was still full of uncertainties, as the other 2 larger chaoses had a higher upper limit, and their inhabitants would no doubt be stronger as well. Therefore, the heavenly Dao needed experts to protect it as it devoured the supreme laws of the others' chaoses. In any case, this would take a long time, so Chu Xian was not too worried about it at the moment. He had enough time to become stronger. Chu Xian then observed the origin Great Dao, which had grown rapidly within the void region. There was still a long way to go before it encompassed the void region around the chaos, but at the rate it was progressive, things were looking positive. Furthermore, as the origin Great Dao grew and fused with the void region, it seemed to have undergone some special changes.